Sentinel, and he still looks just as good when they played in the offseason and won the Tishinya Invitational.
I think to a lot of people, this guy was maybe the best Flash Initiator player last year.
Which is crazy considering where he was the year prior.
Yeah, literally putting up absolutely insane numbers for that team. But I'm excited also by a guy like Rafa coming into the team too, doing a bit of the calling here. He's been playing back in 2022 in the Brazilian Challenger scene. He was on the Union squad that went almost undefeated in 2023, only to run face first into the guard and M80 at Ascension. But he has been on stacked rosters in the past, was just unable to qualify with them. But I still think he deserves a shot on the big stage.
Well, and a shot
he's
got himself a stacked lineup, and one individual in particular, and come on guys, it's Furia segment, so you know we're going to talk about him. It's NW Zera, who's back on the stage again, and the question that we have to ask
Furia
is this
and Cena in G2.
I don't know if I'm getting baited again, because it's so easy.
Don't get baited.
It's so easy to believe in this guy, because his mechanical skill for all of the years he has been a pro player cannot be disputed. But it does feel like this year he actually has a team behind him that can get the wins. He's also, if the offseason is anything to be believed, likely role changing back to the initiator role, which I was super impressed by in the offseason. I think it forces him to slow down a little bit. It puts him in more clutch situations in the late round, where those mechanics can be put on display. And his util usage was also really solid when he was playing the Sofa.
I'm always a fan of seeing a duelist player switch over into initiator, because when you have the mindset of a duelist player and you're in that supportive role right now where you're very clearly setting up for them, you kind of know what your teammates are thinking, what you want in terms of different pieces of utility. So I like moves like that. I also just want to say that Furia, well, their overall year last year looked diabolically bad on...
And it was.
It was, but you have to think of the year in two parts, because they lost their first 8 matches in a row. But in stage 2, they actually had a few wins under their belt. Like, they were looking much better towards the end of the season. And they are carrying over 3 pieces from last year. So that could either be a bad thing or a good thing, depending on if you're looking at the whole year or just what they were putting up numbers-wise at the end.
Yeah, I'm so glad you mentioned about the role change, right? And how much that could play a role here. You saw what it did for a guy like Heat. Who knows what it could do for a guy like MW, who we've already seen succeed in that position before as well. But for now, though, let's actually send it over to Rib to hear from MW as we get ready for this match.
Yes, Furia is in the house, and I have a chance to catch up with MW Zera here. First off, you guys got to watch the game from before. How was it? What was it like watching the team play for you?
Eu acho que foi estranho de assistir o jogo no começo lá estando no Brasil, porque a gente queria muito estar jogando. A gente queria muito, estava meio apreensivo por causa dos vistos e foi meio esquisito. E eu acho que não tem pressão, porque a gente sabe que a gente era capaz de ganhar esse primeiro jogo da 2G, a gente estava preparado, a gente está preparado para mandar bem nesse kickoff. E, cara, eu acho que esse time de agora, eu acho que desde a montagem, a gente jogou uns off-season no Brasil, a gente vem mandando bem, a gente está muito confiante assim, no nosso trabalho, a gente não quer pular nenhum passo, a gente está indo devagar, mas a gente está bem estruturado assim, para jogar e pegar qualquer time atualmente no kickoff.
It was kind of weird watching the game from Brazil. We were always, anxious about the visa situation and everything, but there's no pressure. We are feeling very well about this team. I think we put together a very good team. We are very excited to be here. Of course, we wanted to be on the stage for the first game, but we made it here now, and I think we're gonna show some good thing.
What makes it feel good about everybody around you, the assembly of this team? What makes it so strong?
O que faz esse time tão forte assim para você? Qual é a melhor coisa dele?
Eu acho que o que faz ele ser forte assim, eu acho que a nossa maior característica é a gente se entender no meio do jogo, em relação a gente joga, a gente conversa muito durante o jogo. Então, independente se tá um caos ou não, a gente se entende independente da situação. Acho que é isso.
Yeah, we understand each other very well. It doesn't matter if it's chaotic or not. We always get together and understand each other, and that's what makes this team great.
Awesome. MW Zera, thank you so much. Best of luck in the game. Back to you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the VCT Americas Fashion Week. We're here to critique all of the new jerseys dropping in 2025. I am now joined by esports style icon as well as fashion expert. You have Baby Bay to my right over here. You also have Ender Wintour down low. And you cannot forget about the stylish one, Mimi. Look at her. So stylish. So stylish. Let's get the focus up.
Does
yes.
Bro think he's Nosferatu?
Now the point of this is we're going to talk about the jerseys that our players are sporting on the runway today, and we're going to rate them. Nay, we're going to judge them. Let's go ahead and start the show. First jersey, it's Zap, giving us his best blue steel impression for 2G. What do you think? Baby Bay, your thoughts?
He's looking like the MVP Jonak from the Overwatch League. New York XL. They even have the X's in the jersey. That's a throwback, huh?
Why are you mentioning Jonak?
My guy. I mean, what's going on here? But no, it does look good, though. I do like the colors. Reminds me of the Cloud9 Classic.
This jersey's good. I like the subtle patterns within it. I think the color is good, classy. Too many teams try and do something special, fancy. They want to not be like the other girls.
This is solid.
But this is good.
This is solid. I love the 8-bit X's down at the bottom, really bringing that retro vibe back in.
A petunia color.
Mix-matched lines going on, and also no V-neck. Just very basic, but inoffensive. I'm a big fan, actually.
It's a good thing you pointed that out.
Yeah.
Big fan, big fan. Okay, let's move on to the next one. It will be Cloud9, sported by young Oxy doing his best Red Mountain impression.
I'm a huge fan of this jersey.
Yeah.
I love the amount of artwork that is in it. I think we had some things to say about the patches, if I'm correct.
I don't understand the patch at the bottom. Like, you're doing this whole theme, and then it's just aggressively covering up the graffiti. 25,
It's
is it 25 years?
Branding for the
There's
for
no
the
way.
youth.
How else
it's
are we supposed to know
2025.
that it's official?
That's the current year, Christian. I look at this, and I see. I must differ with my respected colleague Andre. In that I feel as though this might be doing too much. It's quite busy, there's a lot going on, and you lose the detail. I don't have my glasses on. I have no idea what's going on in this thing. And at any distance, it just becomes shapes and patterns and
Well,
It's giving 2018 streetwear.
Let's see another one though, and we can compare and contrast. This is Evil Genius's Derek doing his awesome blue steel as well.
Am I allowed to throw up?
He's wearing a chessboard, Golden Boy.
Interesting.
It's giving plastic tablecloth.
At times it does feel like if Blue's Clues went on a picnic with Steve.
However, I must say, I like the collar. I like the shape.
You
I like the
like
way
the
it
collar?
flows. Yes, the collar.
The collar.
The color?
Collar.
Collar.
The
No, I don't like the
koala.
collar.
I like the
I
collar.
don't mind it, but like the fit just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
They just slapped the EG symbol right in the middle. I'm sorry, the back of it looks way better than anything else.
I think if the EG logo was somewhere else, it could look better. But then you have this big, massive, uninterrupted stuff. It's so close to being great.
Let's see the next one. Because we don't have a lot of time here. It's going to be Giacomo.
What in
G2.
the collar is that? There's 8 different collars there. It's a polo, it's a V-neck, there's a shirt thing underneath.
collar.
Definitely collar
Collar.
section.
The color is red. It's
collar.
red and black.
I like the colors.
Jersey and
I don't like the
snakeskin. I don't know what's going
It's
on
red
here.
and black.
No.
There's only 2.
Do we need to call the fashion police for this one?
No, but we need to go next, is what we need.
We need to go next. All right, let's go to the next one. It's going to be Leviathan, modeled by Demon Uno.
It's the same collar.
It might be the
dear.
worst one, though. It might be the worst one.
Dear.
I don't know.
I
don't
think
know.
you should have just, if you're gonna go V-neck, I say go all the way. V down to the nips. Do it.
What are these shapes?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Looks
I
like
don't
they're
know.
trying to do like the Louis Vuitton look.
I will say, though, the best thing about this is how it looks from the back.
Wait, that
Even
font?
one is giving
Let's
a
see
lot
the
of
next
backing.
one.
It's
Let's see the
giving
next
printing
one.
press.
It doesn't even say
serif
Leviathan
font.
on the jersey.
It's, of course, John, quite talented, rocking the new 2025 Sentinels kit.
I like it. I think the cityscape is interesting. I wish it was cut a little shorter. The shirt is so long that it feels like the cityscape is like too low down.
Yeah.
If the cityscape was higher up, I would like it more.
It's definitely pointing the eyes in a certain direction.
Well, the problem is when you sit down,
To the crotch.
when you sit
Gotta be
down,
very
you
clear
can't
here.
see it.
Yeah, yeah. That's true. If you sit down, you can't see it. This is true.
I really
I
like
love the V-neck on this one,
stripe around the armband.
I
That's quite nice.
must say, very nice hair.
Well, let's go ahead
Very
and
nice
do
hair.
this show, shall we? The defending America's champions are ready to return to the stage. So let's go ahead and get this show started. It's Leviathan versus Furia. Day 4 of kickoff starts right now.
Look at me. Who am I? Who am I to challenge you on the big stage? To stand in the way of your dreams? You've never seen anyone like me. And just hope you'll never have to see anyone else like me. My future is certain. Yours is not. I'm fighting for the trophy. You're fighting for second place. Now look at me. Who am I to judge their performance? To hold them accountable? Well, I don't need to be on the team to be a part of the team. To be heard across the world. To care about winning as much as they do. Look at me. Who am I? Better yet, who are we? We are the showstoppers. Something you can't ignore. We don't crack under pressure. Huh. No, we bring the pressure. When the competition comes calling, we always answer. It's showtime. There's no turning back now.
Agora sim, 100% brasileira. Façam muito barulho pra Fúria!
And it's the debut of Furia. Now, this is a squad that was supposed to be with us last week. They couldn't. The super subs came in, did the job, and put these boys in this position right here and now. A massive opportunity here for Furia to really play off of what was built up for them.
But you made big moves in the offseason for Furia, bringing heat out after his incredible year on crew. Now back on a Brazilian team and ready to show what he can do again on the Americas stage.
Yeah, I just got to shout out crazy kicks on Havoc. Man is looking stylish as ever out on stage, already making the Furia jersey look even better. But I'm excited to see what this team has in store after what the subs gave us the other day.
Exactly, exactly. Let's go ahead, though, and bring out their opponents.
Y ahora, los reyes, los campeones de Américas 2024, Leviathan!
And you heard Gato there, the champions of Americas. They were the ones that were on top of the mountain going into champs. Everyone was high on the Lev stocks. Even though they didn't quite get what they wanted, Ender, it still was a great season for Lev.
Look, you've got America's champions on stage, and you've got two world champions back side by side in Demon 1 and Calm. This team is going to be a treat to watch this year.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we saw Demon 1 playing on the Americas stage for VCT Americas. He left middle of the year on Energy, now looking to make his return with one of his best friends, former teammate in Calm, now back together again.
And, you know, also, too, we didn't really talk about, like, King and the importance that he brings to this team as well with the way that, you know, he keeps this squad together. He's the leader. He's the one. He knows that responsibility. So now he's got to do that for Demon 1. He did it last season when he had, you know, Mizzino and the rest of the crew in there, but now he's got to do this with Demon 1. Can he, though?
I absolutely believe he can. I think the growth that this team showed over the course of last year, right? Coming in kickoff a year ago, they actually disappointed off of the get-go. But but quickly in stage one, righted those wrongs of the start of the year and carried that momentum through all the way until the end.
You also get to see the debut of VCT Americas' first import player coming over from EMEA in Natank. Had that run with General Mates to make it through Ascension, qualified to VCT EMEA. Didn't go so well last year, but now with a new team, a new league to prove himself.
There is so much that I think Leviathan could do theoretically in Agent Select because of the flexibility of their players. And we saw a little bit of that. They played a few games in the offseason. We saw a little Demon 1 Raze. We saw some Demon 1 Astra.
Yeah.
So it was moving around just a little bit. And I'm wondering, in sort of the month and a half they've had since, how much they've solidified that, or if they're still going to be mixing it around.
And you can see your series layout will be Haven split, and if necessary, we'll take a trip to Fracture to close things out for this series here. Thoughts on the maps? Not really much to read into, at least for me.
I mean, to me, I'm looking at Jet versus Raze maps because that's the constant debate for Demon 1, right? Because Haven, that's a Jet map, as Jet as they come. And then you have two pretty standardly Raze maps coming in. And he's shown that he can play the Raze. He was trying to put that in the wheelhouse, but I would love to see a Demon 1, if he goes to a map 3, back on his Brimstone on Fracture that he was tearing it up with on EG.
With Tex on this team, they have the ability to flex him to that duelist role, like he was playing in Challengers with the Guard a couple of years ago. So, like you're saying, this team has a lot of options in Agent Select.
Yeah, well, Agent should be coming up in a moment here. Let's see what we're going to get. All right, for Furia, it's going to be Cypher, Silver, Breach, Jet, Omen. Pretty standard, nothing too crazy on it.
Yeah, the Brazilian teams, they're loving basic on this map. Same old default comp. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
But reminder, we are seeing MW0 on the Cypher. It'll be Havoc rocking that Jet, so a little bit different to years past. Starting things off, though, pretty standard Demon 1 on the Jet. It's maps 2 and 3 that we're looking to see what Leviathan's identity will actually be when it comes to the Raze map.
Story of this game for me is Calm and Demon 1. They had such incredible synergy when it was that Initiator Duelist duo 2 years ago on EG.
And they're back on their #1 agents as well. Calm and Sova, synonymous. Jet and Demon 1, unholy.
Well, now it's time to jump into the action. Let's see how this all plays out. Riot Games Arena, make some noise, and let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. It's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, GB. There's a lot to be excited about. You've got Leviathan, who are debuting this year on the stage, and oddly enough, for Fury, as Ades mentioned, a debut as well. We're finally going to get to see just how good this roster can be.
Yeah, and speaking of debuts, Havoc's debut last year was 2-20 on the first map
on Breeze.
Yes.
The KO.
Yes, but
we
now,
try to forget that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
but now he will be on that duelist role, and he looks way more comfortable on it. In the offseason, this team has been dominating everybody.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to talk about as we go back towards the Furious situation. You got Heat, who was a duelist, went to Initiator last year, and is now on Furia as a Sentinel.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a very different, the guy's been around.
Yeah, but a lot of duelists now are switching to that role because of the fact that there's a lot of contact styles. You like to take a lot of 1v1s on that Sentinel role nowadays, especially with contacting. So why not slap a duelist on that role? If he can learn some of the overall macro and do some setups on the defensive side, all of a sudden you have everybody that can hit heads.
I mean, he didn't really show a drop-off when he transitioned to the Initiator role either, so yeah.
He can do it all.
Yeah, I still think he's outrageously talented. As you guys can see on the big screen, we have a problem.
It's got to be the third day in a row for me and you with the tech issues, man.
I don't think we've had a match without one yet. But you know, we're getting him out of the way.
Yeah,
we're getting him out of the way
early on here, yeah.
Right. So we don't need to deal with it for the rest of the year. It sounds like and again, as you can tell, it does seem like it is a monitor issue. Once we get that thing plugged back in, we'll be starting off on Haven. Look, there's been plenty of discourse around the return of Demon 1. Is he going to be playing controller? Is he going to be playing duelist? The meta isn't really towards Jet maps, kind of, but I do expect this to be the MO for this squad. On Jet maps, Demon 1's on that role. Otherwise, I would expect him to be on controllers.
Yeah, and even in the offseason, we saw him playing Jet on this map as well in that I forgot the name of the event. You were there, literally there for it.
The one that was here?
Yeah, the one that was here. I wasn't here, man.
What the fuck's happening?
Yeah, Spotlight. Yeah, he was playing Jet on Haven in Spotlight. So, I mean, he's already going to be warmed up. We know what he can bring to the table on a team like this when he's on Jet as well. And being reunited with Calm, I mean, you heard him in the interview. It's going to feel good. The vibes are going to be there. So I'm happy that he has a second chance per se, and I'm glad that he's back in a match with Calm. I think it's going to be really good for him.
Yeah, I think it was something we discussed in Spotlight. It feels like Valorant is just better when Demon One is a part of the conversation. It is time for the Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs. Leviathan starting on the attacking side. We'll see how this plays out. Pretty standard comps across the board, too.
Yeah, no one really incorporating that Tejo at all on this map. Leviathan, it looks like they're going to prod up into this front B area. Maybe just go for a full site exec here.
That smoke will buy a little bit of time, but Demon One is dashing across it. Forget the smoke. May it be damned. 85 HP, swinging backside, finding a second, not able to connect on the third, but Khalil has arrived at the scene, and he is dealing plenty of damage. Havoc on the swing, it's all on to Calm. Light armor, a chance to make a play here. Rafa on the tap, he's gonna have one last person he's gonna have to deal with, and that is Havoc. A refresh and a reload of the clip. Utility out. It's a 50-50 game here. Is he sticking it? Is he going to get a tap? He did get a tap, and the classic clutches things out. What a start for Lev.
Calm, so good in the clutch. We've seen this time and time again from this player. He's always the last man standing, to a point where it was memed, Doug.
Yeah.
But when he wins the round doing it, you can't complain. And this is why he's on this roll. This is why he's always the last one alive for the team of Leviathan.
Started off the right way, you feel me?
There you go.
Let's go, boys. Someone went deep.
I think one of my favorite things about Calm is no matter what the situation, if it's a win or a loss or the pressure's high or pretty low, you're always going to get the same Calm every time.
Yeah,
and he's behind the scenes, you know, back in the studio, like just very chill, happy, good dude all the time. It's so easy to root for him.
I was about to say that he's just a good guy.
He's a good
he
dude.
really does wear his heart on his sleeve. You can tell in game when he's just not happy with a play that he's been making, but he always is going to try his absolute best, and you can see it through his gameplay, even when he's not performing at the highest level, which we know he can. I mean, keep in mind, him and Demon One are champions.
Yeah.
Like, no one's really forgotten.
Well, but what I do think people forget some is how that year started for them. I remember having conversations with Calm at the beginning of that year when things looked rough and they didn't know if it was going to work, and Calm was the recipient of a lot of heat at the time. And you know,
even when he joined this roster.
Yeah.
Because of who Ospas really originally wanted on the team.
Yeah.
He got a lot of flack.
He did, but as always, as seems to have been really the DNA of his career and the brand, so to speak, is he handles that criticism, he handles all of the flack, and he still succeeds in light of that, as we saw in that pistol. Back into the action we go. See, we talked the whole time. You guys didn't even realize there was a tech loss. It was very short.
Absolutely.
Up on the barrier C. Keep a close eye on that for Furia. It is an eco. A little flash, a little dash. Maybe something like that. They're still waiting for it. The dash is proc, the swing is there, and there was no utility behind that. Kill traded though.
Yeah, great follow-up. Khalil, he's stuck right now. He's gonna have to TP out. He does so. Right now, although there was some trading going on, Furia got the short end of the stick. 3 members taking some damage, two members taking damage at this point.
A lot of the middle of the map has been taken away, and King has been left to hold the line by himself. One found.
No smokes.
What can Rafa do here? Khalil is close by.
Oh, he can get a freebie.
Both a little beaten and a little battered. Remember, Rafa's one of the new additions to the squad, and Calm. Perfect timing on the swing.
Right on time.
Yep. A little bit of damage has been dealt here, but that said, Leviathan still have 3 rifles to play around.
Yeah, major ones at that. A Guardian, a Phantom, a Bulldog.
Yep.
All heavy hitters in the server. I think right now for Furia, it's just trying to get as many of those weapons out of the hands of Leviathan as possible. There was a dart that was shot all the way back towards spawn, that C-long area. It's to make Leviathan think that maybe they're set up in the back waiting for exits there. It's a mind game right now. They're forcing them into CT because of that. If this dart doesn't get a scan, oh, it does. That's gonna say it could be some damage. There's the damage, though.
That's
another.
2. I mean,
Maybe a third.
Get out of there.
Wow. I mean, Leviathan win the round, but not a single weapon carried on over.
So what does that do to the round that we have before us now? What does that do to the bonus?
Now you have to commit a full buy or just have scraps to work with. Your economy isn't as good. If you carry over some of those weapons in the following round and you're able to win, you could snowball the map. All 5 rifles being down. I mean, that's really rare. I feel like we haven't seen something like that in a long time.
In a very, very long time. Yeah, I agree.
It was all that mind game as well, that dart from MW's era. Tex contacting in garage and Heat. I mean, he's gonna feel the fire right now. Wait, what?
He turns on him. Fortunately for Lev, King was there. He equalized that a little bit. Paranoia will buy some space.
That's still so ridiculous.
Rafa's on the flank though, and there's nothing to cover garage. If they're not facing it, that's a weak spot. Calm has gone all the way back down C-Long.
Might have to get out here.
Doesn't have a dart, at least not yet. Meanwhile, Rafa with regen armor trying to fill in. And it's getting messy, it's getting dangerous.
Getting flushed out.
This has trouble written all over it. Kills continue to get traded back and forth. And again, it's Calm in a 1v2.
Oh my goodness.
He's done this before. It was on B last time. This time the dart has been cleared. He was able to stop it, but he got halved. He should get the defuse, but
hey,
messier than it should have been.
Came down to a couple seconds. This time Rafa, not the one defusing the spike. He's the one that's gonna take it into his own hands and sit down calm. A valiant effort though from Leviathan. All things considered, remember they had a little dodgy buy. And this little flick, I mean, that's just a crazy timing that Heat decides to turn around.
Yeah, just again, goes to show you that Initiator, Sentinel, whatever, the guy's still frags.
Yeah, he could shoot.
Yeah, he's still nuts.
A lot of the members of Furia can shoot, and that's what we saw in the offseason. So yeah, they've started off a little bit slow here, but now these are the defining rounds right here. If Furia can take this one away, their economy will start building.
Oh, watch that TP back in spawn. He stuck it. King is behind enemy lines. Does Heat know?
Nope. On top of that, Calm getting a kill with the Sova ultimate on the Havoc. It's going to be a 3v4, but all of C is free.
And look at how slow Khalil has to go through spawn because of the presence that King showed.
And that buys so much time for the spike to get planted and the post-plant positioning to be set up.
I mean, he could literally be anywhere back there right now.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, the rest of Furia have to be a little pacey about this. They've invested the ult facing the other way. Nowhere really for them to go. One has been cleaned up, the second will fall. And Khalil's left alone.
Amazing use of the Breach ultimate from the tank there.
Agreed. In round 4, too. I mean, you look at that and go, oh, maybe a little early, but I like it.
Yeah, when you look at the money from the side of Furia, you understand how important this round win is for Leviathan. They break the economy here. It's going to be, you know, maybe a couple guns with this one being saved, bought into the next, but, I mean, he's sitting at $100, man. Like, that's
he's
rough,
broke, bro. Yeah, he's broke.
And that's Cypher utility. It's not cheap.
Nope.
He's going to have a sheriff or maybe if someone wants to drop him a weapon, he can get something, but when you invest ults into rounds like that and secure the round win, you put yourself in such a good spot, and that's what Leviathan have done.
There's that TP that we were talking about.
Yeah. You know, like he wanted to clear him out, it's just not ready for him being that close.
Even when you know that there's a good chance that Omen is TP'd behind you.
I need
it's a 50-50.
Right now. Boom, 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 boom.
A default this time around from Leviathan. Trying to show a new look. It's been a lot of presence towards C and B. That garage area, I mean, it was getting bullied. I think that's why you saw this adjustment from Furia. It's a really light investment, but they took all the mid space. Rafa will get taken down because of it. That's no breach util now. You don't have to really worry about that many traps, at least back behind utility.
Freeze here from the defense.
Yeah, waiting for any type of re-aggression from Furia. A lot of teams tend to try to group up, re-clear some space on the opposite side of where the pick happens. But Khalil, he's the one with the weapon. He's the one that it all is riding on for Furia. Can he clutch up?
Big spot here. He's the only one with a rifle. That smoke will provide a little cover. Only finds one.
Great trade.
That was really their one saving grace, if there was to be one for Furia. And doesn't really get the value that it needed to have.
Yeah, he would have had to go absolutely massive.
Calm.
Calm that's going massive right now in the back line.
Calm covering the flank.
Yep. Who would have thought?
Havoc upgrading to a Sheriff.
I think they may have heard him as well. Demon One dialed in, but what was that?
Yeah, you don't see that very often. Not against a guy like Demon One either.
That was so fast. I mean, it didn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, but
no,
still.
I mean, if nothing else, those are confidence kills, right? Like that matters as the rest of the half plays on.
Exactly, it's a confidence peak. I mean, he's sitting at 3 and 5, and to sit down Demon One, who honestly everybody thinks of when you think of Jet, it's got to be a good feeling for yourself. But is it going to be enough? Is it going to spark a fire for Fury to come back?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Let's go.
Calm is feeling it.
Yeah, you can tell the vibes are good on that side of the stage. For Fury, though, here, a possibility to answer back. They have an op in the hands of Havoc. They have 4 ults to play around, and Heat's 1 pip away from his.
Calling so far from King has been really good, along with the firepower he's been having on this roster as well.
They want to fight short. Khalil's been inserted as the smoke dissipates.
Yeah, they're sticking around here, too. It's pretty good that they bait out a drone. Demon One doesn't want to peek this long area. They know that there is an operator in play. And with that drone not seeing anybody towards A, they might think that it is posted at C.
They're committing. They planted a smoke to try to obfuscate the exit. And one of them did not make it across. Keep a close eye on King. TP's away. Smoke now refreshed. Meanwhile, the rest of Leviathan have gotten up onto B.
Tex wins a crucial 1v1.
They have a lot of options here. They can choose to stick B. They can funnel towards A, but they decide to stay.
They do bait out the Sova ultimate. Demon One with the knives popped.
40 seconds left in round. Natanka's down.
Sorry, that's Havoc with the knives pop.
My ultimate is
Tex.
I mean, Tex is
hard.
Yeah. 2 high impact frags in this round so far.
Round winning. And he's still going for more. The Cypher ultimate paints the picture.
Whether or not it was round winning is yet to be decided as Tex gets put down.
Do you expect Demon One? Do you expect the second?
This 3v3 here, King holding the line as Rafa on the swing. Crouch provides a little bit of cover. King's under a lot of pressure here. Demon One is very patiently playing his time here. He has not gotten aggressive, and now he's left in a 1v2. He's got a rifle. He spotted one. The blade's through. He's going to push into the smoke, and Khalil overwhelms him. The defuse goes the way of Furia.
I thought for sure with the post-plant position that Leviathan had, it was going to be over, but I got to give credit to Rafa in this moment. The IGL head-to-head against King, that was the round-winning kill. If King doesn't fall right there, that breach utility isn't able to stun him, and it's done. Great patience on the retake as well. Furia, they didn't really force their issue. They were methodical. They made sure to watch their back. Demon One was just a little bit too late on killing the players on site.
I wonder if that'll be a part of the conversation. Furia calling a timeout.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, I feel like in that spot that Leviathan was in, surely they could have won that, but I think Demon One just couldn't get value in that spot. He was kind of stuck in between going for that reflank, but with King dropping, it kind of keeps you in the same spot. And this is a very early timeout, I do have to say.
After a round win, too. I mean, a close one, but a round win anyway.
I think maybe it was called when those first initial picks were gathered. That's why. But still, it's good to recollect your thoughts, keep everybody calm. You kind of got away with one right there. You can keep that momentum going. You can muster up a little bit of a comeback here. But Calm, he does have another Sova ultimate online. We know how good he's been with these Sova ultimates throughout the years.
Yeah.
Seems like he's always good for one.
He does. I want to draw attention towards what's happening C-Long. Havoc still has an op, and Demon One is there.
And it's a walk down with a cam as well. Oh, no cam, actually.
It's Heath that's on the move.
Oh, almost connects.
You talked about how good Calm has been with the ults. Not really finding a ton of value there.
It almost was there.
And so what have Furia done on the other side of this? They've gotten their Cypher deep down C long. Now they can rotate off of this. They have the triplets covering Garage too.
The op is just repositioned, picking up that front B line. Breach is able to lean over towards that A. That short smoke was definitely heard from the side of Furia, but it's all a ruse for now. I think there's going to be a re-clear on this C area, and Heat right now, if he gets flushed out, it's not going to be looking good for him, but already a heavy lean back towards C.
Yeah.
It's a fake.
Havoc is the first one here.
It's a fake, right? Wait, a good bait, though.
Are they going to bite? Heat's now starting to move. They hear the rotations away, and a taunt gets caught.
But somehow Tex wins another 1v1.
MW up close. Tex gets another?
30 seconds left.
It's ridiculous.
20 HP now. The op has arrived at the site.
You gotta be careful here.
Looking for a life to take. But nothing allowed.
Might be his own right here. Here's the head-to-head. He whiffs.
And now they know where he is. Anybody utility to try to flush him out. The second dip is good onto Demon 1. What else can they do around this Breach utility? If they've got the stun, that'll creep them out just a little bit. But there's still so much more to be done. King down in hell and taking him with him. Lev gets a 5.
Such impactful kills across the board this half from Tex.
And
he has gotten
repeatedly, too.
Infinite value on these lurks. And he was alone with Spike there as well. If he drops, this could be a completely different round, but look how sharp he is. It was a good try from Havoc, but
One enemy remaining.
it was an uphill battle the entire time. And just like that, Furia's economy is broken once again after a round win.
They've never really had footing, have they?
Not at all. Another A-side default. This time, Omen TPing to the close left corner. He was in a cubby last time, maybe not trying to get flushed out. This is way more decisive as well from Leviathan. In previous defaults, they haven't really peeked long A like that, but they know, since there's no operator, Demon 1's confident to take that fight against a Sheriff or a Marshal, whatever it could be. Now some Garage presence being shown. It's going to be a drone from Calm. A smoke off the C side as well, so really being methodical about what you're clearing out and what information you're denying. I mean, that makes two players have to stay in C because they're so worried. Here's a drone to re-clear, but Leviathan are already all grouped up A.
I mean, especially in a map like Haven, those little denials of information matter so much more. Havoc tries to catch a quick one onto Tex, deals a little bit of damage, just a chip. 40 HP for the Sentinel.
Just a chip.
And now they're trying to brute force their way out onto this site. They have resistances that are here, but the
Damn.
real equipped. These Sheriffs not really providing any value. The Spike now playing it, MW and Khalil, the two that remain.
Great calling from King. I have to say it. Yeah, the drone re-cleared Garage, and then Furia painted the picture. Okay, yeah, Leviathan are going towards A, but they're all already there. This is just mission impossible right now for Furia. You're just going to die to the Spike here. Hopefully you can get a Sheriff headshot somewhere. Maybe. But Tex is actually going for the kills. I think Khalil maybe posted for him. A nice shot. He could take that upgrade if he wants.
Or he can just keep taking names.
Yeah. There's two weapons that they can get, though.
And I think that's a call. They're going to try to get out and grab him.
Yeah.
MW grabbed the first one, and Khalil gets a second.
You definitely made something out of nothing.
Yeah.
But still, you don't win a round. You're down 2-6. This is not a good feeling on the CT side of Haven. You have to come back right now.
No, but given how the half is gone, you've got to take any win you can get.
Yeah.
And even if that win is you carrying over 2 rifles, then you'll take those.
Yeah, at least those players get full armor, huh?
What's the setup here? There's a lot of presence towards A on both sides.
Yeah, it's trying to counter this Leviathan A default. But I just fear that Leviathan are just too confident at this moment. They're up 2-6. They could really just afford to run it down at this point.
I thought Rafa would have an early stun to try to keep him back, but it's late. Meanwhile, Demon 1 is fully pushing forward.
It's a beautiful entry, and now MW Zera has to get out of dodge.
King is in heaven. Drops down to hell now. The site was never safe.
Just overwhelming Furia.
Spike planted.
And much like has been the case for the majority of this half, it starts, and then in the blink of an eye, the round is effectively over.
It's just so interesting to see how the game has adapted, and we're not even seeing a Teo on this map. But the pacing that we've seen in VCT this year, it's been just so much more aggressive.
It feels faster, yeah.
It's really a different game. So Viatan with full confidence, full steam ahead. They just roll over the entire A site. And that entry was beautiful from Demon 1. Yeah, he gets traded out, but Rafa, he's stuck in short with breach utility. I mean, there's not really many places you could use that for yourself.
No. Especially now when Leviathan is just pounding the site.
Yeah.
Like, not really given the opportunity to play.
And Furia had 3 players geared up towards A to try to fight something there, but
it just felt late. All of it felt late.
And it's disjointed too, right? Like you have a breach in short, your Jet is basically alone long, your Sova was in between both. Either Furia aren't able to set up the trap that they want, or they're just discombobulated.
I mean, it looks like they're gonna try again.
At this time, Sova a little bit closer to Havoc.
He's got regen armor.
Here's a dart. Oh, gets broken before he stands. Havoc.
Walks to dash, peeks out, and drops King. Well done.
Filthy.
There's a little bit of crunch coming in from short, too.
That was not pretty, Doug.
No, the newest addition to Lev. On the punish.
The only upside here is for Furia, there is no smokes you have to worry about. You can play in a little bit longer angles, maybe even A Heaven if you want. But instead, MW's Era, he's playing so up close and personal. This Cypher ult's gonna fish everybody out.
And the timing couldn't be any better. They were pushing down mid.
I mean, you could throw a sight smoke down, but they know you're not back sight, buddy.
Speeding up towards C now with the paranoia. I believe that tagged everyone. Havoc's in a really good spot to make a play.
What a clutch smoke.
He's got to stay quiet, though, concealing his position. Slowly spammed out and dropped. Heads up play by Calm, but the punch is coming back. Now Heat in a 1v2.
Jeez.
That's such a tough clutch to win.
And he was so worried about a flank. He was going left and right, couldn't make a decision. But Calm, he's been very decisive. 14 and 6.
I mean, it was the start. It was the very start of the map, the pistol.
Yeah.
All the way up until now, he's looked great.
Defeated. I mean, Havoc, it was a great smoke of the dart of Calm, but Calm just had the intuition he knew. He's using the Phantom as well. He sees those Vandal Tracers coming through the smoke. He's going to pop your head.
And that was, I mean, he had used a shorty to try to clear out logs too, so he was convinced that there was someone close by.
He knew. Another attempt at an A fight for Furia. Havoc, another entry.
Nicely done as Havoc gets another, settling on the third.
And you know what?
What was different this round compared to the last couple? Because it seemed like the approach was the same.
You know what the difference was? Havoc just basically said, I've had enough, all right? I've had enough of losing. I'm going to take things into my own hands. And I'm going to try to carry this round. I'm going to do my job as a duelist to get us going, get us back into the game.
There was a drone out from MW, and he was able, or excuse me, Havoc was able to peek under it, and then yeah, it was open season.
Yeah, yeah, you have MW's Era just basically watching Havoc do all the heavy lifting there. Hey, good job, buddy. I saw the shots you hit.
And Op back in the hands of the duelists. We're going to see those shots one more time. There was the drone.
Disgusting stuff. Yeah, he just really had enough. I mean, most duelists in that moment are going to get out after the first, after the second.
Dash away, yeah.
Play the numbers game, but he knows that he has to take out as many as he can, because that's the type of game that Furia are in right now.
Havoc's trying to go fast again. The dash and the blades. Tex is there. Not only the blades, but they're also getting flushed out by the ult from MW.
Off your feet. And Op was posted C-Long as well from Khalil. That reach ult gets nothing, but it does give them info that no one is here.
That's just a reactionary intuition ult, it seems like. They thought they were funneling down B-Long.
I mean, it worked out on that bonus round, but...
Careful, Calm. Deep fight down C-Long. And now a freeze from Lev.
Yeah. Pretty unnecessary as well from Rafa. I do have to say, you're up 2.
I mean, that would have secured the round if he gets it. But yeah, you're right. It feels like.
Yeah, but if you go down there, I mean, you basically give a chance back to Lev, who have been doing great on contacting into spots, getting picks. I mean, look at King right now on the mini-map. This is just a distraction. If you can kill one, that's great.
No
but
way
King
he
is going
gets
to...
one. And there's King pushing up, as you mentioned, all the way up garage.
And he can get more right now. Look at this breach. Rafa's stuck.
They're clawing their way back into this thing. Rafa is now down. This was a 5v3 and has now gone back the way of the attack.
Mr. Do-It-All.
But now even at 2 apiece, Heat creeping forward. Calm left alone.
Of course.
He's hit 1v2, failed the other, and an opportunity to do it again.
And a dart coming up as well. 2 seconds.
The first shock will connect. Havoc so weak, second through, and now the dart. It's all about the swing and the fight. Now he's dinked the first one. Can he get the second? Remember how weak Havoc is. Off the swing, the Red Bull clutch for Calm.
That just has a nice ring to it, doesn't it, Doug? Love hearing that. The Red Bull clutch for Calm. We hear it so often. Bringing his team back into the round and then closing it out on top of it.
Even using his dart so that he had a window to swing.
Yep. And the thing is you know he's going to do it.
Yep.
But you still have to break that dart, because if not, he's going to pre-fire headshot you.
Right. It is inevitable.
Calm is inevitable.
A massive round to close the half for Lev. 9-3 the defensive side. We'll see if the next half has a different story to tell. We will be right back.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
Welcome back to VCT Americas kickoff. Calm did it again. He did it in the first round, he did it in the last round, and honestly, he did it a couple of rounds in between. A 9-3 half for Lev. I'm Doug. With me on the call here is Dre. That was, I mean, you can't ask for much more. That was pretty damn clean out from Lev.
Yeah, Demon 1 hasn't even gotten on fire yet. Now on the defensive side, he's going to have a chance to hold a lot of these angles, maybe get the defensive side operator up into his own hands. And he's so quick with it, just like Havoc taking this garage.
A stun and a dart.
Yeah, but you know Calm is here.
That's a second shock, and that doesn't feel much better. Havoc is stubborn, isn't he?
Yeah, he is for sure. But he knows he's got to take him out.
Sticks around, takes the fight and wins it. But weak here. This is a tough angle on the swing, man.
Crispy.
He was just trying to rotate.
Now Furia know that. They know that they cut off one of the rotators. Demon 1 is now aggressing that A main lobby area.
And he's gotten pretty far, and the thing is, those trips, anything else to cover that is really deep.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more real estate he can gain before he's caught or punished.
And I think Khalil is posted on it, but not anymore. Demon 1 does find the timing. He takes out Heat.
And now they know there's pressure from either side. King has to win this fight just to give him a chance, and he does. 5 HP, though, and now he falls.
Amazing shock.
Demon
Big
one
doubling up.
in a 1v3, and they've got him spotted and surrounded. The pistol for Furia.
Yeah, and it's all from that entry from Havoc. I said in the last half, Havoc has had enough. He's taking things into his own hands. A lot of teams would get away from the player that has 18 kills in the server, but Havoc, stubborn as he is, he stays.
He had eaten
He full commits.
He had eaten 2 shot cards.
Yeah.
He had eaten a breach stun.
He knows that if he gets that kill, the odds of them winning the round are significantly higher. Take Calm out as soon as you can, because you know he's going to clutch.
And that persistence is rewarded by an anti-eco. Heavy investment here.
He does get scanned by the dart, so Leviathan do know that all of A long is gathered from Furia. It's a heavy A side default. That's why you saw Tex on the minimap taking all that C space. He's pushed up so far.
This lean towards A, if it ends here, could be trouble.
Yeah, drone clears out the lower part of short A, but with that Omen smoke coming out, now you are left wondering.
There's a lot of presence here. There's not a lot of guns, but the personnel is close by. They've got to win these gunfights out.
Good trades.
That 1-for-1 will work out. Tex is still on the other side of the map, too. Yeah, Tom gets caught. King does, too. And that will secure the round. So Furia, they navigate the pistol through their persistence, excuse me, and get through this relatively cleanly. We talked about it at the beginning. It was a heavy investment. There were 3 Vandals and 2 Bulldogs, and barring some heroics from Tex, they will carry those over.
Yeah. They definitely played the gun advantage perfectly in that moment. It's Leviathan had it stacked, but you're just so limited on where you can play. And
yeah,
if Furia just contact up A long like they did and just play that trading game, that long-range battle, and not really deal with that short smoke at all until it fades, it's a good recipe for success and not dropping many guns.
Revealing area.
So a good fundamental approach on the anti-eco was Furia. And now maybe a chance to get a little bit of momentum back in their favor, maybe start a comeback if they can convert this bonus. I mean, you have 3 Vandals and a Guardian in play. You're basically on a real buy. This is a scary round for Leviathan.
Yeah, this is one of the strongest bonuses we've seen in a while. It's interesting that they're not buying up around it more.
Yeah, really playing for the long haul.
Yeah.
Hey, someone can at least buy Khalil a stinger, surely. Okay, he's going to buy his own. There you go.
Huh.
But still, I mean, 3 Vandals, a Guardian, all these guns long range can take you out in an instant.
Yeah, you're right. The lack of investment does not mean the round is secured. that might mean the round is secured.
Calm sees the cage popped out. He's going for the spam, and he takes heat right out of the server.
A clear of the trip. Lever here, though.
Yeah, there's 3 players here.
Utility out. The dash procced. He knows where he is. If they try to crunch, this is trouble. They can get pushed through garage. It can get pushed through long, or they can get dropped before the crunch even starts. A great paranoia in exchange. I mean, they have to think twice here. I don't know that there's a way in.
You're kind of forced to have to hold W, though, because you don't know what's going on at A with that early pick on heat. MW.
Creeping forward, contacting up. In a spot like this, 1 kill found, 2. Off the flash, looking for the second, and Tex will fall.
Great spray from the tank.
A 3v2. Furia not committing to the spike plant quite yet. Looking to see if they can find any other free kills. Khalil still has a stinger.
Yeah, still so difficult. Calm, he might get a dart up. Some pop shots into the smoke. He knows something's afoot. Gives that dart. Oh, man.
But is he fully convinced? The reload gives it away, you're right. And now Demon 1 falls. Attack is left in a 1v2. What a round from Furia.
A 3v5.
That's the second, what's the second one of the map?
Yeah, Leviathan had one to close out the last half, and now Furia get one of their own. But the fashion in which Furia did it, no ultimates in play, just a walk-up. The follow-up flash from Rafa onto Tex, that was insane. I mean, at any moment, if Tex peeks back sight, he gets 2 free kills because Rafa sitting in the back with a flash out.
Yeah.
Stone cold.
And that bonus sets the scene for a potential comeback. Leviathan calling a timeout. 3 rounds between the two teams. Yeah, the eco's not great for Lev either.
Yeah, you don't need to be worried yet if you're Leviathan. That's why there's an early timeout here.
I'd be a little worried.
Yeah, you still got one more timeout in the bag though, remember that? So, okay, everyone chill out. What can we do to get Demon 1 online? What can we do? If you can get Demon 1 going here, maybe save up for an operator for him, get him on some good aggressive lines.
Yeah, but that's what, 2 rounds away?
Yeah. But if you can build for that now, if you can get him warmed up, surely you take this home. Surely, right?
We've talked a lot about Havoc on the side of Furia, but MW is quietly top fragging for his squad.
He does have that Sova ultimate online. Doesn't want to have to use it on this round.
No, but they are all A.
It is a stack A. Last time Furia were on the anti-eco, they went A lobby. So a great call from Rafa to go the other way and having members sit outside of A as well to identify if there is a stack. That dart and Omen Smoke. I think that makes it a little bit of a question mark for Furia. They don't want to mess with that yet.
That's really bold. Calm just took a timing to peek through the Omen Smoke down A because of what the cam saw C. And that instantly calls for their rotations back.
This contact style.
They've got to be careful here. This spike is up really far.
Oh, there's the jump spot.
And they're set apart here.
Yeah, with that breach stun coming out, all of Furia decide to back up. The Outlaw still posted.
Here.
But look, while all that happened, front B was gathered by Heat. He's posted up now. It's going to be a re-clear of A. They're taking full map control right now. There's pings on B from Leviathan, but Calm, he's going to get flashed off this angle. And if he drops here, it's a free A site.
It's a delicate and elegant dance that Furia are putting on right now.
They're dancing around him right now. You see the Leviathan players in spawn going back and forth. Should we go A? Should we not? And they're committing. They're sticking to this C site.
I don't know that saw him.
No, they're going back and forth.
Yeah, they're rotating back anyway.
Dog, they're going to be here.
20 seconds left in the round.
I still don't know what Fury is doing.
After all this back and forth, A and C and A and C, it's very likely that they end B.
Yeah, he walked through.
Havoc getting one. The spike getting planted. The trip catching Calm. And now Havoc has to understand that there's at least one more.
Yeah, he's pinched.
Calm's looking to chase him down. Can he settle shots with the Sheriff? Yes, he can, right between his eyes. But they've gotten the spike down.
And they've gotten spawn.
Fully clearing everything out. Again, on the Sheriffs. The need for a play, and they're just not connecting. Unless it's Calm. But a 1v3, 17 HP. This decision right here, it looks like they're just trying to save the Outlaw to get in the hands of Demon 1. That feels like an off setup play for a couple of rounds.
Yeah, definitely. But I think he's just going to fight here to the death, maybe. Maybe try to yoink a rifle, because I think Demon 1 does have enough money. Whoa!
The box kept him. The box kept him from dying to the spike.
Yeah.
Fusion cells. Okay, my arms are good.
I do have to say, though, as cool as it was looking, and you think that Furia was completely outplaying Leviathan, if you do something like that in an actual gun round and someone's there and takes Heat out, all of a sudden you have 20 seconds left in the round.
It's ruined.
And you got to force somewhere. You might run into that stack next time.
I looked like he walked into that.
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough.
There.
Heat does have that Cypher ultimate from that as well.
2 ops on the board here. The flash to get Demon 1 on the aggressive line, but the other one's towards A.
And he's so aggressive. Is he going to face check this Omen Smoke with an operator?
As one does.
It looks like he wants to. I mean, once this starts fading, if he's scoped in, he gets a kill for sure.
He doesn't even have the dash proc. What?
Oh, this is off the cam. We saw a trap play like this.
Paranoia off the swing, and they've overstayed their welcome. King gets 2, Calm gets another.
Nice trap play. The Soval to back it all up as well.
They found my wire.
Demon 1 pushed all the way up C long as well. MW and Heat left to their devices. It is a free B site, but Leviathan are okay with this. They'll play the 5v2 retake.
1000%.
There's just no way.
There's
just no way.
Offensive is what that is. That looked magnetic. He's going to get a second, and all of a sudden the security of the round continues to dwindle. It's going to take more heroics from Heat, though, if they want to win this. 3 for King. Way closer than it should have been, but Lev gets to 10.
Yeah, it seemed like he had a chance, too. Just a little bit of whiff shots at the end. Heat completely demolishes the players anchoring the C site. But this trap play from the start of the round, that Sova ult to follow up to make sure there is no escape at all, it worked flawlessly.
I wanted to see that Heat snap one more time.
I know. The mechanical skill on this team of Furia, it's been upgraded so heavily with his pickup.
Lev still hanging on to this lead. A lot of noise towards C.
Yeah, a big change of pace, a fast rush. Dart scans both players on site.
And Havoc punishes. Khalil does too. They've gotten everything they want.
Poor Demon 1, he was just chilling in the smoke. He gets spammed down and the Sova ult connects onto him.
Again, some of these rounds are ending as soon as they start.
And it's honestly a pretty good call from Furia. Rafa, he's been doing an A default for the past 3-4 rounds. It's been very slow approaches to the rounds as well.
Yeah.
A big change of pace at a crucial moment to win a round.
Just when it felt like Lev get to a point where they can maybe create a little bit of separation. Furia just stick around.
Shut down.
Tukam is just on one right now, 23 and 12.
Not too bad.
He's just headshotting everybody. This is a crazy form that normally we see him in later in the year.
Yeah.
For him to start off so hot, I wonder what he's been doing in the offseason. Wonder if anything's changed in the routine.
Well, whatever it is, it's working. But it has not been enough to put Furia away yet. Again, they continue to hang around. They continue to just be enough of a nuisance. Just be persistent enough.
It's like a little mosquito in the room. You know he's there. You've been swatting him a little bit, but he just won't give up. He's flying all over.
Weird buy here for Lev. The setup for a push mid.
And it's perfect. The spray through the wall. The up, down. What an answer back as well.
I mean, in almost the exact same form to the previous round. Heat's been spotted. Rafa's been dealt with.
And Calm is still alive.
That, again, that feels almost identical to how we saw the previous round go down.
Yeah.
Fury decided they're going to pound C, and there's nothing Lev can do about it. And they win the round as instantly as it starts. And now we see a bit of the same.
It's such a risky play from Furia as well. You have utility. None of it was used. It's just a dry swing into the front B window. I mean, you got to be very, very confident if you're going to make a play like that. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe confidence, maybe a little bit too confident.
Second and final timeout called for Furia.
Leviathan still have one of their own as well to play with. We keep that in mind. They're sitting comfortably 3 rounds ahead right now, and with that last round win and that little dodgy buy, their economy is looking pretty good for the rest of the game. I will say, Leviathan, what they showed in the last round was a 1-3-1 setup. I'm wondering now if they're just going to play that type of style to be able to fast flood to wherever Furia goes because of that pace change that was called by Rafa on the fast C hit. The benefit of playing 3 players towards that B site more often is that you can quickly rotate. You can get to either side fast. But I think they're going to try to set up Demon 1 here in the short A peak.
Off of the stun or something like that, yeah.
Something we saw Havoc going for on his defensive side. It's a very common thing to do if you're a Jet. And sometimes it works, sometimes you get headshotted. So we'll see here. There should be an Omen smoke coming out from King as well to cut off any sight line in the back. And it's a dash short.
Stunts traded, and both Jets are close. They're right here. Now they've invested the rolling thunder.
So we'll see.
To get up high, and we're guessing as to what happened, but Demon 1 wins the duel.
Demon 1 happened.
Heat goes down.
Oh!
And this might be the finishing touches on the map. The weapon has been upgraded, and now the side is theirs to take. Rafa left in a 1v3 with ult in hand and Spike. A second consideration of the plant. He's got some time to play this out.
And he has an ultimate available as well. If he can get a pick, maybe invest it, maybe clutches it out.
That's such a tough decision.
It would have to be a split-second one at that.
50 seconds left.
He still has enough time to try to get a pick before he goes for this spike plant.
I mean, he could also leave.
Oh, he's done. Wait!
He's not! Oh my. Gets one.
I can't believe that breach stun missed. I thought it was right on target.
Yeah, me too.
I think Calm thought the same thing when he peeked out. Oh, we got him.
Lev getting to map point there. We'll see if we can take a look at it again.
Yeah.
Because it did look like it was on.
This was that entry. Demon 1, he understood that it was the Jet that was here in short. We do get the replay, but that one tap, that's what I'm most impressed by from Demon 1. Because if he starts feeling it like that, all of a sudden in split, in fracture, if it goes there, he's going to be a demonic presence in the server.
Relatively quiet return to the stage for the 2023 Champs MVP. That said, though, Lever in this fight.
Yeah, they're trying to set him up right now. All this is for Demon 1. He's going to be the front line here. Calm. He does break that drone.
And there's a lot of presence. I mean, all four of them are here. They want to take this fight.
And most teams in this situation would take that C site for free. That's why you see King use that ultimate, but he knows no one's there. Now, doubt in the minds of Leviathan.
Oh no, by process of elimination, they have to understand it's C, and that's why they're starting to huddle up that way. The smoke first out, but the dash through. Disrespecting the early bit of utility and investing some of their own. That TP back from Khalil could be everything. MW's down. Heat is too. But again, he's got to be pacey about this. He's got to accelerate this if he wants to make a play.
Player standing.
But it's just too little, and it's just too late. Khalil, the 1v4, now spotted, now positioned, given away, but he's stunned, and he's dealt with. Map 1 for Leviathan.
Leviathan, what a great starting performance. They looked phenomenal on their attacking side, Doug. The calling was great. Calm had some huge, huge moments, some huge clutches.
Had a huge map.
And Demon 1 at the end there to solidify the map win. That gets him going. A confident Demon 1. It's the demise of many teams.
I think for Lev, they got pushed. I mean, they got tested. Again, Furia felt like a team that just wasn't going away. Like they were just missing that much of the punch to put them 6 feet under, and ultimately they were able to do it. But I think any big takeaways as we start to think about the rest of the series, split and then potentially fracture if we do end there. These Fury guys can shoot, and they have a couple of really cool ideas.
Yeah, the problem is I'm not seeing that same fire I saw in the offseason. They don't look as dialed in, even on the team play. I saw multiple players in that offseason stepping up huge for Furia. That is why they were able to shine so bright.
I mean, they did just land in LA, what? I mean, yeah, very, very recently.
Very
Again,
true.
They
Very
missed
true.
their first match because of Issa issues, but now they're back, down 1-0 against Lev. We'll see what the rest of this series holds for us. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hi, this is King, and this is my team, Leviathan. First of all, we got Tex, that's my boy, he's a quiet demon. Then we got Calm, the clutchest man in the league, always lurking. Next, Demon 1, the return of the king, the GOAT, nothing else to say. And last but not least, Nathan K, the X Factor, always pulling through sticky situations.
Yes, I am joined by Itapata between maps. Thanks so much for taking the time. I gotta ask, you know, looking at that first game, you guys started off so strong, but then lost a little bit of footing as you head towards split. What are you gonna do to clean that up to make sure you guys just fire on through?
Well, you know, Heaven is on attacking side of the map, so, you know, it was a little bit hard to control them at the start. I feel like they were playing very aggressive, so we had to, like, adjust to their aggressive playstyle. And I think after we found out the key, it was, like, pretty easy to close all the map.
Awesome. And for split, what are you going to tell the team to make sure none of that happens?
Just control the game the same way that we did on Heaven.
Perfect. I love it. Itapata, thanks so much for the time. Best of luck in game 2.
Well, a strong start for Leviathan on their debut in VCT 2025, taking map 1 of Haven over Furia. I'm Mimi back on the desk, joined by a very special guest. It's Stellar of YFP, and kind of Turtle Troop, and kind of Furia, who just picked up that first win for Furia just a few days ago. Thanks so much for joining me, Stellar.
Yeah, no problem. It's my pleasure.
Yeah, a tough start for Furia in that game, but you were playing
What?
on that stage just a few days ago. What was it like coming out
fuck is
there with your
happening?
squad and getting that first win?
What the fuck is
I
that
mean, it was
sound?
great. I couldn't ask for anything less. I think playing with some of my good friends and former teammates and current teammates, I mean, I couldn't ask for anything better, to be honest. I think, especially Adder in B-Dog's first time, I'm super proud of how they played, and I wouldn't want it to be with anybody else.
Yeah, it was an incredible game from you guys, but this Furia got off to a little bit of a cold start. What do you think went wrong in that first half of Haven?
I just think I think Lev was playing a really slow game, and they kind of read into Furia's early aggression. And I mean, every gun round that Furia won, they just got reset the next couple. There's a couple 5v4s that they also gave away really fast, which never really helped, and they just looked a little disconnected overall. I think Lev was very tight-knit on their attack and was trading out well. Spacing was good, and Furia just looked a little bit, you know, nobody was there to help. On the flip side, I think Lev, you could see it in their setups. There was layers, Omen Flash, trap plays, Breach ult trap plays. People were following up with the utility, and you didn't really see that from Furia. So hopefully, you know, it looked like they were starting to warm up towards the end of the defensive half, and on attack, they were showing a lot of fight. So hopefully we could see that going into second half.
Yeah, we saw Rafa making his debut as an IGL on the VCT Americas stage. You know what that's like from your time with 100 Thieves and that last game there. What are the pressures like as a leader stepping on to that stage?
I mean, obviously you want to win. It's hard when you're down rounds too, especially. There's a lot of pressure. You could see it in your teammates. It's a different game on stage versus practice, especially just on a stage like VCT. I think you know, when things aren't going your way, it's hard to come up with solutions. Sometimes some of the players might get quiet, and you know, you have to be that person to speak up and you know, try to find those solutions when that happens. And sometimes it just doesn't happen. So, you know, Rafa played good. I think they started to warm up super, you know, towards the end. And, you know, like I said, hopefully that will continue.
Yeah, on the other side with Leviathan, I think it was the pretty much best map one you could hope for those guys. Calm especially really impressed me getting to play again with Demon 1 on this team.
Yeah, they played great. I think Calm and King had a fantastic game. Tex was getting a ton of lurks open and made Furia super scared early in the half. I think, I mean, Calm clutch King, he won, what, 2 1v2s? One at the end of the half, and then the first half, and then one on pistol. So obviously that'll help them a lot. And I mean, they're frying.
Why the fuck are we filming a screen in 2025 again?
A lot of people getting that that win on the Americas stage. I'm wondering if people want to see more Stellar, see more of that Turtle Troop core. Where can we expect to find you guys this year?
Do we have like a decent production?
We'll be in Challengers. Not sure what's happening with Turtle Troop.
Like take his feed.
Obviously, I play for YFP right now.
Putting on half of the screen and put the other people on the other half.
So we'll be playing in Challengers. So please, whoever's watching, I would appreciate if you guys could at least follow the players, recognize the teams, players, try to follow matches as best as you can. This is where the VCT players come from. This is how the ecosystem will thrive. So if you guys could please support Challengers in Tier 2 and even Tier 3 as best as you can, I would, you know, that would go. It would be amazing, right? It would go the distance for everybody involved. It'll help VCT in the long run. It'll help Challengers overall. So please, 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 please support as much as you can.
Yeah, NA Challengers kicks off in just a few days, and it's the same thing down in Brazil and Latin America as well. So make sure you check that out. Stellar, thank you so much for joining me.
Got it. Thank you.
Let's check in now with Furious Coach after map number 1 as we prepare for Split.
I'm here with Coach of Furia. Hey, that first map was so close. Lev has split for the second map. What are you telling the team to make sure that's a win?
Eu acho que nessa Heaven a gente acabou pecando um pouco pela falta de ritmo, tanto de competição, porque a gente jogou um off-season já faz um tempo, tanto de treinos. A gente acabou conseguindo voltar bem no mapa, dificultamos o jogo, mas ainda assim não foi suficiente. Na Split a gente tem algumas mudanças de composições, de coisas novas que a gente treinou recente, então eu acho que é um mapa que a gente está melhorando a nossa pool e eu acho que a gente pode surpreender eles com isso.
Yeah, I think there was a lack of practicing and time for working so we could take Haven. But for Split, I think we have a good strategy, and I think we have everything we need to bring this to us.
Hey, can't wait to see it. Good luck.
Thank you so much for that, Riv, and great to hear, of course, from the coaches there as we get ready for Split. But real quick, I did want to revisit something that Stellar said. Watch Challengers, seriously. It starts up in a few days, and you don't want to miss it. The depth of talent across all of Valorant is wild, but in America's Challengers, it's freaking awesome. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get ready for Split, set that up, and we'll see you on the other side.
Good job.
Welcome back. Split is on the cards. We've got Agent Select that we're going to have to deal with first before we get there. If you are just joining us, first map was a banger. Haven 13-8, the way of Leviathan, but now again the opportunity to equalize as we go to Split, Dre.
Yeah, and I'm wondering right now, for the side of Leviathan, are we going to see Demon 1 on the Raze? We know he's been great on Jet. Everybody knows that. But on NRG, the Raze was very questionable. So Is he going to be that guy, or maybe is he going to do a little role swap with Tex? I mean, I guess we're going to find out very soon. I'm very surprised by the Sage pick, though.
Yeah,
but maybe taking some inspiration from Cryo.
Yeah, the prevalence to it as well. I think maybe seeing it once, but seeing it more than once is really interesting. On the other side for Lev, we do have Demon One on the raise. All of the tools you imagine will be funneled towards activating him.
I'm so excited to see this. Did he finally figure it out? As a Jet player myself, it was so hard to get in the mentality of when to use utility on that character. On Jet, it's just go kill, man. You have an escape card. Raise, all of a sudden you have to think about util timings, especially on a map like Split. If you waste your nade too early, okay, they baited it out, now you don't have it for the retake. So many different ways you have to approach it. But Leviathan, they are starting on that attacking side. And if they can create a similar pace as to what they did against Fury on the last map, I mean, it could be a very bad start.
I'm trying to think about the last time we saw a Split that didn't have at least one breach.
Yeah.
It's been a little while.
Or Hateo.
Yeah, that smoke towards Mail suggests that they want to go into ropes. Khalil's on the other side, but he's not around for long.
You know how risky it is to walk through that mid-smoke?
Who knows what's waiting on the other side. Great kill from Tex as well.
Yeah, Sage Wall used
She knows.
It's already a 5v3 for the attacking side. Leviathan, they've looked so sharp so far. I mean, Tex just one tap Havoc in A main. Wasn't even close. But again, just to talk about that walk through the mid smoke, if there's a setup there, if there's firepower behind it, you're dead. It's such a gamble. And sometimes that's what these pistol rounds come down to.
And if they consistently fall your way, then sure.
That Sage Wall breaking is going to be the cue for everybody to do the B execute. And this is just going to be so hard to retake into. King still has that Omen flash. This dog is clearing out a lot of space. Only a raise nade and a dog used to take sight.
The dog may have even gotten a little bit of suspicions of where Rafa is.
Yeah.
Still choosing to play in the smoke, though.
Yeah, this is a full post-plant setup right now. Furia, all they have is a molly and 2 heals, man. You gonna heal your way into the site, Doug?
Can't imagine that'll work. That flash is set up for a little bit of a swing. Calm and Demon One, ex-teammates reunited. Side by side as they effectively secure this pistol for Lev.
It's flawless. An absolute flawless pistol round from Leviathan. And those heals, they did nothing. So the Sage comp will fall on this pistol round, and it was this entry in mid. I guess there was a room, but for some follow-up, King with that random right-click through the smoke, just off the sound.
Dude, there are times I watch Tex aim.
Yeah, he's unreal.
It's just like, it's smooth. It's smooth and snappy. It doesn't feel like accelerated. It doesn't feel rushed, but it's always precise.
If you're in the vicinity of his crosshair, he will take you out.
You're cooked.
And he stepped up huge joining this team. He's another player that everybody was sleeping on, honestly. Tier 2 duelist for the guard, going over to a sentinel role. He's made that change. Looks so good. A 1-3-1 approach for Furia.
A little bit of curiosity.
That flash, identifying that there are at least some players in B main. That prompts the walk up in mid.
Yeah, so 1-3-1 for Lev. They've gotten so far up off the dog to clear out ropes.
So smart.
But again, it's a curiosity from Furia that has them here still. Off of the contact, you imagine there's a flash setup, but patience.
Yeah, Calm knows, man.
He's left alone. He's got a lot to deal with on his own. But I love how they play that. He didn't really have a weapon that you wouldn't mind dropping.
Yeah, they don't care if he falls there. Same with Tex. Both players playing isolated. If either drops, they'll just react the other way.
And those, I mean, that decision alone just shows some of the preparation and how thoroughly Leviathan are thinking about the game. How many times have we seen a player isolated with the wrong gun?
Yeah.
It gets picked up by the other team, and all of a sudden, who knows what happens?
Smart investments. It's just going to be a shooting range here for King with this Guardian. Having to play a little bit of duck hunt. Which rope? They've had enough. Tex. He's going to try to finish out this round by himself. Havoc does take him out, though.
Progress towards the ult.
Yeah. Hey, this time around, Leviathan holding on to the majority of the guns that they invested into this round. And Calm, he's sitting at $3,500. He can upgrade to a Phantom if he wishes and still buy the next round. A good anti-eco from Leviathan.
Especially in comparison to the last one.
Oh, yeah. They learned from their mistakes. And let's all keep in mind, Leviathan have always been phenomenal on Split. I feel like they've always been very strong on this map. They ran this composition last year. Calm, he's not new to playing the Viper Lurks on this map, dating all the way back to EG. Maybe Demon 1 being slotted into this Raze with the structure that Leviathan already has on a map like this can really make him shine. We're going to have to find out.
We will see if that is the case. He is the tip of the spear so far. Flashes, but no speeding up behind it. No satchels out. Nothing of the sort. As Heat has been perfectly segmented, playing in between the walls, and the spam out from Havoc will punish.
One of the 3 Phantoms from the side of Furia. It is going to be an upgrade of the Vandal onto Demon 1, though. Doesn't have any more armor. Those Phantom sprays chipping away. A big head-to-head here, Khalil. You got to be careful here, man. If you fall, you're giving a way back in for Leviathan.
The fact that he jump peeked that after was
crazy.
Bold.
Yeah. The gall you have to have.
Again, a spam kill.
A spam kill. That smoke going up a little too late. Could have definitely worked against Heat. Gets a little bit fortunate there.
Fury have the advantage, but the round is far from secure. Proactively taking some of the space towards A. This fight is big. Calm has to win this out. Instead, the Satchels trying to dissuade and trying to push him back. They know where the hit is going to be coming from. 13 seconds left. Looking to find a way to commit. If Havoc plays his timing perfectly, he can secure the round on his own. But it's only 1 kill found.
Not a lot of time.
Reinforcements arriving as King holds the line. 3 on the round for him. Khalil left in a 1v2. Members weak on the side of the attack. A winnable clutch. But he's got no armor, Dre. He does have a smoke to play around. Spots a gun barrel. And that's all it is.
Yeah, but King has his smoke up now, too. They're just going to double swing right here. And my God, what a highlight from King. Peeking out of heaven because the time is running low. That's the only player, I think it was Rafa, that can deny the round win at that moment.
And he was weak. I want to say he had like 30 HP in a classic.
And he just runs him over like a truck. I mean,
look at this, 20 HP. And then
we're not seeing the highlight of the right click, but he just decimated him.
You fuck with that?
I mean, deleted Rafa from the server.
That one, this is a family-friendly show. That one, we missed that one. we'll catch that one next time.
He's built different.
2 Buckies for Furia. In the hands of Heat and MW.
Man, Lev have just been outplaying Furia on both attacking halves. And this time it's not that crazy of clutches. I mean, yeah, King had a big moment right there. But it's not a 1v2 from Calm that wins you the pistol round. It's way more clean. I feel like Furia maybe a little bit of those nerves setting in. First match at VCT. You just flew in like you stated.
Yeah, they haven't been here long. Again, they were forced to field a sub-roster.
Yeah.
Which they did exceptionally well, by the way. Someone signed those guys, but they didn't play.
And also starting on the defensive side, 2 maps in a row, you're not really able to set any type of pace. You're kind of playing to the other team's will.
They're going to challenge us, MW Bucky.
30 seconds left.
A little bit of a misfire there.
It was too deep. I don't think he caught him. MW gets 2. And now the flash in the smoke. The reaggress. They're TPing out. I don't know that that was the plan, but this has worked out nicely. Yeah. The problem is he's by himself, and they're not fully convinced that that's where it is. So all of the defense is heading A, but the spike being planted B.
Spike planted.
It's still going to be so hard to pull off if you're Furia.
Heat is upgraded a weapon. MW has as well.
Palm does have that Viper. Spit still online. King still has the paranoia.
It's just gone from impossible to unlikely, but there's still a chance. Com's timing is gorgeous. Tex is there with him. What?
Rafa running out of spawn like a Rambo, just on his lonesome. Gets 2 back-to-back Sheriff headshots, and he secures the eco round win for Furia. But
it wasn't the upgraded weapons.
But it was MW, though, that gave Furia the chance in this round with that Collat Bucky. I thought this gun was nerfed. I mean, Demon 1 had no chance. Oh. All right, that's as satisfying as it gets if you're Rafa. I feel like he needed that, too. He's been getting the short end of the stick in this series. And the economy, all of a sudden, for Leviathan, it's dwindling down.
Eyes on Demon 1 here. A little bit of exploring towards mid, and again, it's the Frenchman who punishes first.
Heat has been getting taken out in this vent area, either 1-for-1 or just dropping for free a lot.
Which is fine if you're running a double control comp like they are, but it's still far from ideal.
Yeah, I mean,
that wall is great.
It's good for a little bit of delay, but Demon 1 getting over the top of that.
But honestly, it did what it needed to do. They weren't able to fully continue to flood out. It was just enough of a pause for him to be able to punish from screens, or from spawn, excuse me.
Yeah, and for Khalil to sneak out here onto the actual site
Exactly. Rafa's still in a very good spot. Khalil is finding value off of that peak, but that double face like that, Demon 1 again, finding another. King up in heaven. TP not followed. MW, a 1v3.
30 seconds left.
Such a storied player in a clutch situation, but not able to contain the shots. And Lev get another round.
It's always those ones that are the hardest. King not looking at you at all. He drops, does a little 180 on you. But Demon 1 with the trades on the actual site. I think Khalil is feeling himself a little bit too much, over peaking in that moment.
One enemy remaining.
That Sage Wall ends up working against them, having to retake from that vent area. King, he was so confident they weren't in CT. A quick answer back from Leviathan and a quick timeout from Furia.
King sitting at 9-1 right now.
Yeah. By the way, on the last map as well, started 9-3 alongside Com.
He's been very, very good, not just in his calling, obviously, but in the individual playmaking. And for Furia, an opportunity, or I guess a demand, a need to go back to the drawing board and try to figure something out here.
It just feels like they're getting bullied, and he's been taken out a little too much early on, you know, like in that vent area. Whether it was the pistol round, now it was a gun round. That's 2 rounds just going the way of Leviathan in advantage because of that. And I get it. That was a lot of the success that Furia has had in the offseason, taking these individual fights. But when you're playing at a level like this against a team that is playing so close together with trades, you can't just do it all, man. Not on the Viper.
You look across the board, and it really does seem like all of them have been bullied. For Furia, a need to turn the tides here.
He's alone again in mid. Maybe this time he'll play a little bit more passive. But if he gets taken out again, he's really just dying by the sword.
Khalil on this off angle is just tricky to deal with. But you're in a 1 and done.
Yeah, no one's here. Look at the rotation on the mini-map now. Members will be here close enough for the retake, but this nade will delay it.
I mean, that's textbook. The paranoia out, the double satchels, and the nade, but now Fury can try to flood in behind it. The Seekers pop, but the rocket is perfect for the delay.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to do anything off of this. Just the fear alone of popping that ultimate. Look at how much space he's gathered. He has all of spawn even.
I mean, he had cabbages of his own that he could follow. Now he's been inserted so deep. Demon 1. His kill is big and it's snappy. Rafa down. Furia down.
Just easy work right now for Leviathan. Khalil, he's so far pushed up. Again, these 1v1 exchanges. Yeah, he gets a kill, but the trade is right there from Lev. And then it's a free B site. And you just look at the minimap and you just know the round's gonna be really difficult.
Yeah, you're forcing yourself into heroic situations there, right? At best, he gets maybe 2, right? But that's still so hard to demand from your players.
Difficult to see, and I think right now you're seeing the problem with running a Sage instead of a Cypher. You can't really fall back on that utility. Even the info that the Cam can get on this map on the defensive side, it's so valuable. I haven't really seen...
Demon 1! Nice, good job. Had to get one in.
I haven't really seen too much benefit from running the Sage in this composition for the way that Leviathan are playing. I mean, you're walling certain areas off, I get it, but I think the way that Leviathan are taking their time with certain areas of the map, taking space with one another, it's not really getting the value. Even when he used it in that vent area, it got broken instantly.
Busted by for the defense. A little bit of presence mid, and again, it's Heat who's been picked on.
Oh, no way.
Oh, is he going to TP behind them? Is there a flash setup? There was. And
Wow.
again, Heat's down.
And that smoke was still popped up on his screen, but it wasn't for Leviathan members. A good reaction from Furia, though.
Yeah, a little bit of push and pull. Now Rafa, only one found. Havoc falls 2.
He gets caught switching his weapon.
And now the site is open. Furia in a position, though,
30 seconds
to maybe
left.
make something out of this. A rifle for MW, a rifle for Khalil. This fight is everything, though, and it's, again, it's set apart. I mean, it's alone. MW's dry swinging that. Khalil hasn't even gotten halfway across the map yet.
And I just feel like the members of Furia just a little bit out of it at this moment. Maybe feeling that pressure, maybe a little bit tilted, Doug. I mean, Havoc in that moment, one of the rifles in the round, he's caught quick switching his weapon. I mean, these are things that happen when you're just not fully focused in.
I think they're quite, I mean, there are a couple of things we can point to there, right? We can point to Heat getting caught mid.
Yep.
Again, we can talk about Havoc.
How many times now?
Right. Talk about the solo swing back site, or back into spawn, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
The truth is, Leviathan are imposing their will upon Furia. It's an op in the hands for Rafa. Maybe this is the response to some of that mid-aggression, but Demon 1 is one of his own, and it's towards B. And that thing can still sing.
That was so fast. I don't think Khalil even saw him on his screen. That's how quick that shot was.
It's a notable investment that Furia put into this op as well.
And another first blood. So risky of Heat to jump spot that angle. You know an op just killed your teammate. Viper's Pit invested. He's not having none of that.
Still confident in their ability to win this round. Furiathon double down.
I mean, Doug, even that jiggle right there to spot out somebody close. I mean, that is just... Lav are on another level right now. Good res.
That's now the second ult they've put into this, and we're back on equal footing.
Look, everyone's going towards this vent to A.
It's a deep smoke. Havoc's ult. Oh, it's so good! So good. Connects onto 2. I mean, they've clawed their way back into this one. It seemed like a done deal, but Havoc gets 4 and Furia get their second.
Perfectly timed rocket. You saw he was dialed in on that A main. He was very worried. He's not switching his weapon this time, Doug, but he did switch to a rocket and it netted him 2 kills. I like the way that Furia approached this round. The beginning, again.
Wow.
That's how quick that was, huh? Yeah, he barely saw him. He's just instant dead. But the reaction of Heat to use that Viper's Pit to give a little bit of room for Rafa to come Sage Wall off the body of Khalil. That was very cheeky, very cool.
Oh, and then obviously the res. And
yeah.
I mean, it was a Rocket that won it, but it was far more competitive because of that.
I mean, denying all of that B forced them into A.
Look at what they just tried doing. They dropped a deep smoke into spawn and then popped the fake TP ult. Now look at what MW has to do. They just have to dog their own spawn.
And that gives you practically a free B site. It's going to be the head-to-head. Havoc does win it against Demon 1.
But if they can't win these fights on site, none of it's going to matter. Leverage deep into their playbook, but only one kill found. And the thing is, they don't really have control over the site right now either. It's King left in a 1v3. And Furia back up.
It was a cool play. It was a good ruse. But Havoc, he didn't fall for that. His eyes were trained straight on that B main fight, and he took out Demon 1. That was just the start of it all. MW, been seeing some brilliance from him as well into that B heaven area.
It was this hold right here. That flash is unfortunate, but it was this hold between MW and Havoc.
Yeah.
That secured the round.
Signs of life for Furia now. It's not too late. This time, 3 members in mid to deal with this default.
The op again for Rafa.
Haven't seen him get a kill on it yet. Leviathan understanding where the Sage is now in B heaven. I mean, essentially using so many pieces of utility. What is that random swing from MW into the Viper wall? Maybe he was trying to line up a timing with Havoc, but it just wasn't there.
Oh, Jaws comes off the angle.
You hate to see it. And Havoc, oh my gosh.
To timing it out on his side, and now Havoc, you're right.
Everyone getting timing right now.
In a world of hurt, manages to satchel away. And gets a spam shot in exchange. Sure.
Yeah, good, man.
Why not?
Good for you, Havoc. Good for you, man. That's insane. Even numbers, just like that.
That pesky little wall still causing problems towards B.
But they're going to see that Rafa is on an island here, and they have a free B site.
They're doubling down on this, even though they know the rotations are coming over back B. Tex is a little bit behind on this, but they've invested the pit. Spike finally down. And Khalil is ahead of this in the pit already, looking to make a play, continuing to push forward. Calm waiting on the other side with Shorty in hand. He's been in the pit so long, the decay has surely got him down to nothing. Situation on a knife's edge. Again, keep an eye on Khalil. He's starting to flank around. Tex is waiting on the other side. Havoc is now dealt with. He's now down. Calm gets a spam on the second, and the round for Lev.
Great ultimate from Calm, getting that sight. But it's Tex who gets that opener onto MW, who randomly swung out of the Viper wall. I mean, it's just such a gamble. And he wanted that 50-50. He heard the Cypher cage pop. But the problem with falling there is that...
Bro, I took a fat risk at aim, just grabbed the orb like an alpha male.
Your hand, bro.
The problem with falling early like that is you feed Tex's ult.
And his ego.
And his ego. What a funny guy.
Fast towards A here, really fast towards A, but MW has gone unchecked. I thought the flash was going to be good, but the reinforcements are better.
Calm doing the classic. The lurk in mid. Seekers pop. Tex hasn't skipped a beat.
Oh,
another headshot.
The alpha male strikes again.
yeah, he does. Maybe once more.
Flash up in heaven. Khalil disposed of. And this is surely a save. This is the round. Lev will get to 8.
And it really just looks like Furia has to do the absolute most in order to win rounds. Leviathan make it look easy. Their trades are on point. Tex is confident now. He's just taking things into his own hands as well. This is why you see duelist players switching over to that Sentinel role for those 50-50s. If you win them on the attacking side, it just makes it that much easier. And Rafa, yet to get value with this operator. I'm not sure if it's because King has a good read on where he's set up with it, but it's just not working.
Is he going to save the op? Nope. And so they're going to go into the last round of the half with essentially nothing as far as money goes.
Yeah, and Leviathan get to go in with an op of their own on Demon 1. Who, by the way, has been playing a good race so far. I haven't really seen many mistakes on satchels.
No, yeah.
I haven't seen misplaced nades.
He's done everything Lev have needed him to do.
Yeah, all he needs to do for himself now is get a rocket kill. That's the true test, Doug.
Last round of the half.
Oh, man.
There's a rocket kill you were looking for, but it's actually Havoc who lands it. They draw up a little aggression and they punish. Lev caught asleep at the wheel and now on their back foot. Deep smoke flash on the other side. The spike rotating back towards B where Heat is waiting. Tough angle. Oof. You don't get many shots like that.
Good bait of the one-way. Once mid-presence is shown from Furia, that's going to be Tex's cue to maybe walk up a little bit. Try to find a kill on that A main. If he was able to do that, maybe you split into A at that moment. But the proactivity from Fury on this defensive side, it's looking really good. They pushed all the way through B. Should cause a heavy lean towards A.
Smoke is late. Rafa's timing could be huge here.
Oh.
Move, man.
Yeah. Get out of my way, bro.
There's the timing. Oh, but he was looking the wrong way. And now they're going to rotate back into it as the smoke goes down. Gunfire erupts. And King walks away on top.
Free B site. Texas still A as well.
MW's in a position to maybe make a play, but you're right. Tex unknowingly could secure the round.
Spike planted.
Flanking the flanker. Oh, wait a second.
But the timing is big here. The timing is really big out from MW. He's going to get one pop of secrets, and now he's going to know there's one on the other side. But Tex strikes once more.
Last player standing.
Furious still not really in a position to will their way back into this. Blue's going to have to 1v3. He's gotten one, and that's all. It will be another 9-3 half for Lev.
And just another dismantling of the defense of Furia. King, he's sitting at the top of the scoreboard right now, and he's calling like a madman.
It was a great start from Fury. I love what they tried dialing up here. They hadn't shown that aggression this half.
Yeah.
But it still wasn't enough.
And it was the impatience.
One enemy remaining.
From Rafa trying to clear out that vent area. From MW peeking the flank on Tex a little too soon.
A 9-3 half for Lev. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Leviathan fans with plenty of reason to be excited and plenty of reasons to be smiling. 9 of them, to be exact, as they've really obliterated Fury. And I think, Dre, I want to get your thoughts on this because it feels like Lev are playing the game as well as you could ask for, but it also feels a little bit inflicted on the side of Fury. It feels like they're shooting themselves in the foot a bit.
Yeah, they weren't really playing as a team. A lot of the swings that they were taking were just individual. And when you're losing the 50-50s like that, you kind of have to rely back on fundamentals and playing with your teammates. But we didn't really see much of that. Maybe towards the end we saw, you know, a little bit more re-aggression in that B main, but it's just too late at that point.
We've said this many a time. They need to win this pistol. There's really no other way to paint that picture. Or else this will be, quite frankly, a really sad debut for a team that had a lot of expectations and a lot of hopes.
And the Sage Wall got broken here. There's a little bit of a gap in it, but Havoc, he will take out Demon 1.
Rafa took a lot of damage there, but the double heals allows him to get topped off too. Calm with a second, the spike all the way up in heaven. Quietly, too.
There's a lot riding on Texas' shoulders right now.
Where in the world are they going?
If he doesn't get overwhelmed by many players peeking him, he could get a couple kills, maybe even the score, give his teammates a chance that are so far away.
Against 5?
I mean, he has to. He has no choice right now.
Dodges the flash. Somehow still alive. A little left, a little right. Can't find anything.
King can.
And all of a sudden, there's a shot at this.
What?
They've ripped this thing back out of their hands.
How?
It seemed done. It seemed dealt with. It seemed dusted. But Rafa in a position all the way down to 1v1. And of course, who else but Natank? 3 on the round. The pistol, again, stolen from Furia.
It just looks like Leviathan are trying to get them out of here.
Yeah, they got dinner plans or something?
Yeah,
I mean,
they're just 2v5. Don't mind if I do. Gonna be eating good tonight. I mean, I just don't understand the decision making to want to take spawn at that point. You have a 5v2. It's rough. It's going to be a rough VOD review for Furia if they can't bring this one back.
It doesn't seem likely. Satchels up, flash out, space taken. Smoke arriving on time from King across the map. Drops 2 here. Only thing that's gone across has been Khalil. Calm's in a tough spot, the swing out, and there it is. Calm's gonna fall too. Can he upgrade the weapon?
Yeah, but Doug, we've seen this before. We've seen Furia be up numbers.
You're not wrong.
Do you think they can do it this time?
I don't want to answer that question. Quiet creeps across the site. The Spike's checking spawn. They're not fully comfortable, and they do have some time to think this through. How do they manufacture a round win?
I don't know, man. This time might have been working against them as well.
The freeze might just do it. A 4v2. Tex and King.
30 seconds.
That's not again. Not again. Tex is still here, and they still don't know he's here. I mean, maybe you suspect it given the cage going up, but Tex's position again is everything, and now it's a 2v2. 13 seconds left. The spike still hasn't been planted. They've done it again.
2v4.
I believe that's 3 this series.
Yeah, 3v5 on the first map. 2v5, now 2v4. Just in case your mental wasn't boomed enough if you're Furia. It's such a rough spot to be in. And I've been there. It does not feel good.
Light armor, 5 rifles for Furia. And it's again a lot of the same pace, but this time the paranoia from King is just so good.
Yeah, it denies all that space for the time being.
And now a second attempt from Furia to take what they were looking for at the beginning, but it's so expensive. They're having to invest so much utility.
Yeah.
Just now creeping up. They try to clear the trip. The kills, excuse me, are traded. Calm arrives at the scene of the crime, but the spike still not made its way out. Khalil once again ahead of everything, but in a position to potentially strike.
And Heat did just that as well, taking out the enemy Sky. And they want this so bad. They're playing it so disciplined this time around.
Khalil's really far up, as has been the case. Now committing to the spike plant. One rifle on the board for the defense, in the hands of Demon One.
Not again.
Rafa's weak. He's very weak. This just gets so much harder as the spike ticks away.
Yeah, I think Leviathan are just going to go for exits at this point. Heat takes things into his own hands, gets proactive, kills Tex in the vent. But yeah, Leviathan weren't going for the retake this time around. And finally, Furia convert a man-up advantage situation. Calm, he's going to try to do as much damage as he can. Might be able to snag a rifle, but Havoc will take him out. And so far, what we've seen from Furia has been a lot of A pressure. Every single round, 3 rounds in a row, take A heaven control, take A ramp control, take A main. I think Tex was trying to read into the way that Furia have been playing, and he set up towards that B site. Now he's switching back to A again. He's like, okay, if you're still gonna keep going A, I'll go back. But this was a much needed round win for Furia, just to get the confidence that they can win these man-up advantages. Because they've had plenty in this series, Doug.
They just haven't been able to convert. Deep smoke towards A. You hear that orb getting picked up.
Opting to put it on the Sage. That should be called out by somebody from Leviathan. It's a heavy mid-presence.
And Lever are hell-bent on controlling this area of the map. They had the Viper Orb, they refreshed it with the Omen Smoke.
And something I want to talk about while the action isn't really happening is what Stellar was talking about in his interview. Look at the layers that Leviathan have, even in that mid-hold. Viper Volley comes out, there's a Sky in the smoke to help you out. In the previous round, when Furia went heaven, you had the Omen Paranoia, you still have a trip set up. A lot of different layers in the defensive side. But Heat snags that kill and screens on the Calm. 50-50 going their way.
Tex is still here. He's by himself, sure, but they've walled off spawn, so they're going to have to clear that out, and that's a timing window for Furia to accelerate.
Good slow, good flash.
Is really nice. I thought it might be just a little short and he'd get away with it, but once they sniff him out, they hunt him down.
That was a cracked execute. Even the Sage slow over the top to deny a player that's anchoring in there to get out.
And it seems like Lev are just going to save this one out.
Yeah, not going for the 3v5 this time. Maybe can scavenge some kills.
Cover going out.
And that tank is one away from his ult.
Would be nice for him to get that online. That execute from Furia, that was really nice. I would love to see how that kill went from Heat onto Calm, his counterpart. Not sure if he just snuck right through his smoke. But Calm was all the way in screens when that happened, so that opening was great. The Sage slow with the Sky Flash elbow looked really rehearsed and way more decisive than what we've seen before.
There's that pop that we were looking for.
This was nice. The Sage slow as well, if anyone's stuck there. I mean, Havoc's just going to dunk on you no matter what. Yeah, that was just...
You've got nowhere to go.
Gorgeous.
So a little something positive to say on the side of Furia.
Yeah, glimpses of brilliance.
And they've gotten up to 5. They're still in this thing. Havoc has his ult. Everybody's towards B here.
Yeah, this is a fast B hit. That Sage slow is going to take out all of Heaven.
Off of the flash, the satchels through the Paranoia, paving the way, and Havoc with the rocket. I don't think he realizes he's there on the other side. It's going to be a little too high. And King playing around the box and punishing Havoc. They try to speed it up, but they run into a brick wall. But maybe the second attempt will be what breaks it. Palm double dipping, opportunistic in his swing. Again, an advantage the way of the defense. He might stick this. He knows he's there, cancels it out. And a freeze to the round, a minute left here.
I like this lurk smoke a lot from Heat. Yeah, you can play on the right side of it if you're on the defensive side, but it blocks off all of heaven, and he's just deposited right now. The problem here is the Cypher utility on A hasn't been trampled with at all. It's still set up. Ooh, Khalil. He was looking at minimap. He was looking at minimap.
Slow on the trigger.
So unfortunate. You could see his head just look to the left for a moment.
Yeah.
Last player standing.
And now it's just Rafa with the spike in a 1v4 up in heaven. The little sidestep from Demon 1 is just too good.
Nice jiggles, and he gets the headshot on top of it.
Match point.
Good defensive setup from Leviathan. What really made it or broke it in that round, though, was that random swing from Calm and Natank into B main.
Yeah, the second
They
regress.
didn't use any utility. They just went for the swing, got the trades, survived. Calm was able to be healed up.
And so again, it seems like this highly anticipated debut on the stage for Furia will go down with nothing more than a whimper.
Wow, look at King. He's ready with an Omen Flash. He was looking towards that A ramp. Had noise been made, he would have used it off the rip, but now he has a chance to use it in the mid round. That one-way cam is still up. Oh, it sees 1A main.
It's always the feat.
Demon 1's ready. He wants a kill right here.
As that orb goes up, I mean, the timing on that's perfect. They're starting to rotate back mid. It's very well handled. Wild Lever trying to re-clear this A ramp area. Hello. And that's a duelist by himself. Meanwhile, the spike, the rest of Fury are headed towards B.
But it's delayed by the molly from Calm.
Are they going to try to go back A? Oh, Khalil! Crispy shots, and now the Sage Wall up towards stairs. B is theirs.
30 seconds left.
Just busted the site wide open. Havoc can't connect. But with that Sage Wall being used in B heaven, there's only two things you need to worry about. That's vents and spawn. And I think if history repeats itself, Leviathan should just be going for the save. I mean, yeah, they're not even moving at all. That's why you see Heat on the hunt. Maybe he can fish out some of this weaponry. Make the next round a little bit easier.
I mean, they've built themselves a really long runway. Lev have to be able to put Furia away.
Yeah, that's why they're fine saving these guns, not going for it.
Yeah, no reason to force it, you're right.
And sometimes when you go for that retake and you just feed kills to the wrong guy on the enemy team, all of a sudden they can just get going. They can get a spark in their system. They might be able to take over the game. So not dying could be the right approach. I mean, that's so snappy.
So Furia here still sticking around. They've got an op back in the hands of Rafa. And, you know, we talked about it in the first half. It didn't net a ton of value.
I don't think he got a single op kill, man. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't think he did, though. Well, it could be a lot easier here on the attacking side, though. The defense has to use their bodies a lot more.
That flash is good. That flash is so damn good.
That's something that they were ready for in the previous round as well, just not from that up close and personal.
And now you've got yourselves a man down in an attack situation with an op.
Against a Viper's Pit in mid.
Scout destroyed.
They put the op down. The Rafa is upgraded. Or upgraded, I guess, in this case, to a Vandal. The spike out, Heat single-handedly getting a couple of kills, but the spike's on the other side and it's by itself. And now they're in a really awkward situation. Do they hit the res? Do they try to rotate back? They've lost control A. And take a look at Calm's position.
He's playing this so well. Rafa needs to get this res off before it's too late.
Carefully creeping forward and looking to put him away, and he does. Again, it's Calm on the flank.
They just had no chance against you. Leviathan blow through the competition of Furia. We did see some positives though from the side of Furia towards the end, but the slow starts was very, very rough. They put themselves in such a tough spot. And I think a lot of that has to do with starting on that defensive side, not being able to really get in the motion of things.
Sure.
I like the way they approached the attack. I like the pace that they were making Leviathan play at. But it's just too late when you're down 9-3 both halves. And we saw a lot of highlights today from Calm, from King, Tex even, looking very sharp.
Hey, Calm almost dropped 30 on the first map.
Yeah, 27.
Hey, it felt like he was almost at 30 at halftime.
With clutches.
Again, a great debut for Leviathan on this stage. With the roster changes, with the return of Demon 1, with an import.
With an import, who looked great, by the way.
They looked...
Utility was amazing.
They looked incredible. And then again, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention King and his calling.
Yeah.
Somehow the guy continues to be underrated.
Yeah. Demon 1 looked great as well on the Raze. He played better on the Raze than the Jet.
Yeah.
When you have a system around you like this on Leviathan, I mean, it's no surprise that you can look great.
It's a great first step.
Just wait till he starts getting more comfortable as well. Oh, that's that right click that I was trying to get a look at earlier.
Up in heaven, yeah.
That was so filthy.
It unfortunately felt like, and yeah, maybe it's because they were down 9-3 every map. Maybe, you know, whatever the reason may be, it really felt like Lev were outclassing Furia the entire time.
Yeah, definitely. The attack side calling from King, just running circles around Furia. Furia, I think, just taking too many 50-50s too early on in the series. And it just not going their way was a big part of their downfall.
Oh yeah, 1000%. And then again, poetic maybe for the series to end the way that it did with Calm on the flank, no less, to clean things up. The story really just kind of writes itself there.
Yeah, it really does paint the picture very well. But just his timing on that, it's just great that he runs through his own Viper's Pit in that moment.
Plays it perfectly well. Speaking of Calm, he's standing by with Freyav on the stage behind us for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let's give it up for Calm and Leviathan. They take down Furia, finding a victory. I gotta say, the game looked great to start. There were some back and forth. So I want to ask you, though, what were the kind of the team's expectations and also kind of the realities you saw here in your first series?
I think it was just getting a stage experience at the end of the day. And I think, as I said before, like kickoff is kind of like your way of seeing where you're at, also improving and just like honestly taking it one step at a time as a team. And I don't know, that's what we showed today.
All right, if you were to like take one thing out of that game the team's working on or still working on as you came into the season, what would it be?
I think we're still working on like fully being on the same page on certain things. I think that's every team right now though. And then whenever we get on the same page, you see in those rounds, like it's clean, you know? So I would say that and keeping it consistent to like every single round.
Awesome. Talking about being on the same page, perfect segue, thank you. The Tank on the team, how's it been playing? He actually had a few sick clutch rounds there. What's it been like kind of synergizing and bringing him into the fold?
It's cool. I don't think played with like someone from Europe before.
Okay.
So he has a different view on the game. You kind of learn from him and see what he thinks, you know? And also he's just a great person in general.
All right, and another great person in your life. Talk to me about being back on a team with Demon 1. I mean, this guy was in your wedding. You guys are so close. What's it like to be able to regroup with somebody like that and have such a close synergy on the team?
I think it feels really nice, especially like having someone that you went through so much with and then kind of like reuniting with them. And also, you know, as you can see, he's smiling a lot and having a good time. And that's all I care about, especially after last season. Like, I want him to have fun. I want him to be back to the best player in the world.
All right, heck yeah. And final question for you. It's a two-parter, but Cloud9 G2 next. Who do you got, but who would you rather be facing coming that next game?
G2 100%, because I feel like a lot of people consider them like the top of NA and stuff like that. I think it's always fun to like play the best team and see where you're at. And yeah, I got a shit on Jaw.
All right, perfect. There you go. Hear from Com. There is going to be some stank on the next game between them and G2, if that's the team that takes it. But that's what we got next, Com. Thank you so much. It is going to be Cloud9 versus G2. Don't go anywhere here at VCT Kickoff. We'll be right back.
A bunch of different mice.
When you find the one, you know it's the one. Look at this.
Vic, all those players could take over a game.
there's no discounting C9 at all.
Okay.
They could upset any team in VCT just because of that X factor.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas kickoff and our final match of this opening week. It's G2 Esports taking on Cloud9. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here. You got Ender and Mimi as we're going to break it all down. And oh boy, we're about to see G2 take the stage. I'm so excited for this squad. They've made some massive changes, and let's go ahead and talk about this because G2 came into this lineup, came into 2024 as our Ascension squad, right? And now they're gonna have to fight for that position still, right? Because that's how it works. They need to hold on and make it to champs, otherwise they're gonna be in the gulag.
Look, it's a tough spot to be in for sure, but this team could not be better suited for the task at hand. You look at their run last year, what they were able to do after that disappointing kickoff, running through the rest of the regular year, performing very nicely at Champions, and now with the addition of Jogmo, this team is going to be a behemoth this year.
Absolutely, you have one of the best cores of 2024, not just Americas, all of the world in VCT. And now you're adding in an incredibly clear one-for-one upgrade, breaking Jogmo out of EG and bringing him over to G2.
Yeah, probably the sickest jailbreak
it really
in VCT
was.
history.
It was awesome. It was a great video. But just the idea, as you guys were saying, that Leaf and Jogmo are going to be on the same team together.
It's crazy.
It's insane. And also, like, Jogmo's also going to be getting calls from Valen, which is like equally as insane.
It's so imbalanced. Like, just straight up, this is one of the most hyped rosters I think I have ever seen. I'm so excited to see this team play because, look, I think what G2 was able to do last year, and remember, it was a bit of a rocky start, right, with Net leaving the team after a kickoff. Then they bring in a rookie Icy that had never seen the stage. I think G2 performed at such an incredible level with a rookie duelist. What they're going to be able to do with a proven top-tier talent, not just in Americas, but in the world with Jaw, is going to have to be incredible.
It's an Ascension roster, but on paper, they look to be the best team in Americas. It's just insane. And you were mentioning a lot about just having Jog added into this roster. I think it's going to be really interesting to watch how he differs as a player to Icy. Icy was known as being like super passive. They were constantly talking about like he's a system duelist, he's a system duelist. But Jogmo is not that in the slightest. Obviously, he's a team player, but Jaw's the guy who's going to deliver you highlight plays, who's going to be hyper aggressive when he needs to, and who's going to come out here and get to play in a meta where I think Raze is going to be super prolific.
Yes.
And for my money, he's the best Raze in the league.
Look, Jaw has the best movement in the game. I think when it comes to using those satchels, especially, his entry pathing has always been excellent. And now with a team that has been so details-oriented, like this core has been together for so long, they know exactly how they want their hits to work. You insert a guy that's got the moves like Jaw, you're going to be looking at some of the best execs, I think.
And what I personally want to see from the team is kind of what we were seeing last year with EG when Potter was talking about, just putting the faith into Jogmo. And it did lead some success, maybe not so much success as they would have liked, but they did have some moments. I would just like to see G2 be a bit more freewheeling with Jogmo on the lineup because you have that flexibility because, I mean, he goes crazy.
I do think to quickly touch on last year, it is important to temper this a bit and say Jogmo did not have a crazy 2024, especially at the start of the year. There was a lot of talk because him and the rest of EG came out much quieter. And I think towards the end of the year, we saw a little bit more of what we expected, but I am thinking that on this new roster, it will be the Jaw mold.
I'm a simple person. All I remember is that Bucky clip, and I'm excited for Jaw.
She's a simple person indeed. All right, well, let's go ahead and send it over to Coach Josh RT, who's standing by with Riv.
I'm with Josh RT before the game versus Cloud9 today. My question for you is, 2024 to 25, the big Jogmo transition for the team. Does this really change the dynamic of the team overall? And I think we know the answer, but why Jog?
I think internally with the players, team chemistry is still the same. Like, he slotted in perfectly. But as far as like the actual gameplay, the dynamics definitely shifted. I think the current meta definitely helps him, and we're able to just like go on his pace. And we also taught him like how to play the solar pace that we're known for. So I think this year will be a lot more dynamic and a lot more switch ups.
Josh, thanks for the insight. Best of luck in the game.
G2's gonna beat the boring allegations this year. They're doing it. They're gonna let him have a little freedom. Some slow, some boring.
Yeah.
Some exciting judgment play.
I like boring because I think that like what you get with Valorant's calling is just like really high percentage Valorant, where they're not always taking big risks. Although I do think that maybe there's a little bit more opportunity to do that.
Oh, without a doubt. But the addition of the Jogfather to this squad really gave G2 something that they could not refuse by having him on this team, because he brings so much. You even heard Josh RT talk about it in that interview with Rib briefly about the attitude, the demeanor. He fits in with these guys because if you've ever had an opportunity to talk to Jogamo, he's like the chillest dude. He's really calm.
That's so real.
No, he really is. I have had a lot of conversation with the guy. He's just a real chill guy, real low key, and that fits the vibe quite well for G2 because those players are also like that. They're quite sociable, and I think that Jogamo being on that team is really going to help the squad not only just come out of their shells, professionally, but also, like personally too.
Sure, yeah. I mean, he's not like the ego duelist where everything's about him.
Not at
Like,
all.
I totally believe Josh RT when he's saying that this guy will slot into the team culture really nicely.
He's also a guy who clearly believes in systems. I mean, you heard him last year with EG. He was really committed to what Potter wanted, her vision of the game, playing into that. We're building up that he's going to be this exciting player. He's going to be willing to take risks, and we'll see some of that. But I think Jaw is the ultimate star duelist to fit into a system, be able to play that slow reserve style, but take those risks, be that guy when he needs to. And for that reason, I think he's a perfect fit with the rest of this G2 team.
Yeah, no, for sure. But let's also talk about another player on this roster, Cloud9's Net, which actually was on the G2 roster just last year and then was released. And that was a heartbreaker because Net had been with this team. This core, the guard core, had been together for so long at that point. So to see Net removed from the team, that was quite startling.
Well, truthfully, last year's kickoff really reshaped Net's career, right? Because remember that day of playoff games where they lost to MIBR and then against Sentinels, they're knocked out after just losing the one map? If they're able to win there, first of all, Sentinels run doesn't exist. G2 might be in that position. Net might still be playing with G2.
Wild.
But that poor performance on that day led to this cascading effect where now he's on the other side after going down and playing with M80 and failing to qual himself. Now he is up with C9 trying to beat the same G2.
Yeah, and him failing to qual last year meant that he was in back-to-back Ascension finals and neither year got to play out in Americas for the entire time, which is crazy. But now thanks to C9's offseason, where they made a lot of changes, he was that last-minute addition, subbing in and replacing out Moose on this team. And now, I think in a very poetic way, has a chance to almost immediately play against his former team and try and prove himself again on this Americas stage.
And you get that opportunity to play against your former team, but you're also going into that one with a big, big win because Net managed to pick up a massive dub when we saw him take that stage last in front of his whole family. They were all cheering him on, and that has to be such a motivating factor for not just Net, but for the entirety of Cloud9, a team coming into the year that people were really low on for good reason. Lots of drama, lots of wonkiness, excuse me.
Sure.
But here they are.
The roster shuffle.
The roster shuffle. But they make their way to the stage against all odds. And they don't just win, they look good while doing it.
Absolutely. You know what? If the debut was good, taking down a G2 that said bye-bye 365 days ago, it's got to feel even better.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait. But for now, though, let's actually send it over to Riv, who's got some quick words, emphasis on the quick with Net.
I am here with Nat before their matchup. I got to ask, playing against your old team here, any hard feelings going in, a chip on your shoulder as you want to take them down?
Definitely a big chip on my shoulder. I'm looking to take them down.
Oh, that's it. Quick, short, sweet. Good luck in the game.
That's it. He just wants to take him out, plain and simple. Now, with all the roster moves in the offseason, there was a lot of skepticism around Cloud9. But as we talked about before, they showed up and won in 2-0 fashion against an NRG team, Mimi, that everyone believed was at the top of the world.
This is really a poetic game for C9 to start their year. First of all, showing us an incredible implementation of the Tejo on Fracture. I love especially the way they were using that to bully arcade control from NRG almost every round in that default, leveraging that into some really nicely called mid-rounds from Mitch. And on top of that, Christy, Zeppo was like one with God in this game. He was outrageous.
Literally, out straight up. I mean, he's playing one of the Teo maps, then he's playing the Clove over on Fracture, just looking absolutely insane on that. It's funny, you look at that series, which was a 2-0 for C9, everyone in his team across 2 maps, negative. Him, extremely positive. Dude was absolutely frying.
And he was getting so much flack, as we were talking about in that game going up against NRG, because, you know, a lot of people were like, why is Zeppa here? Blah, blah,
yeah,
blah.
but they're out of their freaking minds.
Clearly they are, man, because this is... I know that Zeppa in the past had been inconsistent, but it's also, you got to look at the whole picture, right? It's not just one individual, it's a team game.
Yeah, not only were they beating up on the Zeppa's a fraud narratives, but they were also beating up on the we need Oxy to carry Cloud9 narratives, because he didn't have a super good game by any means.
You can't have your cake and eat it too in that instance. You got to have a team environment.
They won with team play, with I think better decisions coming into this new meta, a better implementation of Taeho, and just a better game plan across the board.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it really was. And then, you know, and we can continue that conversation with Zeppa here. He had so many highlight moments. And I think that if he's able to pull that off here today, guys, that would be a massive, massive win for them. Not just obviously because they get the dub, but also because Zeppa gets to continue to prove to everyone that he belongs in that roster.
Map 2, it was the Taeho for him, but map 1, that Clove was really excellent. I think people forget about Zeppa's history. He was not always the super supportive initiator player. When he was playing against the guard, which is now G2, way back when he was back on C9 still then, he was the Raze player, he was the primary duelist, he was swapping around with Leaf for that role, and he was an outstanding individual, and he showed that kind of gameplay on the Clove.
Yes, and I'm so glad you're like talking about like him and Leaf playing together, because we put so much time saying, oh, it's Net versus former teammates, right? But also Zeppa playing against Leaf on the other side of the stage. We've seen it before, but it's just so many fun matchups between these two teams ever since the guard came back after playing in Challengers NA and to now become G2. I feel like watching these two teams match up is always such a sick duel.
Yeah. And that runs deep as well. It's not just that they were playing on C9. Zeppa and Leaf go way back. They were competing towards the end of Counter-Strike together. Those guys are really good friends, former teammates that are going to be super cool to see them face off again soon.
Oh yeah, it's always nice to see those baked-in stories, former teammates, now rivals. But here's the thing, according to Zeppa, that win over NRG, that wasn't a fluke. Don't get it twisted. This isn't even Cloud9's final form. Let's check this out.
I think like our environment is really good, and I think everybody we picked up is like, you know, they obviously can contribute in fragging and like speaking up and having a voice and everything. This week it was me fragging. I'm sure next week you see Oxy, other week Vic, Net, and Mitch with the consistent calls. I would say that you can see this kind of performance and probably better. You know, like we obviously didn't like believe we played our best, but we played enough to squeak out the win against NRG. But I'd say we'll be better in the near future for sure.
Real quick, I do want to let everyone know on stage, or sorry, in the arena and also watching at home, that on stage right now there's a little bit of a tech issue and we're getting that sorted. And once that's sorted, we'll be jumping over there. For the time being, though, stick around with us and we'll continue the conversation. But I know there were some things you wanted to talk about there from what Zeppa was saying.
Yeah, something that I think is really cool, not specifically about Zeppa, but about the history between these two teams, is the last time G2 played. They didn't play a ton in the offseason, but they did play Red Bull Homeground in Berlin. They were up against C9. They lost that game, but that was off of Rossi going plus 22, absolutely harvesting in the match, which is why people
I can't wait to see Rossi own today.
Yeah, well, that's kind of why people were so mad when Cloud9 dropped him. But now, this is like the ultimate proof. If C9 can beat them again with the new roster, showing why they made that change and why Imi made the right choices.
I would even personally be okay if it was just like a 3-map close one. You know what I mean? If you hold an L, but it's off of a really tough, close game, that also is like proof like, hey, you know, maybe we did make the right decision here. But I know for a fact, C9, they want to be able to get this win. How big would it be? This is a team that everyone's talking about supposed to win the whole damn thing, right?
Yeah, we've taken the last 10 minutes to just talk about how excited we are for G2. And it was the same for NRG. They've already taken down one Titan. I remember our power rankings was G2 1,
NRG 2nd or 3rd or something like that.
Don't ask where we were going to put C9.
Woof. All right. Well, of course, though, continuing the conversation, let's talk about Valen.
Oh,
you know?
Let's hype G2 even more.
I mean, let's just hype them up even more, baby. But yeah, this is, of course, the guy who's, you know, a double award winner, right? IGL and Controller of the Year here in Americas. The dude not just frags, he calls like a god. This dude is unreal.
I would go as far as say most valuable player, just bar none, in Americas over the course of last year. From what he's doing IGLing to just his raw skill in the server too. Like
also the brand ambassador.
This guy is top fragging more than half the maps G2 is playing. He's super clutch in the late rounds, and his calling style is just G2's overall team style, and it's worked so well for them to propel them from Ascension all the way to, you know, top 8 champs.
You know what's crazy? I last night was taking a trip down memory lane, and I was watching a like 2 or 3 year old VOD of the guard against Optic on Fracture, which is why I was talking about like former teammates up against each other.
What event was that?
Challengers. It was the qualifier to.
Was that when we were in Litis?
No, it was before that. Qualified to Reykjavik online tournament.
Wow.
But I was watching the desk, and you were making the same points about Valen like
Was I
3
saying the
years
same
ago
thing?
about how good he is,
We have
how
to find
great
the footage.
individually. He's such a good young IGL. Still true now, 3 years on.
Next time G2
I
plays.
didn't say he was a young IGL. I just said he was good IGL.
Well, you did then because he was 3 years
Next
old.
time G2 plays, you got to find the video and put it back to back. Actually, I think that would be amazing.
It's crazy. Like, I genuinely don't think my opinion on Valen has changed. Like,
True,
I think this guy has been really at the top of this game for literal years now.
Yeah, and there hasn't really been much of a reason to change that opinion, considering the success that he has had, especially what we saw last year as well. Now, ahead of kickoff, we spoke with Valen about why Jogamo brings so much to this G2 roster. Check it out.
We kept the same core as last year, keeping all 4 players except our duelist role, and that's where Jogamo feels like he slotted in perfectly. He kind of brings in that X factor, that fearlessness, that almost ignorance in the server, that he doesn't care about what you're doing. He's going to focus on us, and he's going to make sure he's getting his job done. And so when we play in these like high pressure matches, when we play when, you know, championships are on the line, I'm always looking at him to kind of get us going. And so that's how I feel about this team. That's how I feel about his contribution into this roster. So I'm excited, and I feel like once we get that opportunity, like last year where we were back-to-back domestic grand finals, we were top 3 in Shanghai and playoffs and playoffs and champions, but now I feel confident we have that key player to push us to lift that trophy.
That has been the thing that they have missed for a while, that impact player that can go in there and cause carnage. Jogamo's that guy.
Absolutely. Chrissy, question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think 2022, if they had Jogamo on the team at Champions, would the outcome have changed?
In 2022?
Oh, sorry, 2024. What
In
year?
2024, yes. Literally, 2024, if they have Jogamo, they win champions. This year, I think they're winning champions. Next year, same 5 players, they're winning champions.
Yeah, because you did predict 20.
I can't predict further than that, because like who knows like how many agents will be in Valorant.
That's true, that's true.
I'm a good friend. Let me help you out here for a second. Last year, they bombed in kickoff, and they still went on the run they did.
Yeah.
That, all good.
Okay.
It's just kickoff, guys.
But why are you bringing it up, though?
I'm just covering.
Wait, are you saying G2 are gonna bomb me?
Are you putting the bad vibe?
I'm not saying they're gonna bomb. I'm saying they bombed last year.
They're gonna revoke your sunglasses.
My sunglasses? I don't wear sunglasses.
Come on.
Mimi, do you hate
Zip, zap, zop.
No, I love Jogamo. He's a great
Then
player.
why are you saying he's gonna
one of my
bomb?
favorite players. I was trying to help you.
All right, well, while Mimi tries to help her friend and fail just spectacularly, let's go ahead and hear from G2's 2025 lineup. Let's meet the team.
What's up, guys? This is Valen, and this is my team, G2. First up, we got the Professor. When he's in the server, class is always in session. It's Jonah P. Next, we got my right-hand man, the second smartest person in the server, besides me, it's Trent. Next, my Sentinel, who's better than your star player, the Mastermind, Leaf. And how can we forget the world champion, my fearless entry? I call him the can opener the way he opens up these sites. He's got that dog on him. It's Jogamo.
La dame.
what's going on, everyone? Welcome back to VCT Americas. We're getting ready for our matchup. G2 Esports going up against Cloud9. We do want to let y'all know who are watching at home as well as in the venue. A little bit of a tech delay, as you can probably imagine, so we're going to be getting that resolved. Once that is resolved, we'll be jumping straight to the game, so you don't have to worry. But for now, hang out with us, right? You know?
Yeah.
We like you. We want you to
come on over.
Come on, water's warm.
We got room on the desk.
We got cookies. You know?
No, we don't.
Mimi don't know how to bake, but she tried.
I do know how
I've
to
actually
bake.
got chat right here.
I know, you were so
I'm
mad
hanging
at
out
me.
with everybody.
You were so mad at me when I said
I don't
that.
bake often, but I do know. It's very simple. You just have to follow instructions.
All right, best dish you can bake right now. Go.
Best dish I can.
Best thing you can bake.
Like I could. Or
Yogurt bowl.
I have.
Sick.
I made a focaccia shaped as a frog once.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna frog shape. Now I look like ultimate frog fan. But
Oh, Willie Street Co-op.
Shill.
You silly goose.
in frog shill.
Now, before we do anything, though, we were talking a lot about G2, but I do kind of want to revisit the conversation just a little bit with Cloud9 here while we have a bit of time, just because, you know, as we were talking about the new additions that they had made, people that they brought in, but one individual in particular, we had talked about him, but I want to revisit Mitch, simply because it's wild that this guy was competing for C9. 2020, like years ago.
Yeah, literally.
And like it comes full circle and is right back here.
Let me give some context. I was watching those VODs last night. I was just looking back at like super old stuff.
Why?
And because it's fun. It's fun
You're
too.
just
it's
a
cool.
VOD
So
goblin, and I
they were
appreciate
playing on Bind. He was playing Sage. He was opping almost every round on Sage. The box, in short, was still tall. There was like no
Dude,
good
that box was tall.
Yeah. There was like the observer client was incredibly jank, but he was kind of feasting with the op on Sage.
So you think he's going to be opping on stage today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
5 years on, for real.
That's
For
why you
real.
watch
Take
those
away.
VODs to find out.
Oh yeah, Phoenix mirror match on Bind. Sage, also Phoenix Jet, one of the most amazing comps. People just found out that having 7-second cloudburst was good.
Dude, this game used to be crazy.
That was so busted.
When people learn that they could just grab the snipe, shoot, and then immediately get away from it.
People thought Jet was bad on release too.
Yeah, it's wild, wild stuff. Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and have some more fun and chat more about Mitch and see what he has to say as he dives into this new Cloud9 roster and how he fits with it.
Mitch of now is more leadership, more of like a dad figure on the team, I think. We got a bunch of Zoomers running around, so I gotta, you know, whip them into shape in the server and also, you know, give them advice, you know, out of the server when they need it, and kind of just, you know, the chill guy, I guess, of the team.
Yeah, as a millennial who has to whip up a couple Zoomers, I know exactly what you're talking about there, Mitch. Here are your predictions, and across the board, we all went with G2. No one believes in Cloud9.
One of the most consistent teams of 2024 with a clear upgrade to Jojimo. They should absolutely win this match, but we also thought NRG was certainly going to win the match against C9 last time.
Hey, C9 2-0 G2 the last time they faced off, so...
I will say, though, it is certainly interesting how even with C9's success, none of us believed in them at all.
Come on, this G2 roster should be gas.
But that's still crazy. They beat the team that's supposed to be number 2.
Okay, but real talk, if Zeppa is shooting like the other day and Oxy is back on form, this could actually be really competitive.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I'm most excited for, right? Can Cloud9 keep up the form, and can G2 respond in kind? Because this matchup is going to be awesome no matter how you break it down. You got G2 going up against Cloud9. So let's go ahead and bring out those teams and get this game underway.
Riot Games Arena, it's time for the final match of kickoff week 1. So let's get right into it and bring out your first team. Make some noise for Cloud9!
And you're hearing Locked In. Cloud9's music content creator Kala created this original walkout song for the team. Congratulations to Kala. Awesome achievement, and we look forward to hearing it all throughout the season.
I'm getting with it.
I'm with it, dude. It's got some anime intro vibes to it. I'm vibing with it. It's pretty dope. I've been watching Way of the House Husband. So it's
Picking up a thing or two?
Picking up a thing or two, you know. Oh, man. But yeah, this Cloud9 team have an opportunity here to really shock everyone and get a win against the team that is considered to be the world beaters of Americas. That would be huge.
Certainly would. They beat them in the offseason, a different roster then. They've made some changes since, but already a super impressive debut for Cloud9.
Let's go ahead now and bring out their opponent.
Now, let's bring out their opponents. Making their America's stage debut in 2025. Make some noise for G2 Esports!
And G2 is back with a new walkout song of their own, and this one I'm particularly hyped to talk about. This is Golden Era featuring Isaac App, good friend of mine from Rocket League, aka Turtle. Shout out to you, buddy. But yeah, G2 back with Isaac. Another walkout. We'll be hearing that all year long. Is it by the bundle, though?
That's what I'm waiting for.
Okay, a little chill, I dig it. It's a different vibe, right? Cloud9 had the anime intro, and G2 came out here with the mixtape. You know?
No cha-ching SFX, no buy the bundle yet. I'm liking it more than last year.
That's what you listen to the analyst desk for, folks. Some good old-fashioned musical breakdowns.
We're analyzing the music.
Basically the Fantanos of Valorant. In case though, get ready for this map select. See where we're going to be going here, as these teams are going to be making their choices, where the battlegrounds are going to be located. I'm excited to see if we get, we're going to get some Raze maps.
Yeah,
you have Jogamo.
We've got to see it. I mean, look, when we saw C9 play before, we saw the Fracture and we saw the Lotus, right? We saw some Clove, we saw a couple Tejo maps. C9 have definitely been putting in the work this offseason.
I'm feeling like we might get some kind of Tejo mirror match here. We saw that debuted from Cloud9, both maps their first series, and I think Raze maps tend to be really good for Breach Tejo as well.
Yeah, I mean, Lotus, Split, definitely good on that one. We've seen some Tejo on Abyss as well, like even over in EMEA, we have seen like Tejo and Breach. There was a lot of crazy stuff getting locked in. But honestly, it is worth saying G2 have usually played a more controlled style of game.
Sure.
Think to their old Abyss comp that they were running initially, where it was Double Smokes, the Viper, and Astra, the Killjoy as well. So I would be more surprised to see G2 playing the Tejo, playing double initiator style, because they've historically leaned into a more controlled game plan.
My fear was just seeing like basic stuff, but and there you go. Well, from Cloud9, you're getting, that Tejo deadlock. We did see them use this before.
I really like it.
Yeah, with Tejo now coming into the meta and the Cypher nerfs, I think Deadlock and Vice are so good right now. Deadlock in particular, super strong on this map. Those post plants are potent with
Yep, and the crouch nade combos with Tejo. I think ever since the nerfs to the Pinks, hold on.
Boy,
we got a little Tejo, we got a Yoru for Jog. Wait, this is kind of sick.
Oh, people have been talking about Yoru being an absolute tank of an agent.
Yeah, no Sentinel, though. They're going to be very mindful about when those lurk timings can come in.
All right, folks, this is it. Final match of the week, Riot Games Arena. Why don't you do me a favor, make some noise as we send it over to your casters. It's Uber and Wyatt on the mic.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. It's great to be back here in the Riot Games Arena for our last match of week one of our 2025 kickoff, and it features two teams who couldn't have approached the offseason differently.
Absolutely. We have G2 coming in here off of a fantastic 2024. They were the team that ascended into the league, and as the league progressed, got better and better, qualifying for multiple international events, making it to the playoffs, deep runs in both. But they dropped Icy, the duelist they brought in last year, to add world champion Jogamo. Everyone is looking at this as a straight-up upgrade. He's one of the best duelists in the game, has been. The firepower from that man is unreal. He's on the Yoru here on Lotus, an unorthodox pick. I'm excited to see what he can do.
It's going to be Cloud9 starting on the offense side, a team who do the opposite. They went for the sleeper picks out of challenges and have come up already with good results here in the kickoff. Zeppa, the one to watch after the game against NRG. Lights out across both of those maps. Once gets his lights knocked out there by that fault line, but they'll be ready to push on out here. TP out straight away. They look a little bit dangerous for Valent.
That wall will go up just to obscure the view, but Trent backing up, caught before he could round the corner. All of C9 gathered up, ready to explode through tree. G2 on the rotate. Do they want to try to take the fight to them, though?
They're battered net pretty low. Zeppa and Mitch, not so much. They're able to get in and make this fight. But
Nice
yeah,
shot.
just going to be that anchor player. Didn't have a lot of help to work with while the rest of C9 get up and in onto that A site.
I like this. They're trying to flip the site, take control of Heaven. Valen is ready for this, though, with the paranoia on standby. Not a moment to send it just yet.
Barry, though, is in stairs. G2 have limited options to get into the site. Noxie is going to be forced back by their paranoia. Jorgamo stunned briefly. Now you got to go for it. Leaf and Jorgamo looking to group up here. Here comes the Teo util in. It's going to be back and forth. Leaf's able to get in there, though. Vic trying to play around this one way to some degree. Leaf's already on the defuse. It's up to Vic here. Got to find a way through, but he's sticking it. Right clicks interrupt, but Professor P gets the job done.
Oh, that was a cheeky little attempt from Vic. Played to the smallest win con he could, which was getting into the smoke itself, denying the plant. Good effort. Those waves of utility, the barrage from both teams, multiple Tejos again. This agent has defined this first week of kickoff. When you get the breach in the mix with him as well, it's so oppressive. Trying to get out into into that rubble area against that initiator duo is such a nightmare. But C9 paced themselves around it nicely. We're able to get into tree and get off that nice clean execute.
And that deadlock util in the post plants makes it tough for G2 to retake Wyatt. We'll see if G2 allow them so deep into these sites and execute again.
So you can see as an example here, the Omen, it is standard to take that teleport, get over back rubble. That's what Vic does. And you can outpace the salvos that come in from the defensive Tejo doing so. You know, same if you want to have your raised satchel out there.
Ooh, okay. Jorgamo, zero connection on either of those outlaw shots.
The rarest of whiffs from the Dogamo.
And now the smoke comes up, so Jorg has to play inside the site alongside Trent, who pulls back from tree, but C9 diving over towards the B side of the map. There is a snake bite on the ground, but one player snuck through.
Yeah, still shouldn't be too much danger.
He knows. I think he spots Mitch's shoulder there. It's going to be forced back. Fault line. It misses. He steps to the left and he's able to take Mitch down. Valen there has to be the next line of defense, and heads are sheared clean off.
Clean shit.
G2 waste no time.
G2 stingers.
They allowed C9 to essentially go where they please, ready to pounce on them at a moment's notice with that superior weaponry. Handled that anti-eco perfectly, retaining all of the bonus rounds, or weapons rather, into the bonus round. Looking good so far. Strong start for a team that people are looking at to be the best here in Americas.
The last official that G2 played was actually against Cloud9 at Red Bull Homeground, off-season event. They got absolutely dominated.
Lost 0-2, only got 9 rounds in that game. First match of the season, immediate chance for some revenge.
It's a different C9 roster than what we had then. That was the Rossi look.
The hotly debated Rossi look into this new iteration that immediately off the jump just beat the bad roster move allegations, at least up until this point.
Cloud9 here. Pretty slow about moving on out, but clearing these close corners as if they want to start hitting A little faster. That toxic screen, though, is going to allow G2 to play out from Hobbit.
Again, you can see the defenders, G2, just gathering up, ready to explode onto C9 when they try and press forward in one of those transitional moments. A barrage of utils to come in, but now rotating away is that Tejo. Trent trying to meet up with Jaw on site, who's still got that outlaw. Couldn't connect the shot on the prior round, and will have to connect 2 to kill anyone on C9. They've all got the heavy armors.
Yes. In the head, buddy. There it is, Oxy down to 10. Mitch able to deal with Trent at the very least, and Net wants to go towards Baby Doll. What a catch! Off of his own Grav Net wide. That is huge. Jorgamo and Valen now have to put it together. The latter is a long way away, but Jorg takes a swing, takes a shot, and Vic is cleaned up, but man, he needs help. And the Mastermind is too far away.
Unfortunately, it takes 3 millennia to reload the Outlaw. You have to be far, far away.
A literal ice age. Net here. There's no hurry. Yeah, Valen picks him up, but Net's been playing that position in the post plant constantly.
All of a sudden, we've got some real danger, and danger aside, the economic damage already dealt from G2 is
pretty good.
More than enough to be happy to walk away with. If Valen just goes down here.
Denying 3 guns from Cloud9 on a bonus round at G2. Valen, if he can get just a little more, he'll be grinning.
Good luck, though, against the breach Tejo trying to defuse a spike with the clock ticking.
There is a TP here for Valen, but won't be able to reposition now that Tejo util going to come in, and Valen hasn't left himself enough time. He'll be walking away from this one here as Cloud9 get themselves on the board with this buy, but only have 2 rifles to show for it.
G2 will be content with that. They carry the Phantom over into the next round as well. What a play here from Net. Beautiful transfer onto the second. Leaf trying to get the trade, but
really living up to his name there.
It really is. Net has been a fascinating player to watch over the last couple of years. Obviously, one of the big stories coming into this game, his return to VCT Americas is an opportunity for vengeance against his old squad that replaced him in 2024. He had to fight his way through challengers to prove himself to get back here. He's been looking so good as of late.
And there's a fast push up here for Oxy now as G2 start to converge on B with 3 players. 1-3-1, look for the defenders now as Oxy. He's hit with a concuss. He's going to take some damage here and walk out into the open. Just beg for his frag to be taken, and Trent finds the other.
Oh, Mitch wanted to trade that out, but G2 had a few rifles trained on that choke point. I mean, even if Mitch got one, he was going to go down as well. Advantage extended for G2.
What a disastrous start to the round. Net throws down the grab net. Gets in onto that seaside. Elite is going to be forced away here. He lacks back up right now, and Waterfall smoked off.
Happy to just retreat is Leaf. Wow, C9, they want to push
fighting
more.
This?
They want to take this duel.
Okay, well, Leaf says, I'll have one, thank you. Yes, perhaps the wall now. That's cleared also pretty easy now. There's a chance here for G2. Net trying to push up now. Trent finds his third of the round. Zeppa, Zap back on the site. Get ready for a spray, but Fallon puts it to bed. And already G2 starting to emerge as a very confident contender here on Lotus.
That is clinical. The Breach and the Teho combining the utility for that free first kill, punishing Mitch, who just wanted to trade things back desperately. They play it safe, play to the man advantage retake. Those are the kind of situations where you can expect G2 to really always close things out. In terms of the fundamentals, they are one of the best teams in the world.
Nice, boys.
Jorgamo with 3 frags to his name already. First casualty in that previous round, but he's definitely the blunt object here for G2. Pretty classy finish there by, I guess, the rest of them. Valen looked good. I'm going to say, you know, there's a lot of talk about how Jorg is maybe coming down in pace a little bit, G2 coming up in pace to meet him. It actually doesn't feel like they're a perfect fit for each other, but rather 2 teams that value, or 2 entities that value each other enough to meet in the middle.
It certainly felt that way watching them in the off-season. Things were certainly awkward at times. They played a lot of tournaments, didn't have a lot of success compared to some of the other teams in Americas, but have had a lot of time to iron things out. And Josh RT in the interview before the game said that he feels this addition, aside from just the firepower that Jorgamo brings, makes them a more dynamic unit that they can adjust the pace with a fearless duelist like him a part of the team now.
And someone who sets the pace as opposed to maybe someone who falls in line might have been exactly what G2 needed. Gives them the incentive to break out of the sort of confines they put themselves in by being such a structured team.
Valen said he could be the X factor. This G2 team, they were making deep runs internationally before, and if he is that X factor, it could just take them over the top. We'll have to see though. This is a strong Cloud9 team that have to best in their first match to make it into the upper semis. That has the Annihilation ready to go on this round. It is going to be an eco, but perhaps that could turn the tide.
Looking like a war zone out there with his Teho util already thrown down. Oxy commits over Rubble already with a stinger. He needs to close the gap, and it might be another blast pack that gets him there, but it's been a quiet outing for him so far. And that stealth drone's gonna spot him out. It's just too easy for Jaw.
The rest of the Cloud9 team, they've retreated. They're trying to pivot over to this C site where Valen is taking contact. And he knows that he can just fall back, play this safe, allow Cloud9 to come in, and again, just play for this man advantage retake if necessary, and that will be the case.
Dimensional Drift earned by Jorgamo as well after that first encounter of the round that puts Oxy out of commission. Once again, Valen not overextending for this. This wall's easily to clear with that smoke in the way, and here's Valen. He gets his one. Jaw there, getting towards back halls now, and that's the wall cleared.
I do like that aggressive flash peek. C9 trying to find some kind of advantage.
He knows!
That's overextended.
Information there coming from Jorgamo. Jonah able to capitalize, and it's Trent from Waterfall. This is airtight stuff from G2. They'll put their 4th on the board.
It is fantastic. Might as well use this dimensional drift that Jaw has acquired pretty early in the half to just lock things up in a retake scenario.
And he tells Jonah straight away, someone is about to swing you in halls.
Absolutely. Got that free kill onto Net. Jonah getting close to the Rolling Thunder. Armageddon ready. This is an opportunity for G2 to begin snowballing the game. I mean, yeah, I think that, I'm not 100%, but did that drone only see him because it went up and just got outside of the dark cover? I think that might have been the case.
I didn't even see it get pinged on his point of view.
That is rough for Oxy.
Yeah, he's been neutralized a little bit here. I mean, Valorant is the kind of IGL that has said, I relish the opportunity to shut down star players. Puts them in trick room, you know, slows them right down.
And we've seen for Cloud9 how important Oxy has been to their success, was the critical factor of them making playoffs last year. This breakout star trying to brute force into tree past the Viper wall will get control of the area. G2, they've rotated quickly to defend this.
The Rolling Thunder going to come in, but the Annihilation is going to slow, well, you'd think, Cloud9 up. Instead, they're going to go for it anyway. Concuss does connect onto Mitch, but it's still all systems go for C9, and there's Oxy fighting his double. Mitch rolls away, knows Valorant has no choice but to take this fight, and it's an easy pickup, although Vic somehow in the periphery was down. Jonah P finds his, and now Leaf has to fight in against Oxy and Mitch in the post plant.
Oh, that was some great movement to get the kill on Zeppa, his longtime old teammate. But now, 1 versus 2, Oxy and Mitch trying to set up a crossfire. Leaf creeping upstairs, going for the flank at some point here. Oxy needs to be aware. So
This
much
has got to
time
give
is ticking.
Oxy knows. He has that awareness, but I think Leaf has managed to avoid detection. They're never going to check pit. Here's Leaf. One. Leaf! Mastermind! The Cloud9 in utter shambles. That's not a round you can afford to lose, and not
Holy
like
shit.
He has completely worked them. Cloud9 confused out in the open. Could have repositioned to a safer location together. Have to be frustrated that they didn't get into tree.
Oh,
years Leaf played with Cloud9.
Just the trigger discipline to look for the second player, Wyatt.
That is lovely stuff. A little confused as to why he spotted them both out
body
there,
language
to be honest.
makes it look like it was obvious, but homie literally went upstairs all the way through up and down into tree. The most circuitous route for the retake possible.
Looks like C9 hitting his gas showstopper quickly, but denied by the Molotov on the ground. Oxy can't get past.
And he doesn't want to commit further to try and guarantee a hit off that showstopper. Fair enough. Rolling Thunder here makes things awkward for C9, and Giacomo found Zeppa. Digs him out on the A side of the map. Now, narrowing options down for C9. They have to re-clear that area.
Zeppa needs to begin heating up. That's a really winnable duel for him. It was a slow peek from Giacomo. He was silently walking. Zeppa torched NRG in Cloud9's debut. Really shut down those saying he should have been one of the casualties of C9's roster moves in the offseason. With that breakout performance in match 1, needs to step it up here. They need him to be in that kind of form.
But like you said, it could be anybody on C9. Any given day that steps up to that degree. But we could use a reprise of that performance from Zeppa right about now. Eyes towards B now. Cloud9 finally settling on their intended spike location. Oxy steps into a Trent. Okay, Trent cuts a bloody swath through Cloud9, and Net is able to salvage.
30 seconds left.
But it's a grim landscape that he looks upon now with the absence of his teammates, and Leaf will put him out of his misery.
This team is looking scary good right now. Cloud9's map pick looking like it's going up in smoke.
We're giggling. We're guffawing. I can check.
Cloud9 are going to be sent straight back onto the eco via this hat-trick of kills. Crosshair is just steady.
I mean, that was a conveyor belt of fresh meat, Wyatt. No two ways about it.
C9 did good work just prior in the round 2, baiting out some of those ultimates, safely escaping out of the B site, but ends in tragedy. Early a fight again.
And who is with him? Who is with him? The rest of C9 are forced back by the fault line. Oxy has no support there. And he's committed. He's stuck out there. He has to go for it. Another early round play goes up in smoke for the attackers.
Trying to pivot now back to Mound or Cloud9. We've seen this story multiple rounds now, where they go for that early foray into A. They try to insert someone or find a pick, but it's really just resulted in loss of life. They pivot to C. G2 give the side up. They play for the man advantage, retake, rinse and repeat.
Valen can take his time here. He's flashed, forced back, but the Leaf is there. The second wave steps up, deals with Vic, and now stands confidently in between both of these salvos. Surely you can't have another one. Zeppa might swing on this one. Net from the high ground, though, deals with it. Sting is here. Remember, it's an awkward buy for C9. They've done well to at least get into the site, but still no plant.
That's the first time we've really seen G2 try to fight before the spike goes down. Dodgemo on the flank gets a free one onto Zeppa. It's all in the hands of Net versus former team with no HP, no weaponry.
They're brimming with confidence, White. There's no need to wait for them to plant. No need to give the extra credits over to C9. They are being throttled in every metric. And Net just doesn't even see where his assailants are set up.
It is suffocating to play against this G2 squad. Dominant in the map control game. And utterly fantastic at the fundamental Valorant situations, trading off of each other in these retakes. Swinging for together at the proper times.
And this is
These guys are so good, man.
This is broadly considered an attack side of the map, but Cloud9 have been suffocated. They've never really been able to hit a site, get an easy plant, and the retakes have been sublime when that's happened.
We have Cloud9 with the full buy. Big ultimates to play with here to stop the bleeding. Leaf feeling the pressure from the fault line, going to drop the Viper's Pit, try and delay this C-side execute, allow some rotates to come through.
And he avoids all of it. Every one of those ultimates, yep. Okay, well, Leaf's going to sit inside the pit that wasn't able to be cleared by all of that util. There was someone caught inside that Annihilation at the very least. Looks like they were rescued though. Was it a clone? Was that a Yoru clone inside the Annihilation?
We'll need a replay on that from the point of view of the Annihilator. And
okay.
I would love to see what happened there. I could not tell through the mess of the pit and just seeing Leaf trying to dodge around everything that was happening.
I'm thinking Jorgamo might have boomed him into the next dimension. Well, we'll check back in on that.
And this time C9, they're back on the pivot to A. I like this util to re-clear Rubble, but they're flashed up, denied, and the guiding salvo forces them back.
Man, G2's defense on Lotus is still like
Denied vision and Cloud9 now.
so fucking good.
B is the only option they haven't tried yet. Net
Okay,
actually able to find
good trade.
some momentum.
Like,
But Jonah B steps back up, sits him down, and now you've got no choice. Cloud9 had to throw themselves
wow.
at this solution.
That's a fucking gamble and a half.
Lazily takes him out. Now with 2 players left, this is Cloud9 in a position to try and plant, but time is short and jaw. Yeah, he can't see the planter. Valendo tries to make something happen from upper, but it's a solo endeavor.
This is must win for C9. They can't give this round up. They can't afford to lose another.
Zeppa is low. Leak knows he's up there, and he is starting to creep up on the site. Zeppa is holding a passive angle here, and he swings it. George just deals with him.
While shrinking, that was like
work around the extremity.
very dangerous.
Someone give it a tickle, surely. And that's why it's called the can opener, not cannot.
They drop the orb, perfect timing, double face. This G2 team, I'm blown away so far. Everything that occurred in the offseason, the opposite is happening in VCT right now.
Oh, it is the clone!
Oh my god! Oh, crazy.
So not only did he take 3 kills, he just counters the deadlock ultimate entirely. Oh, Net goes fishing and comes up with an old boot. You hate to see it. Gotta be a pause here.
Second for Cloud9.
They have burnt through those all in the first half, and Imi knows he needs to get some attack side rounds on the board for these guys before they head into the break.
Historically, this map was leaning attacker-sided, though with it re-entering the pool, these new agents in. Not enough data to support that at the moment.
Right. But still this idea that the defenders, by and large, are spread relatively thin over 3 sites, right? It doesn't feel like G2 have suffered as a result of that. They always seem to be where they're needed.
It's been dominant map control from them towards A, and they end up typically being able to find a kill from it as well, routing C9 to another site where one player has pressed up, is holding an information angle, they give it up, they play for retake. This is textbook Valorant that they're playing, but it's perfect.
And for Imi, I'd say this is the kind of half that'll make you want to pull your hair out, but, well, that's not an issue.
Come on, man, they're already down 8-1.
It's been brutal.
You have to do them like that, they're already...
I mean, he looks pretty frustrated back there. We spent a lot of time talking to a very frustrated Imi last year as well, right? Just trying to get things on track for the C9 team. It's been a while since they've been at an international tournament, Wyatt. Many years, in fact.
All missiles away.
The
trying to get out into A, but again, it's G2 with this early control, the breach, the Taeho. It's just too strong on that area of the map. Wants to get a duel against Jaw, but he just can't win that. You can't beat Jaw right now.
Alright, Leak gonna be leaked here briefly. Oxy though a little bit too late to capitalize on that, but still gets himself onto the side here. Once again, G2 not looking to interfere pre-plant. They're really giving a lot of space.
C9 want to find a pick. They want to even this 4v4. Dimensional Drift to get the information for the retakers.
Okay, Oxy, a little sharp. More of that. And Cloud9 will be smooth sailing. Jonah P chimes back in. Professor will book no nonsense. Jaw? Okay, just from the Dimensional Drift into a fault line, not ideal. Mitch sets that up well. Now the Rolling Thunder. Just as Leaf was trying to make a push, so Vic's able to clean him up comfortably and find a second from the back of sight. It's up to Old Faithful, Old Reliable. Vadim will fall, and Vic comes alive for Cloud9.
Finally, out of the timeout, they're able to win around some proactivity, hitting that C site, fighting for halls together. Oxy getting a much-needed kill. They didn't need to do much against NRG the other day.
Bam.
But you are looking for this guy to be the star that we know he is. He was one of the best duelists of 2024. Outrageous stats for all of America's Stage 1, Stage 2. He's got to come to life.
Big fan of that util there from Mitch. Rolling Thunder gets at least 2 kills for Vic. He happily snaps him up. Now though, this is not a round that will be supported by mass ultimates.
Wow, different from C9. They want to just contact out of here with a flash up.
Okay, we get there. It's a little dicey, but we get there. 2 sprayed down there with the Phantom. Jonah's going to have to stand and fight here, but he went for the weapon switch. And Zep was able to catch him out.
Great refight from Cloud9. They just need to seal the deal, trade down effectively in the 3 versus 2. They can go tree into A safely.
Leaf already with a massive 1 versus 3 clutch earlier in this half.
Vic still has a paranoia. Could be a big piece of util to have one of his teammates swing off of, or he can proc that when the spike is tapped, flash up the person trying to defuse.
Jaw should be able to switch to a rifle. Yep, he's picked up a Phantom.
Time to jump.
Op really not really wants to be in a fight like this. Now they're making all sorts of noise here with the paranoia. There's the clone, a lot of damage being put on C9 here. George tries to swing it. Leaf is there. Oh my goodness, Leaf. There's more work to be done. Very classy little right click here, and he knows approximately where Zeppa is, but not exactly. It's the 2 teammates, brothers in arms from yesteryear, and Zeppa this time wins it out. Shorty gets him there.
Finally for Cloud9. It feels that they've stopped that bleeding. They're coming back into the game with some adjustments made late in the half, but at least they've made them right. They're getting a couple desperately needed rounds on the board, so they have a chance when they get to defense. This time opting to contact, walk out of the smoke, rather than just fully rotating off due to those, the salvos coming in from the Taeho, the fault line from the breach, and then they go for the refight after that when G2 were fully committed. That was lovely from C9.
Yeah, I mean, Jonah P not ready for that at all, right? You see him actually switching to a flash at the time. Jaw this time happy to throw down, but of course, Cloud9 syncopate a little bit. They are going to walk up through this smoke still and clear that area with the aftershock.
Yeah, Salvo forces Jawjamo to retreat, take that teleport back to A, double up with Trent. That is a strong duo to anchor this site. Armageddon comes through to try to force them off. Out Trent is caught.
No! Okay! I don't think he knew where to go. Flashed out, it's unclear either way. Jonah hit with that grab net. That's the second time Net has pulled off that play. Following up on his own grab net. And there's Oxy, converting and doing what needs to be done.
Perfect.
Now we're cooking.
Perfect timing on that one-way net.
I mean, it's still a good fucking up for G2 now.
Cloud9 feeling the energy.
Their defense on Lotus is insane.
As well as we get
it was insane last fucking season.
Absolutely, getting a good start in the second half.
And
would be
still
good to see how this
insane now.
Okay. He was, oh no, he was in the stealth drone. So it comes out of it and he's got nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. It's just unfortunate stuff. Still, both teams getting a feel for how that Taeho util is supposed to work. There it is, folks. Halftime in this match between G2 and C9 is 4 rounds in it. We'll see you on the other side as Cloud9 switch up sides.
Football gives you wings.
Six consecutive rounds put together by G2 started to put the fear of God in Cloud9, but a very timely Imi timeout there just before round 10. Sees C9 get to 4 rounds in the half. It's, look, not amazing. They definitely were hoping for a little bit more, but still 4 rounds to work with. It's a staging ground to build off, and hopefully with a 1 pistol.
Certainly. They rallied back before the clock struck midnight. 3 rounds strung together in a row. Something we've seen a lot for C9 so far is Zeppa top of the board. Let's see if they can play even better on defense. They looked good against NRG the other day. They had a lot of cool trap plays with this deadlock and then using the damage from Tejo.
Both teams looking to make extensive use of Valorant's newest initiator. It's going to be Vic called upon here to be the contact player from the C side. And okay, Joe. Shoulder peek to confirm there is an Omen in the site. Paranoia is going to force Vic out entirely, though, so for relatively little cost, G2 is set up on C.
Yeah, time for a full retake situation. Fair bit of utility for Cloud9 to work with. There's a stealth drone for Zeppa. Vic has that Paranoia to try and get back in, and Mitch's fault line just cycled. Not a situation you see super often on a pistol round, but let's see if C9 have a protocol for this, if they've got that set retake ready.
Yeah, grab net there as well for net. Okay, there's a fault line, comes from both ways. In fact, 3 players from C9 stunned up, but G2 aren't in a position to capitalize, and here's the fight. Jorgamo with the right click on the side. Valen doesn't want to fully commit. He knows he's a little out at sea. The rest of his team are sat on mound, and Valen is going to be the sacrificial lamb to try and hold them up. He gets his, and now from long distance, and all this terrifying util, Cloud9 have got to fight through a literal avalanche of explosives.
Unfortunately, it is going to be so difficult for that retaking team on a pistol round where you have less HP inherently to wade through all of those explosives with all 5 players alive spamming at you while you're trying to defuse.
You can't tank those hits.
You just can't. The Tejo does far too much damage.
I loosen that pistol there for Cloud9 just as they started to build back into the game. That is going to hurt. Jorgamo wastes no time in adding an outlaw to his arsenal.
The defenders want to gamble for a full A fight, rushing down rubble and trying simply containing back towards spawn. Will fall back with the rest of the team who intend on going to a very vacant C site.
Yeah, cat's out of the bag now for Cloud9. Now they're just going to try and chase them down. Obviously a pretty long range. Leaf is the ghost player here, so definitely considered a little more expendable despite the fact that he's been ranching Cloud9, 15-7 his scoreline. And we're all in the C side now. C9 looking for a retake here, maybe from B through Waterfall.
And that, they try to flip the site just a little bit. Can play from back halls. They know that all of Cloud9 were running through A, so they've taken some really excellent forward positioning.
Valen can give this info. No one is wrapping up towards hall side, he says. Now, though, he might smash it. Sees, oh, my goodness. Okay, 2 for 1. Take that deal any day of the week. And now the professor is also presiding over things. Hardly necessary, maybe extraneous, but still. Net now has very little to do outside of perish in the most honorable way possible. I personally recommend a 1-man charge.
Unless he gets a kill, it's a repeat of history from the first half. G2 take the pistol, and all 5 players survive on the anti-eco, putting them in prime position to close the door in C9's face and head over to Abyss, which is G2's map pick.
Oh man, there's just no one to follow up on that fault line, and Valen was already getting out of there.
I think Oxy was supposed to be the follow-up.
Thank you, Trent, thank you.
That's what friends are for. Here we go, Cloud9. Might be their last chance with the economy on the line, with a full buy.
Not set up to aggressively play into Rubble this time. Okay.
Just purely predictive that someone would be jiggling or holding C with the dark cover there.
Against a fully armored target. Actually, I think that was the half armor, half armor player. Either way, Vic. Those ones are tough to swallow.
Oh, Net wants to re-clear, but Leaf, keenly aware, doesn't forego the watchful eye on that angle.
Just want to remind people this is a bonus for G2, one in which they have 3 Bulldogs.
And one in which they're about to win. C9 make a miracle happen. C-site free once again. That's where G2 are headed.
And there's no one home. And they know that for a fact after Net had sort of pushed up off of that.
They're about to get 2 free upgrades as well, by the way.
And they've had the C-site for free 2 rounds in a row. This time now with a very undermanned C9 who, well, I think they're thinking about holding on to these weapons as long as they can.
They might just have to go for the save here.
Little 3-gunner.
Keep enough weapons that they're not just strictly playing for OT if they send it right now. G2, they can hunt. Leaf trying to do something with the Outlaw here. Oxy on the angle and a little bit too quick.
Doesn't cost him too much at the end. Cloud9 really, with 3 guns, have nowhere to go. And all they've really learned about what G2 are doing is, well, they're not fighting aggressively on Rubble yet. That's at least the conditioning that's been set. Cloud9 spending resources on that A side of the map early in the round, but just not been able to come up with anything just yet. And so, I'm sorry, 2 players walking into that Outlaw line, that is a tough one. Also, 2 rifles taken away. G2.
I have to feel at this point that C9 are rattled. 2 pistol round losses.
What timeout?
2 clean anti-ecos. Yeah, they had to expend them in the first half.
That's right. Imi just in wordless rage on the side of the glass case. Cannot interact with Cloud9 at this time.
They want to go for something aggressive towards that C side.
Net is glass cannon this round. No armor to speak of.
Dark cover goes down. Pressure from the Tejo. G2, they try to rush this through the smoke.
Okay, Vic's able to recover something. But that util has been very, very good from Jonah P. Fault line sets an easy kill up for Vic. Okay, Mitch not too bad, finding 2 here. It's Zeppa and the armorless Net remaining in this 2 versus 2.
And Net who's trying to push for a bit of information. It looks like G2 are going to end up walking into Zeppa over on that C site.
It's unclear really if Zeppa's going to give them too much here. Can sort of go and scout this with the drone. Honestly, this is a ratty spot, Zeppa. That is extremely rodent-esque. He's getting out of it. Swinging on it. Oh, Jorg. Okay.
Timing.
Had his back turned. Yep, sometimes it's just meant to be. Zeppa again has to be the savior for Cloud9.
The worst of timings for Georgimo. Just adjusts his crosshair as Zeppa falls into the angle, collects 2. This double spray down from Mitch was crucial in the mid-round, though.
Just the fact that Zeppa could have sat in that corner, you know, and probably done it right. At least a one and done there. Gives up that position, walks out, and finds Jorgamo thinking of other things. We might actually see a fast play towards Rubble, so let's see if G2 have conditioned C9 enough against this.
Minor signs of life for C9 in the second half. Oxy going in fast, wants to play top. Rubble. Jorgamo getting that information with the dimensional drift, actually pivoting into B where the rest of the team will meet him.
Yeah, already flash pressure going to be there. Net going to force Net back. And immediately the judge goes to work, but Oxy with a spray down through is able to catch out the offender. Now it's going to fall apart for G2. It's just Leaf. Spike a long way away. He's playing from upper, still doable with those headshots. Leaf versus Vic. Old versus new. The mastermind versus the student. There it is from Vic. Your favorite player's favorite player. Closes out the round.
A man who's been dominating in the challenger scene for a long time. One who's not always been as hyped up by the community, I think, as he's been, you know, maybe deserving of, but one that other pro players have definitely taken note of. Have mentioned him a lot as someone to keep your eye on. Finally able to play in Tier 1 with this Cloud9 team who've really taken a chance on some of these slept-on Challengers players that have been really good but aren't putting up the star performances always that are driving attention from the community.
From Moist X Shopify to Cloud9, Vic has burst onto the scene this year.
We have this deep dark cover place that's currently being worked around by Leaf. Now tucked into the corner as the rest of his team press up towards A, playing off the wall. Jojimo is in deep. It's rare to see a Viper on this map nowadays, which is funny because it used to be a must pick.
Net. The lame laps. Brimming with confidence, pushes out a B, runs into a drone. Clowns on him a little bit. Jorgamo hoping that flash is going to keep the stairs players at bay for a little bit. Clone is going to be hit. Jorg pushing ahead of so much of this util. He's got the site locked down, but all of Cloud9 able to pull up to upper.
You can just see by his pathing the disregard for his own life that Jojimo has, man. He is fearless.
Disregard for his own, but also his opponent's. It's an easy pickup for him. No self-preservation mechanism ends up being his secret power. And that was an annihilation sent topside by G2. Trent lets it go. Bowen again, rock solid! He's third for the rounds. Now it's up to Nets. Try to unravel the chokehold that his old team has put him in.
He does have the annihilation if he can maybe find another kill.
Can't afford it.
No, he can't with just 200 credits in the bank. He's going to fall back. Too little time, especially considering the Taeho still living for G2. Could play a mega passive angle and just send out the guided salvos to get an easy round win.
And this smarts. Why, this really hurts. Cloud9 after a very competitive, but ultimately successful series against NRG. Pickload is coming into this game, think, okay, let's continue to go to work on some of the biggest names in Americas. It's NRG into G2, that is serious business. But here, map point against them, and they've really struggled to stand out.
This G2 squad is delivering on the expectations that we had set for them coming into this year. It's been a great debut map, one more round to close it out and go to their pick Abyss. Cloud9,
they're up against the barrier
here. They want to fight them in the choke.
They're like kids in a candy store trying to get through onto this A side of the map. They want to brawl for it. There's a TP away. Jorg up on Rubble, and Oxy is already in there. Fallon got taken down. That was the peak on the left side of Rubble. Jorg now has to think twice about going for this, and Oxy is deep. The cat amongst the pigeons. Don't mind if I do, he says. 9th frag of the game. More muted outing for Oxy, but come alive just now when he needs to.
They want to pivot towards C. Net is just jiggling, ready to throw the grab net in case they're walking in, but Leaf.
What about the dead
speed?
net?
Oh my god, the reaction on that is sick.
There's Jonah P. Vic is low, by the way. Just
nice.
The ball over, and Jonah P.
Damn.
Is a hurricane. We're even up though in the post plant. Leaf stepping forward on the side, getting ahead of the util. Oh,
Leaf.
Too easy, baby. G2.
G2 is so good, man.
Throw the gauntlet down.
It's such a cool team to watch.
C9's map of choice. It's a 13-6 result. And G2 showed they were serious in the offseason. Went shopping for a world champion. Come back with a roster that looks terrifying.
That was an absolute dismantling of Cloud9 on their map pick. One we saw them beat NRG on just the other day. So far, so good for a team that has massive expectations. The roster that picked up that world champion Jojimo, strong first outing, but it was Leaf at the end of the day who really stepped up here for G2. Dominant on the Viper.
And a big part of the problem is only 4 attack rounds here for Cloud9, despite the pretty effective util usage from Mitch, of course, and getting a lot of value out of the Taeho of Zeppa, who had a great game in general. They just can't convert and get smothered across the map by G2. It feels like G2 always knew where to be.
I'm excited to see what G2 have on offer when we get to their map pick, Abyss, which is coming up next. They've only played it a couple times, and last we saw them, it was a loss to Lev champions. I'd like to see what their level is now.
We're going to step away for a moment, but when we return, our desk with GB are going to break down this first map of our last series of the week.
Okay, Team Supreme, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
I am standing by with Josh RT before game 2. Now they take out map 1, not even their own pick, but you are going to your own. I am standing by with Josh RT before game 2. Now they take out map 1, not even their own pick, but you are going to your own pick. Players are already playing amazing. G2 seems to always be able to field great players, but I want to know your approach that also helps that. How do you keep that mental strong? And we are always seeing G2 stay in the game. What's that coming from you?
Well,
we'll never know.
What an answer.
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be, Josh RT?
Honestly, on pins and needles over here. We'll have to find out next time. But in any case, though, welcome back to the desk, everyone. GB alongside Mimi and Enders. We really just continue to talk about how good this G2 lineup looks as they win Lotus 13-6. And Mimi, I mean, you got to start right out of the gate. Jogamo.
Yeah, I think we're already seeing the difference between the team of last year and this team with Jaw. And him on this Yoru, we saw him willing to take so many really interesting risks throughout this game. Some crazy entry pathing on the attack side, but a round I wanted to look at from their defense, where you see G2 hearing this B execute starting to come through from C9. They're going to pretty instantly react with a Rolling Thunder, completely dissuade that from happening. But while all that's going on, Jaw, basically alone in this endeavor, full walks up, gets a kill outside A, and then teleports back. And it's not a huge thing, but I think little moments like that are things that you didn't really see Icy doing that much last year for G2. Jaw's a player who's willing to take those calculated risks, go get his in the 1v1, and he was rewarded for it quite a few times in this game.
It was really this two-pronged approach from G2 in that first half where they crushed, 8-4 on the defensive side, where you had Jaw looking for those aggro pieces. And on the other side of the map, usually on that C side, Leaf was just putting on an amazing solo anchor performance. I mean, there were numerous times where he's getting swarmed as a solo player and finding positions on site where he's dodging away from Teo Yuto, breach utility, playing around his own orb and wall very, very nicely. So I think while Jogamo was putting the fear of God into C9,
and some highlights.
Leaf was the one popping up and get these multi-frags on those holds.
We told this is like the revenge match for Net getting dropped from G2, but it seemed like it was one Leaf just taking his former teammates and absolutely putting them down as a solo anchor. It's clear he's got a little chip on his shoulder there too.
Oh, without a doubt. But then, you know, another thing that had really shined through in this matchup was that Tejo breach, right? Both, really on both sides. I really like these agents together. You get so much you could do with this, Ender, and really want to get your take on this.
Yeah, well, I mean, really, these agents are just incredible at breaking a site, whether that's on the attacking side, getting in, or the defensive side, trying to go for these re-clears. And I think what G2 were able to do on their defensive side a lot was when they had to get back into a site, deal with the deadlock utility, and then overwhelm the opposition. The fact that they had the Yoru thrown into that mix as well, adding another layer of flashes, and that quick dash in to play off the utility, it just pairs so nicely together.
Despite playing into the deadlock, I think G2 had a really good idea of when they were actually ready to use the util on the retake. You never saw either initiator pre-firing it. It was all perfectly coordinated on those retakes and clearly super well rehearsed for G2.
You're seeing, you know, the influence of Jogamo on this team, the brain of Valen at work, Leaf putting in some numbers. It's been really cool to see G2 dominate the way that they have, but C9 not out of it yet. Let's actually go over to Coach Emmy, hear what he has to say.
I am joined by Emmy to get a few words here. Looking at map 1, didn't go your way to start, but it did start to come back there. Are you trying to settle the guys' nerves? Do you feel like they're all right? What's it looking like going to game 2?
No, I think it's definitely a mentality battle right now. We just need to get in the right place. I mean, we lost both pistols. We started slow, so I think we just reset our mentals and we'll be good. We just need to not be so tense. Every time we play G2, we're a little bit tense.
Easy things to identify. Hope it's there in game 2.
Whenever they play G2, they're a little bit tense. Fascinating, but even more so now because of just the firepower that's at the disposal of G2.
Yeah, and if you're looking at what should be the two top fraggers for the teams, the duelists, the difference between Jogamo and Icy was palpable this game. Oxy had sort of a rough showing in that opening match versus NRG, but here he's 1-6 in openers, whereas on the other side, Jaw 6-1 on those.
Wow.
Now we're moving on to Abyss, which is a super wide map. Off is going to come into play. I'd be shocked if I didn't see Jogamo on that Yoru again.
Yep.
Oxy's going to have to step up or it's just over.
He absolutely is. This is a jet map. It's pretty comfortable one for Oxy, but it will be very reliant on him, especially on their defense. Getting an operator in his hands would be big. I'm interested to see what else G2 fill around. As you mentioned earlier, they used to play that really slow double smokes control comp on this map, but we just saw Jonah P hovering on the breach there.
Yeah.
He might change up the pace and go back into that breach tail.
Yeah, I believe it was Navi that was playing the breach tail on Abyss the other day in EMEA, and that is unreal in the post plants. The stun on that B site going
so
down
good.
on the cringe plant spot is bonkers.
Does not sound fun to play against. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick pause for the cause, and when we return, it's going to be map 2 on Abyss, Cloud9 versus G2. We'll see you in a few.
Well, we heard from Emmy at halftime, and I think there's probably more than a couple of teams that feel a little bit tense when taking on a roster like G2 right now because they look sublime out there. Cloud9 map pick is Lotus, and G2 make it look like their home ground, baby. Now we're off to Abyss. That's where G2 wanted to take this game. You've got to know there's something in store.
We haven't seen Abyss actually played by Cloud9 in a VCT match before. And in the case of G2, the last time we saw them on it, they actually lost to Lev at Champions. It knocked them into the lower bracket. They had the iconic 5 players on an eco round jump off the map.
Oh, what happened to the game I love?
What happened to it? All right, we got the agent select. Cloud9 going in with a double controller look. This is what they did on Fracture, actually, against NRG the other day. It was very successful on their attack side, getting into the site and then cycling those smokes, making it really tough for the retakers to get back in. but they struggled on defense. And without a Sentinel, I think we'll see more of that here. And
oh, we got a Sentinel here.
We do have a Sentinel, not the expected one. A lot of Cypher was being played here before. People started playing a lot of Vice. I have not seen a lot of Chamber. This should be fun, especially given that Leaf is coming off the back of dropping 22 for 10 deaths on map 1, something along those lines. So he is in white-hot form. Chamber might be the perfect agent to close this out, get G2 into those upper semifinals.
The kind of Sentinel that allows you to get off one of those op angles for free, essentially. Something that obviously only a few agents, most of them duelists, can actually achieve. And elsewhere, we've seen Giacomo disrupting the flow of the game. We're sort of on Lotus, getting these random picks on the other side of the map and being able to rejoin the rest of G2 when they wanted to hit a site hard.
G2, they've always favored the Yoru on this map. Icy was playing it back in the day, last year at the end, and now Giacomo picking it up for them.
All right, into the pistol we go. Cloud9 on the attack side. A 0 point reveals 0 information. No one on G2 pushed up in A main.
But we do have Leaf with the Headhunter making some presence in the middle of the map.
Headhunter!
Oh, what a first shot!
What a way to pick up where you left off as well. It's Oxy of all plays going down to that moment. And again, we saw this as well. Towards the end of Lotus, Mitch able to recover things in a pinch.
Out of nowhere, duel against Jonah P could determine the round, and it's one for the defenders, 3 versus 2. They can play to the man advantage in this retake.
Yeah, plenty of players set up towards tower here by G2, but the smokes are in their way right now. Speculative shots to try and soften up C9 in this postpartum. Vic tries to get ahead of it.
Oh, I can't believe that miss. Threaded the needle with that right click.
And the Prof has himself his hat trick now. Low might just be the play used to draw Net out of hiding. Nice little connection here, but it's too much to cover. Jonah P walks out of the round with 4.
A good setup in mid from G2. Fair play to Mitch, trying to recover things. The IGL.
Someone wake Lothar up, please!
Who's returned to C9 after a couple years, but G2 are just looking too good, man. 4 kills already for the Professor, on his way to the Rolling Thunder. A nice little fun fact about Leaf.
I tell you what, guy is the meat grinder. They step one up, he knocks someone down. He had a great map 1 of this series.
Now, was that original star duelist player for C9? That's where he racked up a hell of a lot of the kills on that stat. Was the duelist initially for G2 as well last year, but it's when he swapped to Sentinel, they made the role changes that they really began to come into their own. And they want to go from just a great team to the best. They have the tools to do it this year. Your expectation should be that they can be contending for world titles.
Christie is selling for them on the desk. He says they're winning champions. You heard it here first. A lot of confidence. And there's the Marshall, not quite actually finding any purchase there straight down mid, but it's enough to dissuade Cloud9. They're headed over towards A again.
For Cloud9, they're just trying to get their nerve back, get comfortable again, get some confidence going individually. You know, they've had a couple small moments here and there, but they need someone to step up, take the reins.
Look at this, push-pull. G2 now being tempted over to the A side of the map, and Cloud9 have pulled the wall down over their eyes. Can they get to B, though, within this window? Looks like they're going to hit it pretty fast now. Leaf, though, big catch. That's on the mid player. Mitch, the pivot, the fulcrum is down. And Leaf's in position to deal with anyone playing close. The double swing, though, it's just too much. Oh, my goodness, Leaf blows them away. Just a little too easy. Okay, Jorg. Yep. The internal canine makes its appearance.
3 pistol rounds taken by G2 in this series. Cloud9 just can't find that match to, you know, light something and begin to get some level of momentum. They've been fighting from behind this entire series.
Spinning their tires.
They got 1 kill, at least on this on their eco round, rather. It's the first time they've done that in this series after losing the pistol. But that is virtually nothing.
Clean conversion on the anti-eco. Into the bonus here, it's quite the assortment of weaponry, Wyatt. Marshall, Bulldog Stingers. Okay.
That is cheeky from Leaf getting into that A main position. A couple G2 players stacked up for B, and actually a quick rotate from Jonah, but the first blood is found by Vic, and with the Cosmic Divide, it's easy access to the B site.
Yeah, now able to develop that one pretty early. So here it is, Jorg and Jonah P set up on the other side of that wall. Again, just a bonus here for G2, but they're definitely hoping to keep it lit on this C9 economy, to give them too free a win. Oxy waiting, salivating for a chance to throw down, but Trent is going to find his 2.
Opportunity to do some real damage. G2, if they can find one more, that would be enough to have a pretty solid round here. They can't. Zeppa on the swing from backside, and I believe that was net from Heaven. C9 stabilizing.
Only 2 guns lost there. Trent able to divest Cloud9 of a couple of those weapons. Now the proper buy up, and this is what we were waiting to see. Leaf has taken an operator at the first opportunity.
Does he dare go for that jump around A again? I'm going to assume. Oh my God.
He's doing it.
He's actually going to get. Please don't fall off the map. Praying. He does not.
I mean, the guy's a little bit of a movement god. No, he's fine, it's fine. Easy.
Oh, easy.
Sticks the landing, and now he will lie in wait. Obviously, the rendezvous means he can get out of here at a pinch. So just one free pick, and then peace out. No, it's going to be Oxy to clean him up. Sometimes the best laid plans go to waste.
Reaction time was so swift from Oxy as C9 fall back out of A main. They want to regroup with Net, who's been containing towards B. They've been able to get access to the site relatively easily.
That is unfortunate. That's down on the bedrock level.
Take flight.
Going to be clearing this nebula here with the Owl drone. Already the Astra Stars set up. Pretty straightforward assortment of them. Now we can get past that gravity well pretty easily. Okay, Net gets the jump on Jorg here. So any threat of that wraparound through mid has been neutralized.
Now do G2 actually want to go for this in the 3 versus 5? Or are they going to save? Here comes the fault line from Jonah P.
Null command from Mitch just popped here, so I think that's it. You're calling a cancel on that.
Yeah, at least they extracted a little bit of value from the pressure that they put on there to get that out. And
a gun.
Trent does pick up the kill on Net. Net, who, by the way, has been, despite, Cloud9's woes in this series so far, he's been really good at reading the rotates from G2, cutting them off, finding picks on the flank in that way.
Sorry, Trent. Yeah, he's pinged it out. Okay. That'll be the round. Of course, they're talking to Net. I mean, he had already been able to build a Cosmic Divide in that 3rd round, right, to set up for Cloud9 to make sure they had a pretty safe buy. So pretty instrumental so far at 5 and 3. And he's halfway to his next one as well.
No operator for Leaf for this time, but he is 1 away from getting the free operator with his ultimate, so we'll have to see if they can play to an orb for him, or if he'll just be relegated to using that next round. Stick with the Headhunter for now. Cloud9, they're gathered up for a fast hit onto B. At least that's what it looks like right now in G2. It looks like they want to actually fight forward. Dodger will take a duel and then teleport away to safety.
Drew out some utility in fairness. Fault line here going to disrupt things a little now for Cloud9, buying time for these players to get set up and onto the B side.
G2 have rotated 3 players into the site, ready to anchor.
They're so certain about this, despite not having a ton of mid control.
There had just been a drone reclear actually from Trent into mid. Ned is just passively watching the flank, something he's going to have to be very attentive to given their lack of Sentinel in this composition.
Okay. Nebula being thrown up towards Heaven here by Cloud9, so it's the go signal for sure. Oxy with a Cloud Burst to try and deny any high ground play. He's going to plunge now straight out of that Cloud Burst. Mitch has been so good on the ground. There's that Tour de Force though, claims his first victim of the round. It's Net out of the picture. Trent finds yet another one. George sat there waiting for Oxy to show. He knows Zeppa's high, but can't make the adjustment. Now it's Leaf. Headhunter, Tour de Force ready. And Mitch, who's been pretty darn good, but not good enough.
So quick with the scope in, with the flick. The adjustment from Leaf is perfect. Gets that ultimate online. Tour de Force paying dividends.
And that's why Valens says, my Sentinel is better than your star player. 7 and 3 for Leaf, after a brilliant Lotus as well.
Heartbreaking for C9, who cracked into that site with a duo of kills from Mitch, who despite being the IGL was also putting in work on the scoreboard. The aim has been looking nice today. It's just not enough. Cloud9, though, with the plant, their economy still good enough for a buy, good enough, in fact, that they want to get an operator into the hands of Oxy.
Ooh. A little bit of free damage on Zeppa, nothing you'd write home about. Cloud9 settled into a bit of a default early in the round. What's Jorg up to on that B side? Maybe starting to inch up a little closer as Leaf has the line with this op.
Taking positional liberties with the gate crash. Still back B, ready to teleport away to safety if necessary. It's a Cloud9 who really just want to slow down the game, allow Oxy some time to work mid. He's been holding a pretty passive angle, hoping that someone from G2 would maybe jump spot. And now it's Cloud9 actually throwing down 2 smokes deep mid, feigning that they could be walking up, making G2 consider that they could be far closer to them on the map than they actually are as they gather up for the A execute.
Yeah, Cloud9 just trying to obscure their movements and stretch the resources of G2 thin.
Now they've actually thrown the rifle over to Oxy. Vic has picked up that operator. They want to go for the A split here. They're going to have to deal with Leaf with this op. He wants to get his and teleport away, but just forced off by the flash. Can't get the value intended.
Oxy is very early getting into tower, though. I don't know how aware Jonah could be of this. And Oxy can get down their throats pretty fast, but instead opts to pull out back towards the middle part of the map and doesn't show himself either. Jorg checks it as he comes through with that dimensional drift, but he doesn't see Oxy yet. Rolling Thunder, Mitch trying to get away from that one. He's knocked right off into the distance, so there's Jorg. Mitch is dealt with. Sat in A main now, but again, the post-plant setup can be pretty oppressive for the attackers, unless they're all dead. It's just net to play from here, and Vic's been a non-factor in this round, Wyatt.
Unfortunately, that op has just been next to useless. What a shot from net, but the trade just as swift from Jajimo.
What do you do from here? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Save the gun and live to fight another day. Still enough to buy with for Cloud9. Very tough in the post-plant for him, though.
That kill from Jogaba out of the TP was crazy. That was so fast. Unfortunately for C9, all that planning around the operator fully went to waste. It was a passive angle from Oxy in mid, hoping that somebody would have tried to go for a jump peek at some point within the first 40 seconds or so of that round. It never came. And then
so
Vic,
clean.
As you mentioned, he just became a non-factor, a liability, holding the op, hoping he could cut off a rotate that never came. And that Rolling Thunder sealed the deal.
G2 now. The Hunter's Fury to work with. So still some Initiator ultimates to leverage. And of course, no surprise to see the Blade Storm popped. Oxy getting on into tower, but Jonah slaps him down. Yeah, he's definitely beaten, battered, bruised after that engagement, but it's an encounter that goes positively for G2. And that spike is not on A yet.
Ooh. Lovely kill from Zeppa as C9 tried to scale into this site, get even further with the drone. The Hunter's Fury bringing out from Trent.
Jonah low, Trent needs to be a little careful. And there's Valent catching
adjustment.
How? Okay. Still, Mitch has got a good spot here in tower to work with. Trent trying to dig him out with a shock will force him at least down to the site. That's the operator of Vic. Once again, he has it in his hands to play outside the site itself. And Mitch, again, he's in there. He's anchoring. And he has to be dug out here by G2. Fault line puts pressure on him, but he knows his angle's being held, or is it? That's the pick-off on Vic that many couldn't respond, and now Net has the util here in the post-plant to try and disrupt. Oh, got pulled off of it, we're at half. Oh, he gets taken down as he tries to push in, and there will be enough time for G2 to convert the rounds.
Well played on the retake from G2, and it's so unfortunate in these situations to watch one of the players from C9 have to just keep watching the flank with their crosshair. As G2 were spilling back into the site, Net was just looking behind the entire time. That is the drawback of the comp that they're running.
Yeah, that's what he's supposed to do. A rueful look on his face. I mean, Vic, yeah, was holding that line. That's rough. All right, Riot Games Arena, how we're feeling? Timeout here for Cloud9. All right, let's talk. Which capsule do you go for? Oh, yeah, there it is. I like that G2 one. The red and gold.
It's classy.
Clean. Thoughts? Opinions? You can point, it's okay. You can tell us how you feel. Oh, okay. C9 fans? Okay, we have both. Yeah, okay. Get them both. That's also fine. Decision time. I like it. Hi. Which one do you like? Oh, we already went there. Okay. I'm messing with that. Yeah, that C9. They got the blue and the white in that capsule skin this year.
It's kind of cool. Year one.
Yeah, look,
one was kind of nice.
bit of-
Hey, year one C9 one.
You like that
I was
one?
messing with it. Yeah, that one was good.
I don't know. I'm still the Hunter Thieves one. They got the blue on there, just random. I kind of like it.
Just try and get past me.
Can't believe we got through a capsule segment without talking about Sentinels. I'm proud of us. Let's go. Round 8. G2 with a 3-round lead.
Here.
Back on the first map, after Imi took a timeout, it was the second one, but that is when C9 started to string some rounds together, make a go at it, get back in the game just a bit. Mitch has the null command coming into this Cosmic Divide for net as well, too. Enormous tools to get into the site, win out a post plant.
Inching down mid here, G2. They're starting to take liberties.
Yeah, they want to take advantage of this lack of Sentinel.
And Vic, pretty cerebral player, Wyatt. Pretty hard to get the jump on. He's trying to make sure they don't catch the timing on him. Okay, here's the Cosmic Divide coming out pretty much straight away. Null command also popped by Mitch, so very hard and fast hit over to the B side.
Well, here comes the battle on the flank. This is crucial. Can Net find the kill? No! Oh my god.
Now you're on the clock.
Jogamo is so nasty.
Tick-tock now for C9. They know there's a chance to get wrapped on here, so they got to go forward, but Jonah P is indomitable. Brick wall that stands in their way. That first divide's about to come down. It's a second up, though. Valen laid his down as well. Zeppa's got a little rat spot in the corner, but Trent has the bait. And once again, it's Mitch alone on the site. He puts the groundwork in, but it's another round snatched away from him. And that's a big investment from Cloud9 ultimate-wise. You, again, commit the KO ultimate. You get the post-plant, and then you get dragged out into the town square one by one.
G2 just abusing the players on the flank. That swing from Jogamo was so nice. It was really ready for that angle to be held by Net, shut him down instantly, and then Cloud9 have to be even more careful, more worried about the further flank coming. If Jogamo pushes down rope, followed up, he had a second player with him as well for that trade, even if he lost the duel.
That's a great point. I mean, the fact that G2 could commit 2 plays to that flank and still have their anchoring players over on B win out their individual duels. One of them was with a headhunter.
Cloud9 have a relatively decent buy into this one while still retaining enough cash for the future. They want to go fast into A. Vic applying a lot of pressure through mid, through the Venice Oxy. Does that dash updraft to meet up with him.
Valen was able to get out there. He was definitely tempted to investigate the Omen TP by Vic. Kind of knew he was at risk. Trent confirms. Oxy sat on the corner, is going to force him to drop straight on down net. Didn't have a timing that he thought of it. Jorg is in his head. Vic, though, only the one as the shorty cuts his life short.
Zeppo is trying to fight with Oxy. Here comes the dimensional drift. Information from Jogamo going to be so crucial for the rest of the squad.
He didn't see Mitch go into security, though, Wyatt. He's in a flanking position, but it doesn't matter. Trent's ready still, somehow. It's another oppressive G2 round. Another post-plant unraveled.
This team is looking utterly fantastic. They were a favorite coming into this year. Maybe some question marks here and there. I certainly had some after an offseason that was fairly tumultuous. It looked like there was certainly going to be an adjustment period needed with bringing in Jogamo, despite how excellent he is, obviously, on paper, figuring out how to use him in this roster, given how aggressive of a player he is, how fearless he is, compared to the slower-paced, controlled G2 team that they're known to be. But it seems like that adjustment period is already over. I think the offseason was just that.
They had to meet in the middle, Jogamo and this G2 team. They've become something else entirely.
They are looking sublime. Cloud9 have the full buy. They're trying to get some control towards A main with that early 0 point, giving information to Mitch to try and call around as the IGL.
Oh god, they've taken all this space again, this time on the B side of the map. Vic, most of the time, doesn't know where to be looking. That fault line.
was interesting.
Yep, definitely one of the more quizzical ones. The gate crash going to be used before it expires by Jorgamo to pull him back onto B.
Cloud9 are hoping that they're going to be able to find an opening pick by exploiting someone on G2 over pushing towards that B side of the map, but it's not going to come. They're playing relatively safe at the moment, just stacked up together.
Look how far back Valen is here.
Wow, do they pop out mid together off a flash?
There's no way! Okay, Jorg. God, he sees it. Gate crashes out instantly. Still, that's a lot of information. They might cause C9 to call a cancel. Maybe just leave Oxy behind. He has to be the mole here, the one that undoes them from the inside.
Jogamo, at least temporarily, off that TP. He regrouped with Jonah, but is now rotating around. He's playing the float roll in spawn, can go to either site. Can Leaf find a pick here, though? That's tough. Forced away. Jonah in so much trouble. Pressure from Oxy in mid.
Buy some time, but Oxy won't be denied for long. He's expecting some action here. And he's about right. That's a clone that's going around the corner. Trent opens things up. Oxy's healthy enough to not have to worry about shockies, but getting lit would be an issue. He has to cloudburst this. Backs away from the shocks. God, how do you win that? Jorg taken down, and here come Cloud9 onto the B side, hitting it hard. Leaf was the anchor player, and he will be dealt with. Still 3 players for G2 to apply to this situation. And Trent is 1 away from Hunter's Fury.
Oxy does a fantastic job getting his, but just causing so much disarray, delaying, letting the clock run down. G2, the time is expiring. Their hopes are expiring of actually getting a defuse. There's still a molly in the hands of Mitch, and on tap, that's going to be thrown out.
Zeppa's got an ult too.
This round should be done.
I like this from Valen. Push up. Mitch doesn't expect it. You've got to get defusing pretty quickly though now, and Vic handles Valen. Now Trent could be a problem. No time is the call. And Trent exits around with 3. Cloud9 find another round, but they are few, and they are far between.
It's similar to that first map. G2 go on a run. They get 5 in a row this time. It was 6 back on Lotus. And then Cloud9 begin to claw back. Just a little bit of hope on the side swap that if they can finally win a pistol round, maybe they could steal away G2's map pick.
Okay, Leaf has spent 9k credits this round, as you do. What does he come up with? Still guns for everybody on the G2 side. And this will be the economy starting to get shaky.
Again, that early 0 point into A main doesn't catch anybody. And then Mitch will just walk forward with net, try to claim that space. C9 watchful still for any kind of G2 aggression down mid. Wow, just Hunter's Fury seemingly out of nowhere. Off of a recon, perhaps?
They're going to push Leaf with this Alvarin. Oh my word! How do you see that coming? It's inhuman. The correction is ridiculous.
Vic has worked his way into vents, trying to be a presence, draw some attention as the split comes in. Zeppa gets 1 tag, can Vic do anything in heaven? Awkward, fighting against Jonah P.
Got a bit of damage on him there, but Jonah's been really hard. Just shifted again, he comes out on top. Now Ned has to play from the low ground. Rolling Dunner going to be thrown at the side here by G2, and they are in. They capitalize instantly. Ned and Zeppa reeling, nowhere to go. And heaven and earth invert themselves for Mitch as the last casualty.
Leaf has just been a brick wall in mid. Every time he has pushed up, he's been able to find that first teleport away to safety. The AWP has been such a nuisance.
Dude, what?
Mental shot.
Vertical flicks, they're the nasty ones. Beautifully done. 8 rounds already for G2 on this defense side. It's a similar story to what we saw unfold on Lotus. Brooming with confidence is G2.
A tragic low buy for C9 to end this half. Leaf again going for the jump around this time. It does work. 3rd time's the charm.
A much closer angle to the wall there. They could not sniff him out. And that is brutal. Mitch has really been the one who has been the workhorse in some of these rounds.
Look at this awareness right now from Trent. He's posted up on the angle for Oxy. If he rounds the corner, this should be a free kill.
This is what I'm saying. Balance calling structure, G2 in general, they shut down these breakout star players. They've taken Oxy's voice away.
They've even hit him with a fault line. Oh my God, he almost converted too.
That's a lot of damage.
Matter of fact, that's the amount of HP Jonah has left from that engagement.
They're barely holding it together, but still it's an important piece off the board for Cloud9 as G2 put them in check for the half.
Off all that distraction made from Oxy, though, it's allowed the rest of his team to just contact forward. They want to take an aggressive fight off the paranoia.
Tour de force here for Leaf, not that it's necessary, but hey, round 12 and all.
C9 not able to find the value with that aggression as intended. They fall back to the spike. Now can never find anything with the Sheriff.
Oh,
Can.
it's not good enough. It's not the weapon he needs in that situation. It's 3 for Leaf already, and it's up to Vic. All on his lonesome on that high ground. G2 convert a dominant, oppressive, masterful first half. It's 9-3.
It has been such a one-sided affair. G2 claiming all 3 pistol rounds up until this point. C9 have never had a real shot at getting in the game economically. They've not been able to string rounds together.
Sorry, come again? I'm not familiar with that dialect, Jorg. Devastating. Well, folks, I'll be honest with you, the Riot Arena is bumping today, and we've got Golden Boy down on the floor with some super fans.
That's right, Uber. We got Josh and Jacob here. Big C9 and G2 fans. Guys, give it up. Give it up. Show some love. Show some love. All right, so Josh, first for you, my friend. C9, right, have a big matchup against NRG, wins that one. You see the players shine. Who is your favorite player on Cloud9 right now?
Right now, I probably have to say Zeppa. He absolutely fragged out in the NRG match. We were actually here the other day watching it, and it was so awesome, dude. The energy was insane. Just getting to watch it was awesome.
Hell yeah, that's awesome. Now, for you, how do you feel about this G2 lineup, Jacob, that looks like world beaters right now?
Oh, we are world beaters, man. I'm out here, I'm watching them play, and I already feel we're winning champs. I already know it, man. I already know, bro. We're winning champs. They're going to go play League later. We're winning worlds.
That's what's up. Now, guys, is this your first time at the Riot Games Arena here? What do you think of it?
It's not my first time. We came a lot last split, or last season. We're coming a lot this season. Super excited, love the vibe here, love being able to come watch and support our teams.
Hell yeah. What about you, Jacob?
I've been coming since the seasons have started. First season started, love it. It's beautiful. The games are amazing. I love Valorant. I love this game.
Hell yeah. Guys, what do you think of the Riot Games Arena? You having a good time? Ay, Dios mío, almost died. All right, guys. Well, look, I'm going to let Jacob and Josh get back to their game, but why don't you guys go ahead and help me out and throw out some plushies to the people. And guys, are you ready? Are you ready for map 2? Ready for the next half, rather? Let's do this.
I'm going to keep it $1.50 with you, Wyatt. It's giving Go Valorant big time out there on the floor today.
Yeah, listen, I love Valorant too. I'm with him. I agree. Oh my God.
All right, I mean, glad to see that spirits are high in this room, because I tell you what, Cloud9, that tension that Imi referenced, I don't know if that's dissipated yet.
I'm not sure we could say the same. I don't think the high spirits are emanating from the left side of the stage at the moment. Imi is praying that begins to happen when maybe they get their first pistol round win.
Leaf already has purchased a decent number of Headhunter shots here. 14 and 6. Another map consecutively he's looking to just run away with.
Absolutely dismantling his former team, though. Of course, it looks far different than the one he used to be on, aside from Zeppa, who, by the way, has been playing with this Cloud9 team for 1,298 days. One of the longest standing players with an org in the game at the moment.
And Mitch, who's only ever been on 2 teams. Oxygen and Cloud9, his whole career.
And then after Oxygen, Cloud9 again. Valen on the retreat. It's Cloud9 aggressive in mid, and that finds the first onto Trent.
Sorry, Trent, you are not Arsena today. Valen tries to go for a cheeky little wrap there, but is spotted out. That said, post-plant set up for G2 back in security. Jorgamo is set up, but he will have his hands full.
Hands full, but he has to be the hero. Jorgamo needs to find at least one and then threaten that backstab.
Okay, Headhunter secures one. Leaf flash forced away, now the Nebula in his face. Jonah might step onto the side here and look for a little pinch of magic. He saw Roxy. They're going, he can com this. He can com this to Leaf. He knows he's going to be overwhelmed, but he can't do anything about it still. Jonah has snuck in behind this space. It's been opened up though, and it's one. Just one.
Oxy able to claim the last 2 kills, and it's close. Zeppa gets that defuse. It was looking very scary with Cloud9 paying no mind to their flank. All emphasis on routing Leaf out of main. They were able to get that kill and convert the final to good trading at the end.
Valen there, though, was trying to wrap on them. They were absolutely ready for that.
Let's go,
It
baby.
must win round. Oxy catapults himself to the top of C9's scoreboard there. It's a low bar, frankly, but again, getting in position to have a big impact on the half.
It must feel oh so sweet to finally get a pistol round. Actually be in the driver's seat economically in this game.
Who's pushed up in this smoke? It's Net. With the judge. Was hoping that G2 would challenge here, but Jonah P, after copping some early damage, he is going to pull back with the Marshall. And we're done with A for now.
Watchful eye on mid with that Marshall. Scope weapons so strong, or Outlaw rather. So strong on this map.
Okay, look at the group up here. 2 C9 players over on that B side. They're going to have some advance warning. And they can have an Astra Star triggered to buy some time as well. It's going to be Mitch and Vic. Two of the most recent pickups for this squad. And joining them is Oxy from that high ground with that Outlaw, something that's lethal to G2. One-shots across the board. Mitchie with a fault line here. Valen and Trent want to try and push up, take liberties. Vic's timing, not quite there. He doesn't see the player push Coaster. Now he's overwhelmed at close range, but Oxy chimes in for 2. From that high ground now to the Sheriff, interrupts the plant. Oxy! He's looking for it! Oh, and it slips away! The utter disrespect! But he's still credited with the iBuy Power Ace!
What a way to get it.
Of course, Cyber Power giving away a PC for the first ace of the week, and then after that, $100 of Riot gift card, $100 in iBuy Power rewards after for each ace after that. Now that's a way to get some wind in your sails.
Yeah, that's a nice, funny way to get the morale up. Oxy finally turning up for this squad, man.
Yeah, bro thought he wouldn't get credit with that jump off. Come on, bro. Hey.
That's the first primal Oxy moment of the season, I feel.
That's right. We had him hitting all levels of Super Saiyan last year, but very quickly, G2 looking to keep a lid on the energy for Cloud9. Okay, Oxy pulls that one out of a hat.
He might just be entering the flow state, that intuitive spam.
That's called Ultra Instinct, thank you. Right, I'm older than you, man. Come on.
Not really my thing.
By a lot. Really? Cringe. Blade Storm here for Oxy. Leaf has pushed up well on coast, but G2 not fully committed to this yet. Rifle round for them, of course, a chance to take the game back into their own hands. And but be careful, Oxy's waiting. Fault line dodge, the same one as we saw last round. It's Mitch again. Crucial frag, but it's not enough. Down to Vic, and he's the ghost player for this round. And he's been about as invisible with all this action over at B.
You can see that they're trying to get the confidence flowing. They're trying to fight together, and they are fighting together, but the duel's just not going their way. This G2 team, all aspects of the game right now, firing on all cylinders.
Just as C9 get the head above water, just as they get one of those classic morale-boosting prescribed Oxy aces.
Gun here.
They've got to dig deep once more. Again, money's still fine. They got 2 guns away from G2, so there are bright spots here. Vic's also been able to recover a rifle. Not too shabby at all, but yeah, Leaf has been impressive. Both maps today. Once that tour de force gets going, he's definitely going to be a problem picking C9 apart. So G2 get themselves to 10 rounds here. Cloud9, no, the mission is still the same. Set Oxy up for success.
It's time for their full buy. Must-win round. A loss here would just sting so much for the team that bested NRG, a lot of people's favorites. If not, you kind of had to put them in the top 2 coming into this tournament out of the off-season, how well they performed. Huge upset win. And to just go right back down to the lower bracket, the exact same spot where NRG are, would just feel so bad for them. That hard work up in smoke.
Oxy, our ace leader in his second season of the VCT. That is pretty nuts. 5 to his name. And that gate crash now starts to saunter down mid. That'll be Jorgamo maybe using that to get behind enemy lines. Yep, instantly TPs to it. He's in there, but there's nothing to grease him.
This is dangerous for C9. They have to be so aware of the presence in mid. It's going to draw eyes away from the players who may normally be anchoring a site.
He couldn't get out. He got suppressed by the 0 point and couldn't gate crash away. He's stranded.
Just mistimed that. Net's still on the angle. Decoy goes out.
Okay, having some issues with the utilities round, is that boy? That's fine, because he can shoot good normally.
I've seen better Jorgamo rounds.
They take the good with the bad, Wyatt. All right, there's Oxy toppled from the top of the boxes, but Net finds a second. Falls back off it. Now buys some time. No great post-plant position set up here for D2 yet, but very grouped here towards Coast.
With that plant, though, Jonah P. Rolling Thunder will be available. That could easily even up this 3 versus 4 into a 3v3 and get further advantage from there.
The backstab pressure, though, it's real. Jonah very mindful of it. Leaf suppressed for now, Rolling Thunder at the ready. This one could be devastating. It's hit a couple, but Net's gonna be there. That's 4 for Net. Say it ain't so, surely! Oh, Zappa with the steal! Sickening stuff!
We've been robbed of our gift card, Mitch. We've been robbed.
Not 1, but 2 gift cards. Let's get that straight. Hey, Cloud9 too. When it rains, it pours for this team. And hey, that's an important round. It's a swing round in terms of economy. They win it out. G2 relegated onto a bit of an awkward one now.
Net has been a problem today. I'm very impressed. Despite Cloud9's woes as a team against this strong G2 squad, Net had stood out as far as how high impact the kills that he's found have been. And it is lovely to see him at this level after losing his spot with G2 in Americas, struggling at the beginning of his foray in Challengers, playing with M80, but then ending the year being a standout player on that team. I was so impressed with how he turned things around. You could see him finding his confidence again, and that has carried over into Americas. He's looking so nice.
Pivotal here for C9 on this map. Basically, as soon as the first round began, he had that very early Cosmic Divide to set up the gun round for Cloud9. And again, when he's been needed, he stepped up. We've got a Guardian and a rifle here still for Leaf to work with. Also a Cosmic Divide for G2 to try and set this up. Here is the divide.
Net is quite far away, trying to rotate quickly. This is going to be tough for C9 to get through.
Oh. All right, let's cut the map up. We have bisected it twice, and there's Oxy. That is at that range. Not sure how it happened. Shock dart straight through the wall. Looking for some damage there is Zeppa. And Oxy's already on the defuse. Bowled over by Leaf, but from up on high, it's the RKO from Zeppa. Beautiful. Jonah Pedo, a problem. Nobody's looking at Jonah, except Net. And that's all Cloud9 needed. They have slowly but surely climbed back into this map.
That shot to Jorgamo, the initial one was so sick. Trying to push through the Cosmic Divide. Net was so far away, but ended up being there right on time. Jonah not expecting to get backstabbed.
Great reaction.
Hello.
Good looks there from Zeppa. Very disruptive. That's a double Cosmic Divide post-plant situation. Awkward.
G2 now on the full buy. Leaf with a stinger, but has the tour de force. That's going to be popped inside. Of course, it's aggression from C9. Fault line. Difficult for Oxy to wade through.
Jonah just piles them down with that one, but they're not done. Still pushing up, and Oxy's claimed too. What a frenetic opener to this round. Oh my God, he's right. Bam! Oxy gets out. Somehow Trent is alive. There we go. You know, win those. That's fine. Jorg with the trade, but in a 1 versus 3, that was not a clone, folks. That's just your boy.
Beginning to really feel the energy in the room now for Cloud9. It's been tough to have it before, but they are on a run, stringing 3 in a row. Finally in the driver's seat in a game, it feels like. Of course, they are still on the comeback right now. But the rounds they've been playing have been fantastic. I love this mix of pace, throwing in a round of pure aggression.
Great setup for Mitch there. That flash.
Into that Hunter's Fury.
Hits him real hard. On Oxy there as well, as just to capitalize, of course, on the utter disarray that's caused. Now we've got ourselves a game, folks. G2 again. Awkward half by. Leaf with a rifle. There is a dimensional drift for Jorgamo.
That is all Cloud9 setting up their star, Oxy. He capitalizes. This is the best map he's had so far in 2025. Single, forced away. At least still living.
This round, though, the winds don't blow in his favor. Not early anyway. Trent's looking to inch up here. Nothing really but a sheriff to his name. No one tapping that orb quite yet. A minute in the round already. You expect Jorg maybe to go forward with this. Valen will be on the setup.
That is a risky position for a very low HP. Ooh, Net, he's caught in the grab well with the shock.
What a combo. Normally it's like a seized nade look. That's probably harder to put together. Great grab well timing.
Lovely util.
Free kill on this sort of anti-eco. You've got to feel good.
Rifle can't be recovered though. It's too far away for the G2 team who are gathered up in main. Here comes the dimensional drift from Jaw. Wants to spot the players out. Gets the info on all four, matter of fact.
He's seen them. But what can they do about it? Here's Oxy with a tap. Rolling Thunder comes in. Do G2 step onto the side? Well, Jorg does. Makes a quick exit though as Valen now goes brrr, trying to spray down. Enters that Omen smoke. The right clicks don't quite get him there. Oxy's down to half, but still more work needs to be done. Fault line is good. Spray even better. And Trent finishes the job. It's a half-life for G2. Just as Cloud9 were getting their sea legs again.
A half-life for G2 where the lack of weaponry was made up for with superb utility. The combo to find that first kill. Catch Net on the retreat.
What do you do?
As he's pinged up. Nightmare situation.
Great finish there for Trent.
Rolling Thunder was used at the best time from Jonah, off the info from the dimensional drift.
Cutting through.
G2 making the most of a bad economic situation. C9 though, economically, still pretty good. They've got the operator in the hands of Oxy. A tough round loss, but they're not out of this by any means just yet.
Yeah, it's disruptive though. The economy's in a weird place, not terrible. Like you said, an op in the hands of their jet player. Always a good sign. Last time we saw Trent with the Hunter's Fury, it was speculative. He just sort of threw it out early in the round. This time, though, a bit more judicious about its deployment.
G2 intend on working up mid, splitting into B. So much pressure on that. Can he get his damaged up on the run and caught by Jaw?
Somehow, again, G2 zero in on Net's position and kind of bowled him over with numbers at the start of a round. Mitch now playing in an awkward spot between a rock and a hard place. And again, still able to extract the kill. It's so big. They need more than that. Nicely done by Vic. Already down to 5. And this plan is one that Oxy can't really intervene in Wyatt. There is Zephyr up mid though.
Zeppa's going to have an engagement against Trent here. Will he be ready? This kill could certainly determine how this round plays out. Finding that advantage.
Both are healthy. Both are armed. Oxy inside this smoke, there's no way he gets away with it. Kid Wonder doesn't make it happen. And Zeppa here now really doesn't have many options left. This is G2 going to series points. And they clean him up.
That shot from Jorgamo, able to hit the headshot, no less, onto Oxy, updrafting out of that nebula. So unfortunate. Cloud9, they've been rallying. The G2 team that we're looking at is just of such a high echelon.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, look, a little bit of a hiccup here, right? Cloud9 able to put sort of 5 out of 6 rounds together after winning the pistol. Get themselves into a decent spot in this game, but slowly G2 starting to decode them. And that's a couple of rounds where, like, Ned is holding a passive line. He just takes a bunch of damage, and then G2 say, go. Push into him.
G2 really exploiting mid there where, you know, maybe with a different composition or against a different comp, they wouldn't be able to do so in the exact same way. They may have to deal with, you know, a tripwire in a location like that, something along those lines. But it's being hard held by Net. He has to be posted up on the angle, which, yes, sometimes that can result in the player holding that angle getting a kill, but it's dangerous too when he's just being swung on by the horde of G2 who intend on splitting that site.
And now on the precipice of taking this series away, advancing, of course, through our kickoff bracket. And handing an L to a Cloud9 who really impressed us against NRG. Scrappy, hard-fought game for them to win. Still split in this series. If Cloud9 can find a way to subvert fate, come out of this map alive, it's a big ask.
And it's such a bitter pill to swallow for C9 if they lose this match and are sent to the first round of the lower bracket with everyone else after besting one of the teams that we had the highest expectations for. C9 being one of the teams we had low expectations for.
And Oxy's finally come online, Wyatt. It's taken 2/3 of the series, but he's here now. It might just be too late.
Posted up on mid, watching for anyone who may want to go through the dark cover. This time it's a fake gate crash from Jogamo.
They know it. I can see the splat on the ground here. A lot committed to mid by Cloud9 this round.
And the Cosmic Divide is a pure sell. There's a gate crash in spawn. Jogamo's going to make noise. He's going to leave.
It's on net again. It's up to this guy again against his old team.
With the judge in the nebula.
I've seen how this one ends.
G2 are biding their time. Are they really going to wait this smoke out?
Can
Let
they
it dissipate.
They wait it out. Oh, no!
The patience.
The nebula comes down, and so does the curtain on Net's round. Devastating for Cloud9. Zephyr, though, pays it no mind. He gets himself into the side, but Jonah P sends him careening off the map.
So many teams there would have just gone into the site, tried to play off the cell with speed, pace. Not G2. They take their time. They punish Net for it. They don't make mistakes like that.
And now you just ease into a post-plant situation. Slowly, the Anaconda strangles. First, it's the aftershock. Forces him off the plant. Then, more spray. This time, a gravity well. Another tickle, another attempt. It's Trait here with the Hunter's Fury to end the series. And a flawless round to cap off a 13-8 map for G2. They're looking to deliver on that off-season promise.
What can you say, aside from G2, as advertised? We expect greatness from a team that was already at the top of the international scene, already a playoff contending team at Champions, at Shanghai, and now they've inserted a world champ into their roster to take them over the top. Jogamo had a great performance today, but Leaf was the standout, dropping something like 44 kills in the 2 maps, plus 20 or so on the KD. Outrageous stuff from the Sentinel.
And it just doesn't matter what role he's on. He seems to highlight every match he plays in. And here we've seen the experiment, adding the very vibrant, very unpredictable Jogamo to the very stable mix of G2 has created a chemical reaction that hits just right. This is only their first step here in kickoff, but a very good sign for the team that considered bowing out of champs in 7th and 8th place pretty unacceptable.
Certainly, and Cloud9 sadly down to the lower bracket after that phenomenal win against NRG. I mean, talk about a tough run, man. They start with NRG, then they have to go up against G2 next. That is the most difficult bracket probably or like most difficult segment of the bracket that you could probably be in at the moment.
And it doesn't get any easier considering who awaits them in this lower bracket. Some quality teams not able to quite get off the ground yet, but there's some bright spots for them. Net looks really good. Acclimated into this roster. He's put in pretty pivotal positions, sometimes having to play in an under-resourced fashion. He's able to take some of these rounds over. Oxy came alive. We got the vintage look from him last year. Our VCT Americas ace leader adds another one to the tally today. There are signs of life. There are definitely things to be hopeful about for Cloud9, but eventually they run into the raid boss and get knocked down a peg.
And who knows if Cloud9 didn't have such a cold start on both maps, losing the pistols, and from there, not even able to really do damage on their eco rounds. On another day, if they even just go 50% on the pistols, hey, maybe we're looking at a different game. They tried to hold their nerve best they could, but ultimately, this G2 squad, they're way too damn good.
Yeah, just a kind of bump there, and it's a kind of a play that is pretty hard to argue with. And now we can't wait to see what they bring us next in these upper bracket rounds, because we've got finally to see all of our teams. We've got to answer the questions about how our rosters have shaped up coming out of the off-season. Teams like Lev, teams like G2, for example. And I'm glad to have answers for it. But we have questions, further questions. That's right, it's Riv down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with the one they call Leaf.
I am indeed here with one single Leaf as G2 takes down Cloud9. Dang, what a game that was. I mean, you're no stranger to winning. The team looks so clean right now, but does it kind of feel different winning with these guys? It looks so fluid.
I mean, it's a lot of fun. Like, we're all pretty brain dead. We all have our the same kind of sense of humor.
All right.
So when we win these rounds in like the funniest ways, like, or just like good teamwork, we're all just hype. We're all having fun. So, I mean, nothing's really changed from last year. You know, we just added in Giacomo, who's obviously like world class, but in terms of culture, we're still the same.
Why do you think it's kind of a benefit to all be a little brain dead in those situations?
I mean, it just makes the game more fun. Okay. Like, at the end of the day, if you're just stressed every single day that you show up for practice and every single match, you're just like, I hate playing with these guys. Like, you're just gonna not have the best results. Like, it's just how it works.
Easy enough said. All right, looking at how much fun you were having, though, I think it was like August of 2022, the last time you played Chamber, and then Ye joined the team, and he was the Chamber forever. What's it like being able to get back on the Chamber and get some headhunters in there? You look like you're having a good time.
You know, we were playing it in scrims, and I'm just getting owned because I'm on 40 ping, and it's just way different on LAN. And then Josh is always just like, you know, LAN Chamber, you're gonna be fine. You're playing with, you know, like just 50 pounds added on you. So it's just very, very nice, like, to just have an insta TP, just snap. Not used to it on Sentinel role, but yeah, I think I was always very comfortable on the Agent even back then. So it's just kind of getting back into it.
Took the ping weights off. You were crushing. My next question is kind of for the team. People sometimes get concerned when you see so many big names on a team. Who gets the priority voice? What happens here? Who just overall gets the util? How's that working for G2? Because it does not seem like a problem with all these stars on one squad.
I mean, at the end of the day, we all want to win. Nobody really cares about stats. Like, if you lose and you have good stats, who cares? If you win and have good stats, it's just a plus. But at the end of the day, like, I think we're one of the most like drilled, disciplined teams. So like, we don't really care. Like, we just do whatever it takes to win.
It's a great mental. Final question for you. Com said he would love to play you guys. You do come out with the win here, so you're going up against Leviathan. How you feeling about that? He does feel like you are the best in the scene.
I mean, I hope it's a good game. I didn't really watch too much of their second map, but the first map, I mean, they look pretty good. Com was like 20-9. That's rare from him, personally. So, you know, we beat them in Spotlight. Obviously, it's not 5v5 same players, but I mean, I know what they're capable of. I mean, they beat us last year. They changed some players around, but it's gonna be a good game.
Awesome. Leaf, thank you so much. Let's hear it one more time for G2. Leaf, the squad, getting that victory as they debut their roster here on the Americas kickoff stage. We are going to be throwing it to the desk right now. Don't go anywhere. We got Giacomo and Valen to give you all the inside brain, five-head knowledge that goes down in these games. Don't go anywhere.
What's good, everyone, and welcome back to the Match Point, our end of day show where we cover all the stuff that we just saw. And as Riv had mentioned, we got Valen as well as Giacomo here to talk about what that game gave us, and it was awesome. It was G2 domination. You guys look unfreaking believable right now. That has to feel good, man.
Feels great. Big thing I wanted my boys to know is, like, if we start hot, this first match, that I feel like we're gonna just take off to the moon.
Yeah.
Practice results, honestly, have been kind of shaky in this new meta. It's been difficult, but it's been pushing us to our limit recently in practice. So the boys know that the confidence stems within the team practice and the team culture we're setting. I'm glad to see that the results panned out and are the way I envisioned it.
Yeah.
So from now, it's just max confidence all the way to Bangkok, and I'm winning that too.
Ooh, baby. I like the confidence,
I'm coming for the trophy this year.
Dude, it's a little bit of a difference from when I would talk to you before and be like, hey, how you feeling? You're like, you know, man, everyone fights hard. They're all good. You know, it's going to be a good game.
Dude, as I'm getting older, I'm getting more confident, more experience.
That's right, baby.
Here.
That's what it is,
and,
Papa. You just get older,
yes,
you just start to feel it. You start to feel better, and no matter like what happens, win or lose, you can still walk out with your head held high.
For sure.
I totally feel that, though. But Jog, you know, we heard Leaf earlier, and Leaf is a nasty player, and you know, just what he brought to G2 last year was something that we were so excited about because of his versatility and his talent. But now you also have the versatility. You also have the talent. How is it playing with alongside a guy like Leaf, who is really just helping you to achieve even more?
Yeah, I mean, like, getting the post plants and getting me inside, like, that's my specialty. But, I mean, I trust my three people to clutch right behind me, Jonah, Leaf, and Trent as well, even him. Like, but me and him are always going in, so you know what I'm saying? But having Leaf, like, knowing that he's in the back player and he's going to clutch all these 1v2, 1v3, 1vx's, like, I give him all my faith and I give him all that confidence, and I know that he's good for every time. Sorry.
Now, and of course, now I know you guys have been asked this a million times, but if you don't mind, for the match point stuff, walk me through how Jog coming to the team came to be, because it really does feel like a match made in heaven.
Definitely, yeah. We've always had interest in Giacomo, and finally this was the year that it panned out and got him on the team. And it's been a dream come true for me having a guy like him.
They were always interested. Oh, okay.
You know, we've been good friends throughout the whole time. We came up together, so it's always been a dream for me to compete with someone like him. The thing I wanted the most was this guy's like ignorance and his confidence in the server. Like he doesn't give.
Ignorant.
Yeah, he don't care about you. He don't care about your team. He's gonna do his job to the best of his ability, and that confidence stems into the entire team, which is something I felt like we lacked last year in the big game. So having this big time player in here, maybe that's why I'm giving it now.
Maybe it's definitely a demeanor switch. That much is for certain. But you know, that being said, you know, you were talking about the teams and how the practice was shaky a few times, right? You see C9 2-0 NRG, and I mean, Plat Chat stocks are high for NRG. Pretty much every podcast is NRG 1 or 2 right next to you guys. But you see C9 beat them. Does that give you some pause for a moment? And you're like, whoa, is this team legit, or do you know? Share with the class.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
No, we watched the film like live. We rewatched it after. We watched the film like 3 times together, and we were not impressed with either team, honestly. I feel like the work that we've been putting in this new meta, we're ahead by far, and so we weren't really intimidated by that. But we respect all of our opponents. Like, drawing it back a bit, we did go into this max effort, max everything. We gave them the respect, but we were not intimidated by that match at all.
For sure. Which, you know, compared to where you guys were last year, where you're like, you know, hey, eat a couple slices of humble pie here and there, maybe one too many, and now you're like, oh, screw it, let's just full send. I love the attitude switch for sure. Now, you had a switch of coaching. You were playing for a long time under Potter and her systems. How is it working with Josh RT?
I mean, Josh gives me a lot of the information that I never really got for certain stuff, like the Euro ults. You know, we're still working on it. Like there's still a lot of stuff that I haven't played as well on the old roster of like EG. So like introducing Euro into my meta as well. Like giving all the confidence and all the information that I need. Like he's giving me all that up front and telling where I'm failing and everything like that. As well as Potter as well. She did it as well, but Josh does it so well where I'm just like always getting the information. I know I'm right.
And you've been under that system for such a long time. I'm sure a new approach is good for you.
New approach, new person. It's always
new
different.
Voice. Yeah, exactly.
And especially with the guys around me. I mean, Josh just adds on to all that. So I'm so excited for that.
Yeah, no, definitely get the vibe. Before we jump to our silly little game, I did have one final question for you, Valen, because this is a big year for you guys, right? You got to make champs. You know, you make champs, you guys are secure. You're good to go as an Ascension team.
Yeah.
Do you feel that pressure, or is it, worry about it later?
It definitely adds to my motivation for the year, but I don't really feel the pressure of it, honestly. That time will come later. I'm just focused on kickoff, and I'm like a baby step person, so that's out of my view right now. But once the time comes, I'll probably feel the pressure of like, ooh, this match decides if I stay in the league or not. But for now, I'm just focused on our practices, making sure all that hits, because that's how you get, you know, the scoreboard will talk for itself if you put in the work. So that's my mental right now.
Couldn't agree more, man. Awesome stuff. All right, well, you know what? Got all my questions out of the way. We've got a duo that works well together, but let's see how well they really know each other as we play duo cues. Now, I need some whiteboards over here. Where are my whiteboards? Where my driver? Driver? Ah, there he goes. Yes, thank you so much, driver. Delivering the whiteboards to you here. Get a big jog. Extend a little bit. Thank you so much, Tactibear. Appreciate you. He's going to hang out here for a little bit.
Got some glasses on.
Yeah. Now, you guys, I'm sure, are familiar with the game. Basically, I'm going to ask a question. You guys got to write it down, and we'll see how much you guys know each other. How well you know each other, rather. Here is the first question. What is Giacomo's cat's name? I think that's a fairly easy one. But
well, he has 2.
That's true. He does have 2.
Wait. I know.
Impressive. Okay. And imagine if Giacomo got this wrong.
I might get it wrong.
All right,
I'm hoping I'm right.
And the answer is Mango and Penelope.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Well done. Aw. That's which one you got first, Mango or Penelope?
Penelope first.
Penelope first?
Yeah. I didn't know that, bro.
All right. Look at that. You knew that too. That's wild. Okay, this is a tough one. Thank you so much for that, sound guy. Okay, next one. What month is Valen's birthday? Brownie points if you can get the day as well.
Ooh.
The day?
The day is crazy.
A year would be nutty.
The year? I know the year, maybe. Wait, my thing don't work.
You could share markers. All right, let's go ahead. Reveal answers. Valen's birthday is January. Hey, look at that. This month. Look at you.
Yeah.
I like my
Turn
wife.
22.
New year, new us.
Nice. Wait, 22?
Yeah.
Oh, my wife's tomorrow, the 20th. Look at that.
Oh, sorry. I'm turning 22. It's
Oh, you're.
24th.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. Congratulations
Still close
on turning 22 then.
Yeah.
Now let's move on to our next one. This is a fun one. What team did Giacomo ace to win Esports Play of the Year?
How much detail should I put? I mean, I feel like I watched that 100 times.
Go for it. Go for it. Have fun. Maybe even draw how the UI looked in that moment.
All right, you want me to look?
Show it.
This guy, Bucky on Jen, gets one. Crashes peeks heaven, knifes him, dashes A main, knifes Victor on the last kill. Come on, I said that like 100 times.
Till this day, like the greatest play, and which is why, because we've had some incredible plays this week, and that play is still up there. All right, next one. This is a fun one. Which player on your team orders the most food? And I'm actually going to add one. Which player on your team cooks the most food?
Oh, okay.
So do both. I want who orders and who cooks.
I think I know who.
Because whoever orders, I'm going to have to scold them, and whoever cooks, I will have to give them a high five for being a responsible adult that knows how to make food. Because that's an important skill that you all should learn. Okay. Really trying to use this show as a way to teach people life skills. All right, we got it? Or your marker ran out?
His marker ran out.
Okay, all right, we got the answers?
Yes.
Okay, reveal. And it is, I can't remember, Jonah P. And, oh, wait, so Jonah P is the orderer, and you are, that's my guy right there.
Did you put me for cook?
No.
No.
Who'd you put?
Nobody.
Nobody. Great, so Jonah P is the ordering guy.
Yeah, we all order a lot.
Okay.
We're a big team. We got some big backs.
What's the, hey.
You should have seen us the other day,
I
bro.
feel you, Poppy. What's the go-to order, though?
Ooh, the go-to? For me?
Yeah. For both of you, maybe.
Just pizza, bro.
Just pizza?
Just straight pizza. I can't hate pizza.
I like any like rice and chicken, or like rice and meat is like my favorite dish. It's simple, it's easy to order.
Okay, just straightforward, you know, rice and chicken.
Yeah, rice and chicken, or like rice and steak, whatever.
Okay, we'll have to make rice. I'll have to make you Puerto Rican rice.
Ooh, hell yeah. That marinade goes crazy, bro.
That's what he already knows. This is a smart guy right here. All right, folks, so that does it for Duo Q. But week one of kickoff is done, and next week we're back with our first elimination matches. Here's the bracket. You guys are going to be facing off against Leviathan. Thoughts on that one, fellas? Going up against two former teammates over there.
Beat my old teammates. I can play against Demon 1. I mean, I didn't really watch his first or second game today, but maybe he's shaky, maybe he's not. Maybe he's shaky again. I mean, we played him against an NRG, so might be the same outcome again.
Have you guys scrimmed him at all, or like?
No,
I don't think so.
I don't think we've ever scrimmed that iteration because we're on the same side.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, good point.
No, they're a great team. We lost to them in some pretty important matches last year, champs, and like for a championship here. So for me, it's kind of like a revenge game. I know it's going to be personal for both teams.
Get the one up on King.
Yeah, there's ex-teammates on both sides, so I know it's going to be a lot of energy from both teams. They're looking strong, but I don't know if they're stronger than us. We'll see when the time comes.
Nah, man, I love the confidence, guys. So proud of you and so happy for you guys. Seriously, keep kicking all the asses. You guys are going to be unreal this season, and you know, really just keep the heads on straight, right? What you're doing is clearly working right now. This is wild stuff.
Got to keep up at it.
Hell yeah, that's what's up, guys. All right, well, that is our show, and that is going to do it for us here at opening week at kickoff. And what a week it was. Incredible matches through and through. We got to see all of our top teams perform at a high level, and we were treated to some excellent Valorant. But that's going to do it for us here. We thank you so much for watching, and here's the Samsung SSD Fast Replay. See you next week.
There's a lot to be excited about. You've got Leviathan, who are debuting this year on the stage, and oddly enough, for Fury, as I just mentioned, a debut as well. We're finally going to get to see just how good this roster can be.
I mean, look at King right now on the mini-map. This is just a distraction. If you can kill one, that's great.
It's all about the swing and the fight now. He stinks the first one. Can he get the second? Remember how weak Havoc is. Off the swing! The Red Bull clutch for Calm.
Oh, you're him.
But is he fully convinced? The reload gives it away, you're right. And now Demon 1 falls. Attack is left in a 1v2. What a round from Furia. That TP back from Khalil could be everything. MW's down. Heat is 2. Khalil the 1v4, now spotted, now positioned, given away. And he's dealt with. Map 1 for Leviathan. Havoc plays his timing perfectly. He can secure the round on his own, but it's only one kill found. Not a lot of time. Reinforcements arriving as King holds the line. King has his smoke up now too, and they're just gonna double swing right here. Let's go. And now they're in a really awkward situation. Do they hit the res? Do they try to rotate back? They've lost control A.
Needs to get this res off before it's too late.
Carefully creeping forward and looking to put him away, and he does.
Leviathan blow through the competition of Furia.
This Cloud9 team have an opportunity here to really shock everyone and get a win against the team that is considered to be the world beaters of Americas. That would be huge.
Now Leaf has to fight in against Oxy and Mitch in the post plant.
Oh, that was some great movement to get the kill on Zeppa.
Leaf has managed to avoid detection. They're never going to check pit. One. Cloud9 in utter shambles. Now the Rolling Thunder. Just as Leaf was trying to make a push, so Fix able to clean him up comfortably and find a second from the back of sight. It's up to Old Faithful, Old Reliables, Animal Fall, and Vic comes alive for Cloud9.
Throw the grab net in this. They're walking in, but Leaf.
Even up though in the post plant, Leaf stepping forward on the side, getting ahead of the util. Oh, it's just too easy, baby. G2 throw the gauntlet down on C9's map of choice. Not quite there. He doesn't see the player push coaster. Now he's overwhelmed at close range, but Oxy chimes in for two. From that high ground now to the Sheriff, interrupts the plant. Oxy, the utter disrespects, but he's still credited with the iBuy power race.
Let's go.
Oxy inside this smoke, there's no way he gets away with it. Kid Wonder doesn't make it happen. And Zeppa here now really doesn't have many options left. This is G2 going to series points. Another tickle, another attempt. It's Trade here with the Hunter's Fury to end the series. And a flawless round to cap off a 13-8 map for G2. They're looking to deliver on that off-season promise.
Yep.
Keg. That's gonna be it for today. The next America games are like Thursday, I think. Let me check. Yeah, Wednesday we have EMEA. And then Thursday we have Furia AG and C9 MIBR. So we have the elimination game first. Alright? Yeah. What? Yeah, we have the lower bracket first. And then we have 100T. 100T Energy is gonna be interesting. And then Crew against 2 games. 2 game. Not bad. But yeah, that's it. I don't know what I'll stream tomorrow, but we'll see. Yeah. Trying to think, maybe some Stellaris. Kinda wanna play Stellaris a bit. Kinda wanna play maybe some Valorant. I'll have to fucking go back to grind, check my account, see how see what rank I'm at. And probably go back to the fucking Reina close Giga grind shit. But yeah. It's gonna be for tomorrow. Yeah. Bye bye. Stay safe. Bye bye.